Fury, Guilt and Love by Craine on fanfiction.net, link in the description. Chapter 1. You have got to be kidding, Naruto angrily huffed, as he stared at the 100th failed summoning that he, summoned. The blonde-haired ninja squinted hard upon the meager, insignificant thing standing on the severed tree stump. Feeling as hopeless as ever on the whole ordeal, he easily concluded that if one were to summon something so goddamn pathetic, they would be much better off shoving their head between their legs and kissing their ass goodbye. But Naruto, as always, wasn't for the idea of quitting. There he was, in the river region of the vast forest, just outside Konoha, spilling his blood, sweat and tears to perfect his technique. On a few occasions, Naruto thought that maybe, things wouldn't so damn complicated if Jiraiya, that sickening pervert, would stop gawking at the half-naked women playing in the water on the other side of a large bush, and supervise his training like he said he would. But that obviously wasn't about to happen since he just had to stare at them for his abundantly important research. Naruto turned around and glared daggers at his so-called supervisor. Hey, Orochimaru. What the hell are you doing? Why aren't you supervising my training like you said you would? He fumed. Jiraiya immediately ceased his horrendous impersonation of Count Dracula's chuckle, and turned to face Naruto, only to catch the sight of the pathetic deformity that was his summoning. The aged hermit plastered a comical squint as one of his eyebrows twitched. Naruto? You mean to tell me that's the best you can do after 3 weeks of training? Damn, you really are hopeless, aren't ya? Jiraiya carelessly mocked. Naruto's eyes glimmered with fury, before he dashed at the perverted toad hermit. Pointing and accusing at his supervisor, the blue-eyed genin started to yell and holler at him, blowing the Sanin's hair and facial features back. Oh come on. Gimme a break. I've been working myself to the bone, and I don't see you trying to supervise my ga. Naruto's rant was cut a tad short as he snapped out of the plane of consciousness and collapsed on the rocky ground below in complete and total exhaustion. Jiraiya rose from his keeling position and stared down at the fallen genin. The white-haired Sanin smiled. Out cold, again, Naruto? Well, I guess I really can't blame the boy. I mean, hell, the only thing that's kept him on his toes for this long was pure guts and determination. A valuable asset, yes, but it's going to take more than that. And somehow, I don't know. I think the kid might actually have what it takes, but that remains to be seen, doesn't it? He conversed to himself. Meanwhile, within the walls of Konoha, Sakura Haruno was locked in her house, or to be more specific, she was locked in her room with many thoughts surfing through her mind. The pink-haired kunoichi lay flat on her bed staring at the ceiling. Many things bothered her at that moment, one being the main component, her beloved Sasuke, whom she still feared because of the blasted curse mark that morphed him into that beast of a man. Sakura still grimaced at the horrible memories that were forever burned into her psyche. The jade-eyed female slowly turned her attention to the group photo of her and her team for what had to be the 27th time that day. Sakura was just so worried about Sasuke, but she also started to think that all of her worrying was making her sick. She knew that she had to get out and move. If only for a walk, then so be it, but she simply had to get up and get loose. With these thoughts being the only thing to motivate her, Sakura grudgingly pried herself out of bed and sat upon the edge. The slender genin idly stared at her feet for a little while longer before she fully rose from her bed. Slipping on her blue sandals, Sakura walked out of her room. Since her mother wasn't home, it was a pretty empty shelter. But, hey, at least she was getting out. When Sakura emerged from her humble abode, she was greeted with the beautiful and refreshing rays of sunlight. It wasn't too hot, or anything, it was a pretty nice day, enough to actually put a smile on the pink-haired female's face. During her aimless walk, Sakura spotted Naruto and some old geezer, of whom she was not familiar, passing by. They weren't exactly close enough for them to notice her, especially since Naruto was obviously preoccupied with something. That is, if the fact that he was practically dragging the old man across the freaking road screaming, "Ramen ramen ramen," wasn't a factor. Typical Naruto, Sakura said quietly to herself, while watching the pair speed away in the direction of Ichiraku Ramen. Ever since the battle with her best friend Eno in the chunin exams ended in a draw, she considered it an epic failure. Sakura has been given much time to think about things, especially her place in the team, not to mention the team itself. Lately, Sakura has been doubting her abilities and how they could contribute to her team. At the very least, she desired to help her comrades a little more. Sure, her experiences in the Forest of Death have made her quite the force to be reckoned with, due to her hardened resolve, but since her loss to Eno, Sakura has been in a cycle of self-questioning. The pink-haired kunoichi continued her walk as her thoughts were finally able to shift normally. She was at last able to think of something other than Sasuke. Out of everything that had gone through her head, the last component was Naruto. Sakura started to wonder why she was so rotten to the boy. True, he was loud, annoying, and crude, but he was still her teammate. And out of all of the times that she swore to herself that she would be nice to him, the end result was the same: a whack to the head, a slam to the face, or just a flat-out bitching session. NGH. It's his own fault. If he weren't, well, himself, then maybe I wouldn't have to hit him, Sakura grudged to herself. That boy really needs to learn some humility. She could never figure out why, but Naruto and his childish antics always left a bad taste in her mouth. Was it so hard to ask for someone to just grow up, especially if they were on a team together? Of course, maybe that's why Sakura always wailed on Naruto. She just wanted him to grow up, to take charge and stop being such a kid. With her mind now stuck in another cycle, Sakura stopped in the middle of the walkway to collect her thoughts about Naruto. She had to admit, Naruto may have been a bit immature, but there were more than a few occasions where he had pulled through when he was needed the absolute most. How could anyone, even her, ignore that? Despite who he was, Naruto was a valuable asset to the team. Sakura looked down at the ground as she gave the prospect a little more consideration. Maybe I've been coming down a little too hard on the guy. I mean, he tries, harder than anyone I've ever met, in fact. Maybe I should cut him a little more slack, she thought. Of course, it was at the sound of Naruto's voice that snapped Sakura out of her thoughts. Hey, Sakura-chan. Sakura-chan, over here, Naruto shouted out. Despite her previous thoughts, Sakura couldn't help but grimace at what the guy wanted, but why deny him at a time like this? It's not like she had anything better to do with her life, right now. Elsewhere, at the top of one of Konoha's buildings, Jiraiya was sitting down at the edge, looking through his ever-present telescope in the direction of the hot springs. Well, I think you can all pretty much guess what the old pervert was looking at. Oh ha ha hoo yeah, baby. Daddy Jiraiya likes what he sees. Oh yeah, take it off, baby. Take it OFF, he drawled. Normally, Jiraiya's research couldn't be interrupted unless he was annoyed, distracted, or otherwise troubled about something. This time, however, the toad hermit noticed something outside of his line of sight. Jiraiya immediately ceased his research and took a look down at two people, who were none other than Naruto and Sakura. The hyperactive knucklehead was pulling his fellow ninja along with him as he ran to what seemed to be a more secluded area. Jiraiya trails the two with his eyes and smiles. Mr. Smooth makes his move, he said. /////////////// instant flashback /////////// So, Naruto. Nani, Ero-sanin. Would there happen to be someone you like? Naruto simply had to raise an eyebrow as this. Wah. You know, like a special girl that you admire? The blonde genin's eyes widened like hell at hearing Jiraiya's question. He blushed and started rubbing the back of his head like the goofy idiot he was. What? Well, I sorta do. I mean, I think so. It's just that just answer the damn question, already, Jiraiya demanded. Oh, it's no one. Just Sakura-chan. //////// end instant flashback /////// Jiraiya's smile widened as he remembered that. Sweep her off her feet, Naruto, he said, before silently following them. While he did, however, the perverted mountain sage spotted a very strange-looking box that was obviously painted to look like a rock. Jiraiya almost cackled at the pitiful attempt of stealth, but kept his cool and watched, as the rock tailed Naruto and Sakura. Seriously, who the hell does Konohamaru think he's foolin'? Naruto finally reached a destination that he considered uncrowded. Sakura leaned her back upon a fence and crossed her arms. Okay, Naruto. What do you want? She asked, rather rudely. A blushing Naruto, being the blathering mess that he was at the time, couldn't seem to form those little sounds that your mouth makes except they actually make sense. What were they called again? Words? Yeah, that's it. Well, you see, Sakura-chan Look, if it's money you want, then sorry, but I'm fresh out, Sakura said, cutting Naruto off. No, it's not that. It's just that, why do I have to blow it at a time like this? Ero-sanin gives me a chance to give the girl of my dreams the biggest hug of her life and I'm choking on my own stupidity. God, she's more beautiful than ever. No. Focus, Naruto, you hopeless bastard, focus. Sakura shook her head at her teammate's idiocy. Well, if it's nothing, then I'm gone, she said, before immediately turning to walk away. At the realization that he may have blown his only chance, Naruto's eyes went rampante with disbelief. He was going to completely miss his chance to do what they came there to do. He wanted to hold her, to caress her, to let her know how much she was wanted and appreciated her. He didn't care what it took, he would let her know, and he would let her know today. No! Sakura-chan, wait, Naruto exclaimed, before reaching out and gasping onto Sakura's shoulder. The desperate blonde genin yanked his love interest's shoulder a little more forcefully than he had intended. As a result, Sakura lost her balance as she was abruptly spun back around. Before she knew it, the pink-haired genin lost her footing completely and time suddenly felt as though it became slow and monotonous, for both of them. Sure, Naruto didn't mean to trip her, but come on, how could he pass up a chance like this? Yes, this is it. Here I come, Sakura-chan, Naruto thought dreamingly to himself. Of course, it was at this time that the pathetic excuse for a disguise the rock, just happened to ram into Naruto's calf at the most inappropriate time. By the time Sakura snapped herself to her senses, she instantly noticed Naruto's face mere inches from her own. Though she glared at him wildly for pulling such a stunt, the lightning-quick production of her thoughts made her realize what was about to happen, causing her expression to change. She suddenly went into shock. What does he dash? What does he think he's dash? The fact that something Sakura would never dream of doing was about to happen, she found it excruciatingly difficult to quicken her reflexes. No way. There's just no way. I can't let this happen, Sakura desperately grimaced. She couldn't allow this to happen. She would never do something like this. Not with him. Never. But things were looking very bleak for Sakura. She could almost see herself pressing her lips against. No. It was too late. She couldn't stop it. No one could. Contact was imminent. Jiraiya had his back leaned against a fence to conceal his presence from the two genin he was following. Well, the kid did say that this Sakura girl would knock him silly if he had done what he wanted to do. I guess it'd still be good for a laugh to see what happens to him, the Toad Sage said dastardly to himself. With that last decision, Jiraiya slowly whirled around to see what had become of his future student, only to be completely blown away. Out of all of the things he expected to see during his brief stay at Konoha, the very last thing, was seeing Naruto kissing the girl that he was so nervous about hugging. Taking in the sight before him, he smiled proudly at the step Naruto had taken. The kid had guts, that much was certain. Well, Jiraiya whispered to himself. Naruto was in absolute heaven. To think that things would turn out like this, it wasn't his intention, of course. But, it was really happening, he was kissing the girl of his dreams. Outside of his dreams. In the reflexive heat of the spontaneous moment, Naruto had flung his arms around Sakura's waist, while she, herself, had both of her hands placed upon his chest, inadvertently leaning into the kiss. With feelings that he thought he could never really experience, Naruto slowly shut his eyes, now knowing full damn well what was going on, and thoroughly enjoying the kiss. Sakura? Well, let's just say that her heart felt as though it were sinking into a pit of bliss. She could feel herself being pulled into the kiss even more, and to her absolute horror, she could not pull away. Indeed, she was perfectly capable of prying herself away and knocking Naruto all the way to shit-dome come, however, her body was paralyzed. Her pupils trembled, as did her knees. Sakura could feel herself weakening at Naruto's gentle embrace and warmth, finding it frighteningly impossible to loosen herself from him. It was far too overpowering. You son of a bitch. Who do you think you are? Sakura thought bitterly. Despite her distasteful thoughts, a sudden wave of desire that flooded into her body rocked the very core of her being. No. I don't want this. No. The waves of unwanted urges that she was suddenly struck by were far too great. Without realizing it, Sakura's eyes slowly squinted in a last-ditch attempt to break free from her cage of wants and needs. Instead, the pink-haired kunoichi's pupils rolled to the back of her head, before her eyelids closed. There they stood, in total silence, completely oblivious of the surroundings. Heavenly whiteness engulfed their surroundings, as the greatest feeling that either genin could possibly hope to experience, was washed over them in an instant. It was a still and savourable kiss, one that was never to be forgotten. It was truly bliss. Both genin simply melted at each other's touch, as though they had both found their rightful place in each other's grasp. As time went on, Sakura's mind became flustered with various thoughts, most of which were centered around the blonde kissing her. This can't be happening, not with you. What are you doing to me? Why can't I pull away? Why are you doing this to me? Sakura thought to herself, trying desperately to sort out what she was feeling at that moment. Why am I allowing this to happen? I love Sasuke-kun. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke-kun, Sasuke-kun. Naruto started to think he might have been dreaming after a while. To be this close to the love of his life, and without her pulling away? It couldn't be more perfect. In fact, it was too damn good to be true. If memory and years of dreadful experience were a key example, then good things like this never happened to him. Although these thoughts plagued Naruto's mind at this time, that didn't stop him from feeling what was present to him right now. To him, that's all that mattered. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Naruto felt his lips forcefully part from Sakura's. Not too much later after that, he heard a raged and vengeful scream assault his ears. He opened his eyes to see a pale fist about to crush his face, and it did. Something wasn't slightly odd, however. This wasn't one of those punches that sent Naruto flying in a comical display of ridiculous chemistry. No, this was a punch, a fully directed, intentionally hurtful punch. He could feel it, and it hurt. Since Jiraiya was still watching the development unfold, his proud smile soon morphed into a shocked look of disbelief. Naruto was just decked by the girl he liked, and to make matters complicated, she looked really pissed, seriously enraged. With his arms still crossed, the white-haired toad sage whirled his body back to lean on the fence and just listen to the development unfold instead of watching it. You sorry, pathetic, piece of hapless loser trash. You worthless, disgraceful, shit-eating termite. How dare you do that to me? What the hell? Gave you the right, Naruto? Naruto just sat there, holding his sore and bruised cheek in surprise and predominant despair. He had never ever seen Sakura look so enraged. Her eyes were full of what could only be seen as hatred for him. But Sakura-chan, I thought that dash. Thought I what? Enjoyed it? Sakura screamed, silencing Naruto completely. You think I'd enjoy being kissed by a clueless fool like you, Naruto? Never. I don't believe you, you stupid idiot. Naruto felt his heart breaking at Sakura's words. He knew that Sasuke was the one her favorites list, but to say such things, because of an accident? It was slowly becoming too much to take, and Naruto wanted it to end at that very instant. Sakura-chan. Shut up, Naruto. Just shut up and don't call me Sakura-chan. When will you ever get things through your impenetrable head? I don't like you and I never did. Sasuke is my one and only, but you just can't seem to get that, can you? No. You're like a mindless beast. A mindless beast who doesn't know when to give up something he'll never win. You're a failure. You're just as much as a freak as that thing inside of you, Sakura persisted without mercy. That was a low blow. For starters, how long had Sakura known about the Kyuubi no Kitsune inside of him? What part of it being inside of him made him a freak? More importantly of all, why was his heart quibbling with a feeling that he hadn't experienced since his journey to the land of waves? All of these questions surfed Naruto's now bowed head, darkening his eyes behind his hair. He lowered the arm that he used to caress his sore cheek to his side. It's no wonder everyone hates you. It's no wonder you're an outcast. You think that you can just stroll on here and do whatever the hell you want. You're nothing but an animal, Sakura shouted. That was the last straw. Naruto's hand was suddenly with one major twitch. It was at this exact moment that Sakura's brain finally caught up to her mouth. Once it did, she didn't make a sound. She just stood there, trying to process everything she had just said to Naruto. As she did, she could feel something different, like something was out of place. However, before she even had a chance to speak again, Naruto raised his head and glared at Sakura with the most frighteningly bloodlusting, demonic eyes that she had ever seen in her life. The blonde genin's irises became blood red and his pupils were slanted vertically. At the very sight of this, Sakura let out a terrified gasp and froze where she stood. She began to tremble as she was, now, hopelessly lost within Naruto's demonic eyes. Top that all of with the fact that Sakura felt something coming from her comrade, something that she'd never expect to feel from Naruto, especially towards her. But it was as plain as the skin on her face. It was hatred. Sakura's knees began to shake violently. And Naruto? She barely managed to choke out through her overwhelming fear. In turn, Naruto's eyes slowly changed back to the ocean blue color they had once possessed. Only this time they were overflowing with deprivation, betrayal, and a powerful grieving intensity. Is that what you really see me as, Sakura? He asked in quiet sorrow. An animal. A mindless beast, just like all the others do. Sakura couldn't utter a single word in her defense. A part of her wanted to say that he had no reason to be sad, that he should be happy that he's even allowed to live in this village, but she couldn't do it. She was virtually incapable of producing words at that moment. Things only got complicated when Sakura actually witnessed saddening tears well up within Naruto's blue eyes. You, of all people that I dash? Not even able to bring himself to finish his sentence, the tears he attempted to hold back cascaded down his face with full force, yet kept the sternness of his voice in check. Fine. I understand, Sakura, he solemnly stated. With that, the heartbroken Naruto turned completely around, launching excess drops of tears from the rims of his eyes. Seeing him turn his back on her, Sakura frowned at Naruto, but at the same time, She felt as though her heart was literally being torn from her chest cavity, as though it were trying to close the growing distance between the blue-eyed blonde and herself. With this feeling quickly becoming too much to bear, Sakura's frown became much deeper as she clenched her teeth together and latched her hand over aching heart. Where do you think you're going? Sakura said bitterly to no one in particular, but addressed it to Naruto. I didn't say I was finished tearing you a new one, Baka. Despite her harsh words, unchecked and unnoticed tears ran down her face like a river of torment and pain. Each beat that her heart emitted sent shockwaves of agony throughout her body. She glared harder at the vanishing form of the distant Naruto, cursing him for the mysterious pain she was suffering. It's your own goddamn fault, she whispered. Jiraiya had heard more than enough. He remained where he was, unconsciously clamping onto his own arm with a death grip because of the things he had just heard. With Whis' usual calm look was replaced with a squinted sneer, Jiraiya listened to the upcoming footsteps that belonged to Naruto. As the blonde genin walked right past him, he failed to notice his supervisor's existence, lost in the void of his own dejection. It was heart-wrenching. Naruto, he thought rather nostalgically. Without letting another thought come into his mind, the aged hermit decided to leave it alone for now, and disappeared in a flash of smoke. At the high balcony of a house that was nearby, the face of a certain blonde female was drenched in tears that simply would not die. Shaking her head and heaving whispering sobs, the turquoise-eyed female drank in everything that she had just seen and heard. Sakura. How could you? Chapter 2. A little later that day, at the oh-so-famous Ichiraku Ramen, the customer favorite, Naruto, was ingesting another serving of ramen. To Naruto, visiting the food stand after only 10 minutes was a sort of ritual for him. This time, however, something was out of whack, completely out of place and unfamiliar. At least that's what Tuchi's beautiful daughter, Ayam, felt. Since her father's shift was over that day, Ayam gladly took charge of Ichiraku. Yet, she wasn't so pleased with what she was seeing that day. Naruto had come back for a second coming of the godly wonderment, that is ramen, but in absolutely no way did he seem ecstatic about it as he usually did, and it definitely showed when the blonde genin actually savored his meal. He savored his meal. Instead of slooping down bountiful servings of the stuff like the bottomless pit of a shinobi he was, Naruto slurped up considerably small ones and bit down it to prevent his mouth from getting too full. To make things just plain complicated, he actually blew on the ramen to cool it off. Who does that? Noticing this, Ayam reluctantly attempted to console the obviously troubled boy, while effortlessly preparing more ramen. Hey, Naruto, Ayam said, garnering the boy immediate attention, as he had finished a serving. Yeah, he responded without his usual cheery disposition. Are you feeling alright? Did something happen earlier today? She asked. Naruto slurped up another modest serving of ramen and swallowed it before he stared down at his nearly empty bowl. No, I'm not, and yes, something did, he flawlessly replied, without even batting an eye. A twinge of doubt after hearing Naruto's sudden bluntness stung Ayam, causing her to cease her cooking out of impulse. If there's anything you want to talk about, I appreciate it, Ayam. But I don't want you to waste your time. Thanks anyway, Naruto said unmovingly. Quite saddening indeed. Ayam focused her gaze upon Naruto's crystal blue eyes and just felt like crying. She became so used to the crack-happy lugnut that it was just too heartbreaking to see that he was in obvious pain. What bothered her the most was that he didn't want to talk about it, not even with her. Used to be, whenever Naruto had something on his mind and decided to drown his sorrows in ramen, either Ayam or Tuchi would always be the one to talk to him and console him while he ate, and always left their stand in a lightened mood. Always. Now, however, he seemed so distant. Poor Naruto. I think something really bad must have happened to him. I can see it in his eyes, Ayam thought sadly to herself, as she stared at Naruto sympathetically. It was around this time that someone who had been following Naruto decided that confrontation was an immediate order. The follower wondered why she even cared this much about the former ninja academy dropout. She certainly never gave him the time of day when they had class together, a definite mind-bender to be sure. She just felt compelled to do so. She couldn't just sit there and watch him wallow in passive-aggressive despair. It just wasn't right, especially for someone who seemed so happy before. She walked out into the open and approached Ichiraku. Naruto was now on his last serving. It was definitely something new, even to him. It took him 10 whole minutes to finish 2 bowls of ramen, and he wanted to savor the very last serving to its fullest. A new sensation, that much was certain. As he clamped his chopsticks onto the noodles, he slowly lifted them up to his mouth, blew on them to cool off and tenderly placed the severing inward. However, before Naruto could even taste any of it, an infuriatingly familiar voice called out from behind him. And Naruto. The very sound. And treble. of that voice caused Naruto to flinch greatly and impulsively clamped his teeth down upon his chopsticks, snapping their tips off. After remaining in that pose for small time, Naruto pulled the broken chopsticks away from his mouth, before calmly setting them down beside his bowl. He opened his mouth and slowly pulled out the tips that he had bitten off, one at a time, flicking them away. With new splinters in his gums, Naruto didn't even bother to look at the female whom owned the voice that called him. He knew all too well. "What do you want, Eno?" Naruto practically spat before his hands unconsciously moved to the sides of his wooden stool. "Did you come here to bitch at me too? Well, bring it on, already." The blonde turquoise's face cringed, but she steeled her will and used it all to edge close to Naruto and take the stood next to him. "And no, of course not, Naruto. I just dash," Eno began to speak, before her eyes trailed down to where Naruto's hands were. The irritated pineapple-haired genin was unwittingly carving deep indents in his wooden seat with his nails and fingertips, without giving her so much as eye contact. With eyes now widened, a feeling that welled up inside Eno at this time was as unsettling as it was confusing. Naruto never made her nervous before, but just staring at him with that empty sneer on his face while whittling the poor stool he sat on into nothing, she gulped hard and tried to find the right words. I just wanted tea to say that dash." Naruto rose from his seat, reached into his pocket and pulled out the right amount of money to pay for his meal, practically slammed it on the counter in front of Iam, and turned the other direction. "You know what, Eno? Save it, 'cause I ain't buying it," he hissed with intensity before walking away with giving either Eno or Iam a second thought. At this very moment, Eno's face cringed with guilt and shame. She bit her lower lip and closed her eyes tightly to prevent a rainfall of tears from cascading down her delicate face. However, before she knew it, the tears fell without hesitation, as she was finally able to whisper what needed to be said, a long time. "Naruto, I'm sorry." "What nerve," Naruto whispered to himself, as he attempted to walk his abundant irritation off, "what nerve." The blonde genin had never thought that Eno would go so far. An apology was the absolute last thing that he wanted from her, and she was one of the last people he really wanted to see at that time. After all, she was just another figment of his troubled past. Since they graduated from the academy, however, they haven't seen much of each other, something that Naruto was grateful for. He did not like Eno, and he certainly hadn't the trouble hiding it, until now. He was pissed, irritated and depressed, but most of all, he was crushed. He inwardly questioned how Sakura known of Kyuubi. And if she knew, why was she able to tolerate it until now? Things just didn't make sense anymore. Naruto's mind was thrown into a whirlpool of doubts and despair as he remembered the terrible things that she said to him. They were supposed to be friends, at the very most, despite his hopeless infatuation with her. All things aside, it was rather difficult to see where they stood, now, seeing how Sakura's actions were no different from a common villager. And that's what hurt the most. Who else secretly hated him? Who else would just turn the evil eye and slam him down like she did? As Naruto continued his stroll, he suddenly felt himself becoming very downhearted. Why did things have to be this way? I didn't want Sakura to hate me. All I wanted to do was make her know how much I cared, and now, because of this thing, Naruto clutched his hand around the area where the fire seal was located upon his belly and began to tear up again. "It's not fair." "Naruto," a familiar voice spoke out, stopping the blue-eyed boy in his tracks. "Naruto, what's wrong?" The person who owned the voice was none other than Irika Umino. The tanned academy teacher heard Naruto's voice from around the corner, then peeked around only to see him crying. That was never a good thing, especially for someone who always seemed to be happy. It was a bad look for Naruto, and Irika wasn't particularly used to seeing him in that state. "Why, Irika-sensei," Naruto begged, lowering his head, whistled, his voice crackled. "How come she, of all people, had to say those things to me? I thought she was my friend." Irika had absolutely no idea what Naruto was talking about, but whatever it was tearing him apart. The chunin was silent as he stared down at Naruto, while trying to hold back any sadness himself. "Why did he curse me to this hell, Irika-sensei? Why did he put this thing inside of me, and make everyone hate me simply for being alive? I don't understand," Naruto wailed, becoming more and more downhearted. Irika knew what his former student was talking about right then and there. The yondaime. But Naruto's words had some ring of truth to them. Over time, Irika came to wonder the exact same thing. Why did it have to be Naruto? For that matter, why did Kyuubi attack in the first place? If that vile demon hadn't shown its ugly head in the first place, then maybe. No, it's too late now, but, Irika thought to himself, as he looked down to the, still, tearing Naruto. "Hey!" The blonde genin looked up at his former sensei with the same teary expression embedded into his face. Before he knew it, two arms wrapped around him, locking him into an embrace filled of warmth and understanding. Naruto? You know how painful it is to keep it all inside, I know you. Go ahead, let it out, son. No one will blame you, Iruka consoled. That was more than enough for Naruto, as he did just that. His head buried itself into Iruka's shoulder and he cried, long and loud. He didn't care who else may have been watching. He didn't care how high the probability was of someone snickering behind his back. He was so lost in his sorrow, in fact, that he didn't even notice her running away from the scene after hearing everything. Back at the Haruno household, Sakura sat on her knees upon her bed, while mindlessly banging her forehead against the wall in frustration and massive confusion. God damn it, what's wrong with me? She griped in between her head bashes. After only a few more seconds of that, Sakura ceased her missing link actions and fully collapsed to her side. Now racked with pain, she curled into a ball and wrapped her arms around her aching head. I can't take my mind off of him, she groaned. How dare he kiss me? I told him that Sasuke was the one I wanted and he kissed me anyway. Bakame. Two things were tearing into the pink-haired Kunoichi at this time. First was that kiss. The very idea of kissing Naruto was far beyond the limits of her imagination, but it happened. It happened and it felt as real as everything else that had ever happened between them. Second, was what she said to him. She didn't even understand why she felt so rotten inside. It wasn't like she'd never tore him a new one before, so what made today any different? I've never seen him cry before, her mouth blurted out, as she unwittingly became melancholy. Did I really dash? Sakura snapped out of her disposition, replacing it with that of an angry one. Oh, get a grip, Sakura. It's what he gets for pulling shit like that, she declared. Shinaro. Don't be an idiot. Naruto's a fantastic kisser. Sakura's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates, when she heard her inner voice saying such things. What the hell? No. There's no way I could have dashed. Yeah right. You've got half a mind to go back there and do it again. Flustered and flabbergasted, Sakura gawked at the fact that her inner persona was turning against her in such a way. Never. If I ever see him again it'll be too soon. I eat you. That's right. Keep denying it until you explode. Shut up. Or you can keep denying it, until you crash to your knees, and suck on his dash. Shut up. Before Sakura could even snap out of the conversation with herself, she completely rolled off of her bed, landing face first on the wooden floor. There, she remained, for minutes on end, trying to soothe the aching pain in her heart and sort all of her thoughts again, mostly trying to divert them from Naruto, but that proved to be an aggravating impossibility. Whenever she would try to erase his existence from her memory, the thoughts of him kissing her vividly replayed within the confines of her mind. In heated frustration, Sakura shot off of the floor and landed swiftly upon her feet, only to throw herself onto her bed again. Landing face first onto her large pillow, Sakura screamed at the top of her lungs, while kicking her legs up and down. She continued her muffled howls of torment and failed to notice a frantic knock at her front door downstairs. Eno was sitting at the top of a staircase outside of a house that wasn't her own, after pounding on the door, for what she surmised as the 4th time. With one leg crossed over the other, Eno impatiently tapped her fingers on one of her knees, while leaning back on her other hand, just sitting there, waiting. I know you heard me, god damn it, the blonde Kunoichi cursed under her breath. After waiting an extra minute or so, Eno finally lost it. She rose up, stomped toward the door and started pounding on it with a lot more force. Sakura. Sakura, I know you're home, now open up, she yelled. At this point Eno didn't even give a flying fuck whether her friend's mother was home or not. The urgency of having to see her couldn't wait any longer than it already had. Eno ceased her psycho-knocking, only when she heard footsteps padding their way to her direction. With anticipation building within her, Eno took a couple of steps back from the door and started pacing madly to soothe the soul-searing anger that was welling up inside. Within a few more moments the door finally opened, revealing a red-eyed and frowning Sakura. Oh, it's you, Sakura practically spat out. What do you want, Eno P? Without given any time to think or to react in the slightest, Sakura's senses were thrown off and nearly shattered when a vengeful, lightning-quick punch connected with the right end of her face, sending a trail of warm saliva spewing out of the pink-haired Kunoichi's mouth. With the force of the blow, Sakura was actually lifted off of her feet as she was hurled back into her house. She landed face first onto the wooden floor. Taking only a short time to fully assess what had just happened, Sakura drowsily lifted her torso off of the floor, while holding the left side of her face. Eno stood over the now glaring Sakura, with her breath heavy and her fists curled. Eno, Sakura growled, before shifting her aching jaw with her hand to soothe the pain. What the hell? Eno sneered. Me? I'm the one who should be asking you, Sakura, she yelled. Miffed by this audacity, Sakura immediately rose from the floor and glared kunai at Eno. First off, what the hell are you talking about? Second, who on God's green earth do you think you are, coming here and pulling shit like that? She shouted. Eno took on a look of mock shame. Oh, I'm sorry. I was so lost in my vortex of tooth-grating anger that I'd forgotten to take my sandals off, she mocked as she removed said footwear and set them next to the door. Letting herself in, the heated blonde slammed the door behind her shut, never breaking eye contact with her longtime rival. Sakura, on the other hand, was not having any of that. She marched up to Eno and got right in her face. And where do you get the guts, thinking you can come into my house after that? She demanded, as she was very tempted to spit in the blonde kunoichi's face. Instead of a straightforward answer to her question, Sakura received a swift backhand to the untouched side of her face, an action that finally set it all off. You bitch, Sakura howled with fury. The pink-haired female tackled her longtime friend, sending her stumbling back, until she hit the door, knocking the wind out of her. In a rage, Sakura flipped the distraught blonde over her shoulder completely and kicked her away. Eno skillfully caught balance and slid back upon the sleek wooden floor, remaining crouched down. Who's really the bitch here, Sakura? He liked you, he really liked you. But that wasn't good enough for you, was it? You just had to shoot him to flames and stomp on the ashes, didn't you? Sakura flinched back. Realizing at that point that Eno had seen and heard everything that happened earlier that day, she knew that denying it was beyond stupid. Don't come to me with that. I don't like Naruto that way and I did what I did to let him know that, Sakura adamantly defended. Eno scoffed at what she was hearing. Oh, I'm really convinced, Sakura. That's just what I needed to hear from a heartless bitch like you, she shouted, while pointing at the jade-eyed female. Sakura's face hardened, feeling her heart pound through her chest with anger and adrenaline. I'm warning you, Eno. Get out of my house, she growled. Eno rose to her feet and glared right back at Sakura. Oh yeah? And what are you gonna do if I don't, Sakura? Are you gonna hurt me, huh? Are you gonna tear into me like a hot knife through butter and call me a monster? Sakura's teeth clenched hard as the blonde's words crawled underneath her skin. Well, the joke's on you, because there's no way that you can hurt me, or anyone else, the way you hurt Naruto, she declared with a mixture Raito's fury and grief-struck determination. Sakura's eyes flared with rage. That's it, she howled before charging at Eno in full force. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Konoha, Naruto and Jiraiya had been traveling further and further away from their home village. Just to point out the obvious, Jiraiya was a little ticked that Naruto was nearly impossible to get a rise out of after the little incident earlier that day, and he wasn't feeling any better, seeing as how Naruto was still moping around. With Naruto lagging behind, the aged mountain hermit sneered as he looked straight ahead. He's still upset. Well, in his current state he won't survive this stage of his training, he thought to himself. With that last thought, Jiraiya stopped in his tracks. With Naruto failing to notice this in time, his face rammed into Jiraiya's back. Pulling away and rubbing his face to ease the pain, Naruto glared at his supervisor. Hey! Ero-sanin, what did you stop so suddenly for? He griped. Jiraiya was silent for a brief moment, before responding. Naruto. The blue-eyed Jinchuriki stopped caressing his face and stared at Jiraiya in slight confusion. What is it? Without turning to look at his younger counterpart, the white-haired toad sage continued. Are you still worried about that Sakura girl? He asked knowingly. Well, Naruto began to say, but was cut off by his own doubt as he tried to search for the words to describe exactly how he was feeling now. I don't. That was more than enough for Jiraiya, who spun around and stared Naruto dead in his eyes. Well then, in that case, I feel it's my sworn duty to say, get over it, he said coldly. Naruto flinched at the biting statement. What? I don't stutter, Naruto. Women come and go, that's a role of life that everyone suffers through whether it's fair or not. This Sakura is no exception. Moping around like a rock on a Sunday evening won't bring her to her knees, Naruto. She's already made it clear how she feels, Jiraiya said without wavering in the slightest. All Naruto could do was stand there and gawk at what he was hearing, without having a single word in response to it. So, what are you gonna do, Naruto? Are you gonna whine and cry over her, hoping for her affections, or are you gonna suck it and be a man? It's time that you stop acting like a simple child, and stand on your own 2 feet, like a shinobi. It's your call. Much to Naruto's great surprise, he actually felt a gaggle of relief after hearing those words. He would have never thought that the exact words that he told himself would be heard from someone else, especially from Raunchy McPervert himself. It was enough to put a very content, yet nostalgic smile on his face, much to Jiraiya's own relief. Well, okay, then. Let's get your intense training underway, shall we? Chapter 3. Back at Konoha, the unlikely, comedic duo, better known as Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi, rushed through the quiet streets. I think she ran this way, Choji said, while actually managing to keep up with Shikamaru without tiring out. What do you think got her so wound up? Shikamaru, the lazy cloud lover, simply turned to Choji with his ever-famous lazy eye and sighed. The hell if I know, Choji. But why are we trying to follow her around anyway? She's probably just gonna yell at us for stalking her, or what the hell ever, he said. Choji sighed as well. Yeah, probably, but what if she gets herself in trouble or something? What kind of teammates could we call ourselves if we sat by and did nothing about it, if we could help it, he asked. Shikamaru groaned in lazy frustration. Okay fine. Geez, he sighed. Before the trail could even grow cold, Choji and Shikamaru followed it to the Haruno household. Stopping in front of the house, the two genin looked at it with piqued curiosity. So what would Ino-chan want to go to Sakura-san's place for? Choji asked, scratching his head. Again with your questions for which, I have no answers. Why? Shikamaru griped quietly, and not at all, exertingly, seeing as how he was still the same lazy bum, who couldn't even do that in a state of anger. Before Choji could even respond, he could have sworn that he heard a vengeful scream, followed by a loud crash coming from the Haruno's place. Both genin looked long and hard at the house and listened for more noises, as not to barge in without fully knowing what was going on. As they listened deeper and longer, they were certain that they heard the voices of Eno and Sakura followed by other various crashes. Come on, Sakura. Admit it. You totally wanted it and you can't have it now, because you're a complete bitch, Eno's voice hollered out. Fuck, Eno. Fuck you, came the enraged voice of Sakura. Many loud and obnoxious crashes could be heard coming from the house, and this really started to worry Choji. Shikamaru, not so much. Man, it sounds like they're getting physical in there, Choji said with his voice full of concern. Shikamaru turned a dismissive eye away from the source of the noise. Oh come on, already let's just go. We've wasted enough time around here, and getting ourselves involved with girl talk would be an even further waste of time. Let's go, he said. But no. I don't want to hear it. There's nothing more irritating than getting in the middle of a cat fight. Believe me. I know, Shikamaru cut in. Choji lowered his head and sighed. Besides, unless Eno and Sakura were, totally making out on the living room floor for us to see, then I really don't Shikamaru ceased his talking and suddenly plastered a disarmored look. Choji looked at his friend with silent determination and a glimmering eye. Without a single word between them, both genin dashed at frightening speeds to get to a window. However, before they could get their hopes up any further, they were greeted with the sight of Sakura slamming Eno's head into a television set. Sakura stood back from Eno, who rose to her feet and brushed off the discarded glass. If he didn't kiss me I wouldn't have had to act up like that. Things were just fine until he did it, Sakura hollered with anger. Eno charged at Sakura, who prepared for her attack, but was caught by surprise when the blonde abruptly slipped her foot against her friend's, prying her legs apart. After losing her balance, Sakura wasn't able to counter the oncoming snap kick to her delicate face, sending her spinning face-first into a wall, slightly bouncing back due to the recoil. Not giving Sakura a second to recover, Eno forcefully slammed her head against the wall, and used her free hand to lock the pink-haired kunoichi into a chicken wing. Sakura let out a raspy and shrilled yell of rage and pain. Lir, Eno screamed, you lying bitch. You loved what Naruto did to you. You enjoyed it. I saw you with my own two eyes. In a moment of impulsive reflex, Sakura effortlessly released herself of the chicken wing, turning herself around, and using the recoil she gained from the spin to deliver a staggering knee to Eno's abdomen. With the force of the blow, Eno was lifted off of her feet, choking and gasping for air. Sakura acted immediately, by clasping both hands onto the blonde's jawline, before spinning around and slamming her into the wall in the same spot and position, minus the chicken wing. Before Eno could push herself off, Sakura viciously locked her foot into the blonde's lower back, causing her to writhe in agony, sliding down to her knees. Without remorse, Sakura knelt down to Eno's level, while forcing her face against the wall. What the hell do you know, Eno pig? You're only saying those things, because you're after Sasuke-kun. That's it, isn't it? She yelled in her longtime friend's ear. Eno squinted her eyes, before quickly moving her head to the side, causing Sakura's hand to slam a hole into the wall. Wasting no time in the slightest, Eno jerked her head back, slamming it right into Sakura's face, forcing her back into a standing position. Eno, then, rolled back with her legs curled, and delivered a kick to the pink-haired female's midsection with enough power to send her stumbling back in a slight daze. The blonde kunoichi followed up her assault, by using her rolling maneuver as leverage to rise to her feet, before spinning around and catching Sakura's face with a spin kick, sending the jade-eyed pink spinning in the air, before crashing to the ground. Because of that display of mind-bending skill, Sakura was now royally distraught, as she tried numerous times to pick herself, but only fell back down in some ridiculous way. Eno solidified her fighting stance and glared at Sakura. You have no idea what you've done to him, do you, Sakura? It's like he's gone, now, Eno griped. At hearing Eno's infuriating words, Sakura shot to her feet and was surprisingly in tears. God damn it, Eno. Did you come here to fuck with me? I told you, I don't give a damn. I can't take back what's been done, and that's that, she hollered, before charging at Eno, once again. The turquoise returned her friend's charge, both females yelling with their fists reeled back. Without a single ounce of hesitation, the two girls' fists collided with each other's faces at the exact same moment. With all sorts of disheartened feelings and nostalgic memories rushing through them at that moment, both females remained in that spot for what felt like a small eternity. Suddenly, they simultaneously shot their eyes open, and glared at one another again with their fists remaining lodged within each other's face. With tears still falling from Sakura's face without her consent, Eno frowned even deeper at her. Look at you. You look pathetic, Eno insulted. Sakura inwardly flinched as she caught the width of that insult. Shut up, Eno. Just shut you, she yelled in a blind fury. What's wrong, Sakura? Does it hurt? Does it sting? Do you hate yourself for what you did to him? Well, come on, bitch. Don't stop on my account, let me hear how much you regret ever rejecting him, Eno boldly irked. After hearing every bit of truth in Eno's words, Sakura felt her anger shoot through her head, before she viciously began pushing her fist into her face, causing the blonde-haired kunoichi's eyes to forcefully avert away due to the pressure being put on her face. Before Eno knew it, Sakura's fist drove itself past her faces, forcing her neck to twist with much force, recoiling her bobbing head to a straight position, before a rock-solid fist connected to the other side of her face, sending her flying away to the side and sliding across the wooden floor. The only thing to cease Eno's sliding was a wooden chair that was stationed at the dining room table. Shattering the chair on impact, Eno laid there, half buried in broken chair pieces, before she opened her eyes and saw Sakura charging at her. Reacting quickly, Eno grabbed a broken chair leg and chucked it at the unsuspecting Sakura. Hitting her face with an almost comical crack of both the chair leg and her face, Sakura stumbled forward while falling and landed head first onto the table. With her pink-haired friend looming over her, with nothing but her head on the table, keeping her from falling, Eno quickly latched her hands onto the floor, before pulling herself forward, sliding past Sakura's legs. Rising to her feet almost immediately, Eno ran over to the, now, dizzy Sakura, snatched her by her hair and repeatedly started slamming her head against the table itself. Slam. You cold. Slam. Unfeeling. Slam. Bitch. Without realizing how much they had already watched, Choji and Shikamaru stared on at them, until they lazy Genin threw his arms in the air and huffed. That's it, I'm gone, Shikamaru said disconcertingly, as he was inwardly disappointed about not seeing any action. What a troublesome drag. Choji shot his head to his friend who was walking away with his hands in his pocket. Wait. Shikamaru, you're leaving, he said. Do you see any other reason we should stay? Yes. The possibly scenario of rough and crazy make-up sex, Choji retorted. This little possibility halted Shikamaru in his tracks for a few seconds, before his hand shot up to his side. No. I'm gone, he said before strolling off again. Meanwhile, back at the forest area far from the walls of Konoha, Naruto was on the ground using nothing but his arms for arc support, as he panted erratically to catch some much-needed air. Jiraiya looked down at the worn Genin and smiled at the boy's progress. Wow. His past altercation with Sakura must have really sparked a flame. The kid's progress is actually a little above average, but still, the aged Sannin thought to himself. Naruto ceased his heaving after he had caught enough breath and stared up at his supervisor with an obviously tired out look on his face. How you holdin' out? Jiraiya asked knowingly. Holdin' out? I'm spend, pervy sage, Naruto said through his fatigue. Jiraiya's smile grew. Good, now get up. We're not finished, he ordered. Naruto's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he heard what he thought he heard. What? What do you mean we're not finished? I've been spending nearly an hour pushing myself to the very limit, and then some. What more do you want me to do? He lamented. Jiraiya hardened his look to a glare. Well, for starters, you can stop your useless complaining. That won't get you anywhere, and second. Naruto tilted his head, and second. Jiraiya knelt down in front of the blonde boy and pointed at his stomach. Second, you'll have to learn how to rely on yourself without relying on yourself. For instance, when your Vey life is on the line, he said unwaveringly. Naruto, being the clueless badger that he was, tilted his head the other way. Myself without re-dash. What? What? I don't get it, and what do you mean when my life is on the line, huh? Jiraiya re-established his smile. When your chakra is at its limit at a time of great crisis, or any event endangering your very life, you'll have to dig deep and find the strength it takes to live on. Got it? There's a power inside of you that I'm sure, not even you are aware of. Through this section of your training, you will learn to awaken that power all on your own. If you're gonna get better and fast, then you're gonna have to stare death in the face and smile with a will that cannot be denied. Allow me to demonstrate, he said before lifting his finger to the dead center of Naruto's forehead. Naruto had just enough time to look up and see his supervisor's finger, before his head was pushed back with a seemingly harmless tap. Well, it would seem harmless, if not for the ridiculous amount of distance that Naruto had flown. Piercing through several bushes and passing several trees, Naruto hovered over that ground, until he was shot out into the open, where there was no ground to speak of. Despite the fact that his senses were still a little bit jarred, Naruto could feel what was underneath him, or rather, what wasn't underneath him. Hi-Hu God, Naruto managed to choke out before plummeting into the very large crevasse. Jiraiya's smile vanished, replacing it with a very serious expression. Now we'll see if he can finally pull it off. If he truly wants to live, then let's see it finally happen. Let's see him unleash the fox's chakra, at will, he said to himself. Back at the slowly deteriorating Haruno home, a scratched and slightly bloodied Eno was carefully stalking around the section of the house that was right next to Sakura's kitchen, leading to the living room. With Sakura nowhere in sight, Eno was on her toes and fully alert, but still blindly pissed. Do you hear me, Sakura? He's broken, now. You broke him and sealed him away. It's like he doesn't even have the same eyes anymore, Eno yelled with vigor. Before she continued her little rant, she heard quiet footsteps padding from behind her. Eno's pupils shunk, before she turned on a dime, readying herself to fight, only to be greeted with absolutely nothing. The blonde genin squinted her eyes, before she turned back around. Of course, it was at that moment, that Eno's caught the sight of a slightly more bloodied Sakura with wooden chair in her grip, reeling it back, ready to slam it across her head. Before Eno could even react, the pink-haired female did just that, shattering the poor chair into pieces. Whirling in a perfect circle, while maintaining her footing, Eno was unable to counter a powerful spin kick, as it contacted directly to the blonde's ribs, sending her flying into the kitchen. Naruto's a big boy, Sakura coldly declared, before reaching inside of a nearby cabinet and pulling out a frying pan. He'll get over it, just like all the other times I told him off and denied him. After her doubt-filled words, Sakura chucked the frying pan at Eno, who was struggling to recompose herself, before the pan collided with her forehead, making her body lean back a great deal, and flailing her arms out with one leg expending itself in the air. Without any hesitation, Sakura charged at Eno, ramming her stomach with a solid running punch, driving her into the wall. With Eno, now at her mercy, Sakura milked it for all it was worth, landing furious punches kicks all over the blonde's upper body and face. I hurt Naruto all the time, Ino. I don't care what happens after that because all he ever does is come back and try to ask me out, Sakura hissed out while matching most of her words with either a punch or a kick onto Eno's person. Deciding that she'd had enough, Eno spotted the discarded frying pan next to her feet. In a blind, yet incredibly accurate reflex, the turquoise-eyed genin flipped the pan with her foot up to her and, where she effortlessly caught it. She then let her body slide down the wall, timingly avoiding a finishing punch from Sakura, whose fist drove itself into the wall. Before Eno landed on the floor completely, she kicked her legs forward to knock Sakura's out and off the ground. Caught completely off guard by this move, the jade-eyed genin fell forward. In the reaction time of only an instant, Eno resourcefully positioned the flat end of the frying in direct line with Sakura's face. And pushed as hard as she could. With a loud plinning, Sakura's body folded back almost completely, as she flew out of the kitchen. When she landed flat on her back, Sakura immediately latched both hands onto her, now, bleeding face, as she muffled a ultra-loud scream from behind them. Seeing this, Eno hesitated, as she dropped the pan in front of herself. Watching her longtime friend rolling on the ground back and forth, holding her face, struck a heart-wrenching twinge of fear and slight regret through her. Eno slowly picked herself up to all fours, as she was dreadfully tempted to aid her fallen friend, until she reminded herself of what she had done and that she needed know what she had done, causing that weakness to vanish. With a will of iron, Eno sprung forward, taking only a few large and quick-paced steps toward the groaning Sakura, before pouncing upon her. With Eno on top of Sakura, in the straddle position, the blonde kunoichi snatched the collar of Sakura's red outfit, causing the pink-haired female's hands to fall from her face, revealing a wide-eyed, pain-filled one. Eno kicked things off with a merciless head bash to Sakura's forehead. Listen to yourself, Sakura. Do you really believe what you're saying? Do you think that Naruto's affections are meaningless? She pursued. Sakura shook herself out of the slight daze that she was in and glared at Eno. I never said that. I mean, I don't care about Naruto-kun's affections. Sasuke's are the only affections I'm looking for. And no stupid blonde boy with a pink addiction is gonna change that, she exclaimed in a little confusion as to what she had just said. Exactly. It was too late to take back what she had said. However, Eno could smell blood in the water, and despite the ultra-heated situation, it put a sadistic smile on her face. What was that, Sakura? Did I just hear that right? Eno taunted with the smile never leaving her face. Naruto what? Sakura blushed slightly before frowning deeply at the blonde girl on top of her. Shut up, she yelled, before Eno vengefully bashed her forehead against she friend's larger one again. Without a single moment to think, Eno used her legs to lift herself up, guiding Sakura with her. Still holding the jade-eyed genin by the collar, Eno spun around once and tossed Sakura across her living room. Falling, falling, falling. It was as though it was endless. A void of nothingness that would inevitably end any life. Staring down at that horrible blackness, the victim would fell prey to this very abyss, became wild-eyed and desperate. He couldn't speak. He could barely even think straight, due to the ever-present knowledge of impending death creeping up his spine. Oh God. I have to stop myself. If I don't, I'm gonna die, Naruto thought dreamfully to himself. With these disparate thoughts in mind, Naruto noticed several rocks pointing outward from the crevasse wall. Shifting his body's fall to the rocks, Naruto made a grab for one of them and successfully latched on, only to immediately slip off and continued his fatal descent, hitting a few rocks on his way back down. You've gotta be kidding. There's too much moisture on these rocks. I can't grab on. Despite the horribly obvious fact that there was no chance in frozen hell Naruto would be able to grab onto the rock without slipping, he persisted with vigor. But the results never changed. Throughout the void of death, the fading and echoing scream of the distressed genin could be heard. Writhing? He's been falling for nearly a minute now, the feeling of death creeping upon him with more darkening ferocity. With his chakra completely diminished and absolutely nothing to grab onto, Naruto stared back down at the abyss, watching, waiting, dreamfully anticipating when the bottom of Death's Canyon will greet him into the armed death himself. No. If I don't think of something quick, I really am gonna die. With these soul-rendering thoughts, Naruto could, now, fully hear his own heartbeat, as though it were a countdown of when he'd cross over to the other side. Die. Blackness. The raging bitch fight between Sakura and Eno was starting to get lethal. Both females were now in the completely desolated living room, standing off and staring each other down, more bloodied and beaten than ever. They were both on their last legs, now, the fatigue finally catching up to them. He loved you. He's the only one that I've ever seen, treat you with more respect than you deserve, and you spit in his face, Eno said with more bitter sadness than anger. Naruto isn't that special to me. When are you gonna get it through your head, Eno? That kiss didn't mean anything, damn it. He's just in the way of the affection of the person I'm really AF dash. Liar. Sakura flinched back. I don't believe you, in the slightest. Talk all you want, Sakura, but you may as well convince yourself of it first, Eno said through her cracking voice. You can fawn over Sasuke all you want, but don't you think that looking at someone who already treats you like a queen sounds more plausible? Sakura's face cringed. Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't you understand? I'm glad that I'm rid of him. Now he won't ever get in my way again, she said through her own crackling voice, unable to hold back a steady stream of agonized tears. That was the last straw. Eno couldn't take it anymore. To see this type of self-engraved delusion from her friend was more than what she was willing to take. Seeing as how either of them were barely able to keep a proper fighting stance without trembling, Eno decided to lead the final charge. Enough was enough. With fury building in her heart, again, Eno reeled her fist back. However, before she even knew it, Sakura's fist had already driven itself deep into her stomach, stopping her in her tracks. The blonde genin simply stood there without breathing, but occasionally sucking a heave of air out of bodily reflex. Don't come to my house trying to talk me into something that I would never want, Eno, Sakura calmly demanded, with tears still cascading down her face. I don't want Naruto, and it's perfectly clear that he'll never forgive me. Hearing what was just said, Eno looked up and glared at Sakura with more furious and knowing determination, which actually made Sakura waver greatly. The blonde didn't even have to speak anymore, she knew that she had made her point, as she stared into Sakura's tear-drenched eyes. With raw power and will, Eno forcefully removed her pink-haired friend's hand and delivered a punch of grand potential to Sakura's stomach. That was definitely something new to Sakura, a feeling that she would not soon forget. She could feel the wrath, the scorn. It was far too much to process, as she keeled over without making a single sound, her mouth gaping open and eye pupils fading into shadows of their former selves. After a few seconds of being lost to the void of agony, Sakura's face slowly cracked a frown, before she stared into Eno's eyes again, but they were filled with the same spiteful wrath that made the jade-eyed genin tremble. "Why does it matter so much to you? Why do you care?" Sakura howled, before reeling her fist back and delivering a vicious punch to center of Eno's face, which she made no attempt to block or dodge. Feeling Eno's intention to take the powerful punch, Sakura froze in place, staring at the blonde incredulously. Eno straightened herself back out and lowered her head, causing a thick trail of blood to run down her nose. After only a few moments, Eno grabbed Sakura's extended forearm, yanked it toward herself, and collided her fist with the side of the pink-haired genin's face with the same wrathful spite as before. Feeling as though she were about to faint, Sakura's eyes dimmed, as blood seeped from her mouth before she countered with another blow of her own. Things kinda went back and forth like that, with the two females exchanging blow after devastating and finishing blow, diminishing each other's strength and battering their bodies like none other. After the slam fest was finished, they immediately latched onto one another's shirts, reeled their head back a ways, and lounged forward with all that they were worth and more, colliding their foreheads together. There, they remained, staring into each other's eyes, in paralysis, heat, sadness, but most of all, shame. With both of their eyes losing their fire and determination, trails of their own blood trickled down each of their foreheads, causing time to become painfully slow. Without fighting it any longer, they collapsed to floor on their sides, face to face. Silence engulfed the entire house, as the two kunoichi stare into each other's eyes, neither one of them as vengeful as before. After 3 whole minutes of silence, a fresh steam of tear that had been held back since she arrived, burst out of Eno's eyes, but she was silent, aside from the occasional sobs that caused her to tremble. "We were both the same to him. He never did anything to hurt us and we treated him like dirt. I hate myself for not seeing this sooner, that he deserves every bit of respect that everyone else does," Eno sorrowfully cried. It was at those words. It was at that very moment, that everything had finally hit Sakura, hard. I really fucked up, didn't I?" Sakura asked with a ill-hearted smile and a very shaky voice, as she stared at her tearing friend. "I really hurt him this time. I've never seen him cry before. Never." Without holding back anymore, Sakura finally accepted that she may have torn away the most impotent people of her life, and cried. Like a river mourning in sorrow, tears gushed from Sakura's eyes, running down the side of her head. "He's always there when I really need him. He always helped me. He's always tried to be nice to me, but I threw it all right back at his face. What have I done, Eno?" she whimpered with a more trembling voice than ever. "What have I done to him?" Eno frowned, as she saw how much soul-shattering pain Sakura was in, now. Without her consent, Eno's tears became just as fierce and unrelenting as Sakura's. "Stop it. Don't cry. Please. I hurt him, too. I was one of the evil kids who would torment and make fun of him for reasons that I can't even figure out to this day. I just did," Eno choked out, almost lamenting. Sakura's tears never faltered as she cracked the same ill-hearted. "So that's why you came here and hit me, to punish yourself and I?" she asked rather knowingly, while simultaneously cursing herself for not seeing it sooner. Eno gave the exact same smile as her own tears never ceased. "You know me too well. Don't you?" she said, as she was relieved that Sakura had figured out her plan. After a few seconds, their smiles disappeared, leaving them to wallow in their despair and grief-stricken guilt. The silence didn't last too long, however. "I don't know if I can do it," Sakura suddenly said. Eno, knowing exactly what her friend was talking about, struggled greatly to shift her hand upward, barely managing to place it upon her cheek. "I know. I fear for the worst, too, but it has to be done," Eno consoled despite herself. Sakura solemnly nodded. They both knew what they had to do. Of course, it was around this time that a certain clicking could be heard from afar, sounding surprisingly familiar to Sakura. Then, in an instant, fear struck her down with the force of 1,000 bricks when she heard the door open, followed by a loud gasp. "SSSAKURA." The enraged voice of Mrs. Haruno echoed throughout the house, as she caught sight of what had befallen the destroyed calamity that was her house. Chapter 4. Darkness. That's all that could be seen. That's all that could be felt. Darkness. It was as though it had swallowed him whole, plunging him into the eternity of nothingness. His body was numb. His senses were dulled. But all in all, he was there, he could feel it. It was far too difficult to tell whether time was actually progressing, or not. He didn't even know how he was able to process anything at all. One thing he did know, was that he was no longer in the world from which he once hailed. Where am I? Did Did I die? It was a difficult concept to grasp, and not just a little depressing, but that seemed to be the case. Naruto's body felt as though it had run away from him and he felt weightless. It's dark, so very dark. As time went by, Naruto started to feel his will returning, little by little. After a while he felt as though he at least had the strength to sit up. Some of the feeling in his body had returned, as he made the nearly exhausting effort to lift himself up into a sitting position. Upon doing so, Naruto opened his eyes and was greeted with the sight of something that could only be described as an obscenely humongous cage. Upon the center of the cage was a small seal tablet. What is this? After staring at the cage for a while, Naruto finally regained enough will and strength to rise to his feet completely, taking a closer look at the giant cage. Upon doing this, however, an eerie red smoke began to emit through the bars of the chamber. The smoke loomed forward, and before he knew it, Naruto and the entire area around him was clouded by this ominous smoke. The combined feeling of the red smoke and the darkness itself caused Naruto's legs to weaken again, but he stood firm. Though he had to admit, he was a little nervous about his situation, given the fact that he had no idea where he was. After only a few seconds, Naruto heard a very, very, very deep and gruff-toned snicker coming from within the darkness of the cage. That was unsettling enough as it was, the fact that it gave Naruto the chill of his life was a killer. Things grew silent after that unsettling snicker, save for the deep and steady breathing emitting from the sealed chamber. Naruto gulped hard, before he decided to speak. Who's there? The loud snicker returned, but with more depth and treble. Right afterwards, a very humid and powerful gust of smelly wind blew from the cage and assaulted Naruto's senses, causing him to lift his arm over his face to repel the stench. Before Naruto could comment on how putrid that was, like he would normally do, he saw two red and glowing slits form front of him. These thin slits slowly widened in horizontal width, before they shot open, revealing themselves to be very large demonic eyes. Naruto flinched back as he saw this and was suddenly riddled with, not only more questions than answers, but a fear that he has never been subjected to in his entire life. What? What is this aura? This feeling? After his thoughts, Naruto was greeted with a much more nerve-rattling sight, a giant, fang-beared, Cheshire smile underneath the demonic eyes. Naruto froze in his spot, trembling with fear. So, we meet at last. The voice was thundering and demonic, an abominable and wretched sound of wrath and dominance. Hearing the nearly deafening voice, Naruto took one step back, before a set of very large claws sprung between the bars, barely missing Naruto's face by mere centimeters. The blonde ninja jumped back out of pure terror and stared wide-eyed at the enormous claws that would have most likely rent him of his face. You're terrified. How torturous. To be bound to this tiny cage without the chance of devouring the flesh of delectable prey and picking my teeth with his bones. Fear makes prey taste so much better. Naruto drank in everything he had just heard and grew even more afraid. However, through his indomitable fear, Naruto also drank in what he saw in front of him. A cage, a seal, and a giant beast. Things started to add up a little. Don't look so surprised, youngling. You should be honored to finally meet what has been kept sealed within you for the entirety of what could loosely be called your life. Naruto's expression changed immediately to that of realization, not only of the fact that he was definitely alive, but of what was smack dab in front of him. Inside me. So you're Dash? Yes. It is I. Kyuubi no Kitsune. King of the Bijou. To think. I have been reduced to enduring the monotonous task of keeping you alive to ensure my own survival. You, a puny human youngling, who is the vessel to which I have been granted eternal suffering. Your very sight irritates me. Naruto's nerves suddenly hardened without his consent and he scoffed. Oh really, and just what is a lowly demon fox gonna do if he's trapped in a cage? If you ask me, it's pretty pathetic. Kyuubi's smile widened and his eyes squinted with murderous intent, as he growled viciously. Frankly, I don't see the point of making empty threats if you can do nothing to back em up, fox. Kyuubi snarled a demonic chuckle at the boy. You have always had quite the nerve, haven't you, Kit? Always talking up and puffing up with something to prove. I've watching you for quite some time. I know why you are always fighting. I know why you hold on so dearly to your pathetic dreams. I know why every living soul in your village hates you, detests you, repels you. Naruto's eyes darkened behind his hair. Yeah, so do I. It because of ye. The blonde genin glared hatefully at the demon fox before him, causing the vile creature to smile deviously at him, as though he already knew where he was going with this. It's because of you. It all because of you. You attacked our village and destroyed so many lives. You were the cause of every bad thing that ever happened in my life. People, they blamed me for crimes that you committed. They treated me so horribly. It's because of you, that dash, your would-be mate despises you. Naruto's eyes shot wide open. What? Oh? Thought I didn't know, huh? Well, I've got news for you, kid. I know everything. Your dreams. Your nightmares. Your thoughts. Your feelings. Your sickening fantasies. Kyuubi shuddered at his last words. Honestly, you must have really liked this. Sakura bitch, haven't you? Naruto's body twitched with silent rage. What? Did I strike a nerve, kid? Don't you ever talk about Sakura like that. A long, slime-written tongue seeped through the fox's teeth, and licked across them with sadistic pleasure. You're still hopelessly in love with her, kid? How laughable. She, who has scorned you to the bone. She, who would rather see you dead than, how do you say? Go out with you. Shut up. She, who would never accept what you are. I said shut up. She, who only cares for this Sasuke prick, as you so humbly see him as, and leaves you rotting on a string dash. Shut up. Kyuubi's smile disappeared. It doesn't matter what happened, then. The important thing is that you fork over your strength, fox. Kyuubi's eyes dimmed. What? Are you trying to give orders to Kyuubi? You have a lot more nerve than I can remember. You arrogant little choot. Naruto scoffed again. Yeah, ya keep talking like you don't give a damn. But I, for one, don't think I want to fathom what would happen to you if I went splat. Kyuubi growled irritatingly. That's what I thought. Now be a good fox and pay what you owe. Give me some of your chakra, so we can get out of this mess? You are very irritating, kid. Although I can think of nothing better and more relaxing than crunching through your very bones and devouring your marrow, I must admit that your will is one to be admired. And through your perilous trials, you have managed to stay alive, which is something that I am loathingly grateful for. After all, if you die, I die. So as payment, I shall loan you my chakra? At Kyuubi's words, Naruto's vision became blurred and soon, the darkness lifted, revealing that he was still falling in the same seemingly bottomless crevasse as before. A new feeling of power and certain type of intoxication madness engulfed the boy, a feeling that he has felt on a few occasions, here and there. There was no time to think. No time to grasp how long he had to live, he had to act now. Where? Ah. That's right. Gotta act fast, Naruto exclaimed. Unfortunately, Naruto had failed to notice just how close his body had came to the rocks during his descent. Before the blonde genin could bite down upon the thumb that he had lifted to his mouth, his stomach region was brutally torn and gashed by a slick and pointed wall rock. The pain that instantly shot through his body was beyond what words could possibly describe. But it happened, it really did. Naruto was just fatally wounded. With the force of his collision and the speed at which he was falling, Naruto's body spun rapidly, before his descent reformed into a straight freefall, spilling his blood out of him and onto the air itself. The dying blonde's eyes dimmed lifelessly, as everything slowly but surely grew silent. Once again, he could hear his heartbeat, slowing, dissipating. However, something inside of him snapped him back to life, a feeling that had to be one of Naruto's most powerful tools. The will to survive. Although he still felt his life drain from his body, Naruto's naturally unbreakable will kept him from giving in to death at the moment. He forced his, still, plummeting body to turn so that he stared into the abyss again, pushing both of his hands into the fatal gash in his stomach, gushing an unruly amount of blood all over them. With his blood-soaked hands, choking from the pain he had put upon himself, Naruto quickly formed completely accurate hand signs, despite his blurry vision. Summoning jutsu, he shouted with the last ounce of vigor that he possessed, before launching his arm in front of himself. A red flash of power, resembling the blood-red color of Naruto's inner liquids, formed in a spherical manner, before a cloud of smoke quickly followed suit. In almost an instant, Naruto felt himself land on a hard surface and immediately felt different. He felt whole again, as vivid and lively as before. Realizing that he had no longer felt a certain agonizing pain, Naruto rose to a sitting position and looked down only to see that the fatal wound that would have ended his life had been completely healed. Spotless, with nothing to show for the wound itself, but the gaping tear in his clothing. For portions of the walls of the enormous crevice were suddenly crushed, as four obscenely large limbs crashed onto them to immediately halt the descent. As time went on, Naruto came to realize that he was sitting on the head of something that he didn't really expect to be sitting on. He knew that he summoned dead something, but he could place his finger on it, but it was definitely different from any of the pathetic summonings he had ever, summoned before. But, regardless of what the hell it was, Naruto slowly found himself swelling with unbelievable joy, as his face slowly cracked a grin and he started laughing like a coke-happy idiot. Haha, he, I did it. I did it. Yeez. It's true, the fool finally mastered the summoning jutsu. What is this? How? How can this be possible? The thundering voice of the creature that was summoned dead roared with confusion. Back at the foot of the crevasse stood a stunned and horribly trembling Jiraiya. Something that he had felt only a couple of seconds ago got him really edgy and even spooked. He didn't expect to be subjected to this feeling, this fear. It was foul and unfitting. Whatever Naruto summoned, it wasn't a frog. This aura. What in the world? Meanwhile, back at the Haruno home, Sakura, Eno and Mrs. Haruno were in the living room, sitting upon their knees. Mrs. Haruno was tentatively cleaning both Eno's her daughter's dirted faces with a wet washcloth. Both young genin plastered looks of guilt as well as fear of what punishment would most likely befall them. I thought I told you, young ones, no roughhousing. It only leads to bruises, heartache and grade A concussions, she said rather softly for someone who had just come home from shopping only to see her house completely destroyed. Although her voice was soft and motherly, Eno and Sakura were still filled with doubt about what they've done and what they could be faced with. Yet another casualty on their part, for carrying actions out of impulse. Neither of them could even look Mrs. Haruno in the eyes, as she cleaned the last remnants of filth from their faces. With part of her job complete, Mrs. Haruno rose to her feet and placed her hands upon her hips. Now, girls. I've warned you not to roughhouse, especially in the actual house. But I guess I should be grateful that you didn't wreck the other floors of the house. I'm just glad that neither of you seriously hurt each other, she said, maintaining the softness of her voice, but sighing with disappointment. Eno and Sakura remained where they were as they bowed respectfully and apologetically. Yes, mother, they both said in unison. He. Confused? Well, Eno has been vastly and often considered a second daughter to Mrs. Haruno, even when she wasn't friends with Sakura for a while. Mrs. Haruno lifted her hands from her hips and crossed her arms. Now, she began with a somewhat hardened voice, would one of you mind telling me the reason behind all of this madness? Eno and Sakura both looked up at the adult with worried expressions, before shooting a nervous glance to each other, then back at Mrs. Haruno. Figuring that just sitting there would only cause problems, Sakura started first. Okay. This was, sort of ridiculous, but earlier today, Naruto? Mrs. Haruno cut in, silencing her daughter's words. Don't tell me that you two were fighting over that troublemaker. Eno decided to take a stand, in a matter of speaking. No. We would never fight over a boy, she said. Mrs. Haruno's face became blank and knowing, as she instantly knew that what she had just heard was a load of crap. Oh? Wouldn't fight over a boy, huh? She said, raising an eyebrow. Eno's face fell into doubt, as she remembered how much her and Sakura drifted apart because of Sasuke. Just as I thought. So, why were you fighting over Naruto? Mrs. Haruno asked, while inwardly grimacing at the name. Well, Eno and Sakura began, before their mother cut them off. You know what, I don't want to know. The only question at the moment is how you're gonna make up for destroying my house. Mrs. Haruno's eyes blackened, as she lowered her crossed arms from her chest. Say, now. I've an idea. The very second those words came from Mrs. Haruno's mouth, her hands relinquished the lethal belt from around her jeans. At the very sight of this, both Eno and Sakura nearly screamed at the top of their lungs, but merely muffed it down to pathetic squeals of fear. I think that you two should get crackin' before the belt does, young one, Mrs. Haruno threatened with the darkened demon glare never leaving her face. Eno and Sakura scrambled off of the floor, scurrying away, not only to avoid their mother's impending wrath, but to find the nearest cleaning utensil and use it as if their very life depended on it, which in any other case, it did. Back at the incredibly deep crevasse, happy Naruto was kicking his feet together while sitting upon the head of the creature he had summoned. Yeah. Eat your heart out, pervy sage, Naruto hollered. The summoned creature's eyes rapidly rolled from left to right, as it tried frantically and angrily to grasp where the hell it was. What is the meaning of this? How did I get out here? The gargantuan creature howled, before hearing the strangely irritating voice that belonged to some little schmutz on his head. The voice sounded surprisingly familiar and over time, so did the creature's surroundings. Wait. This is Kit, it shouted with rage. Naruto immediately stopped his cheerleading when a freezing cold chill ran down his spine. That voice, Naruto said quietly. Kit, what have you done? The monster demanded. After hearing the nickname that has just recently been given to him, due to recent altercation with a certain demon, everything suddenly came to Naruto. But no matter how much he tried to process that possibility, and replay it in his head, over and over, it still didn't make sense. But it was true. No matter how hard it was to believe, it was true. The creature underneath the blonde genin was, you're a skin me. I don't even know how you got out of your cage. "What are you doing out here?" Naruto yelled, while a latent feeling of worry and fear grew within him. The monster butted his head forward, flipping Naruto over to land directly upon its furry snout. The beast glared wildly at the frightened Naruto, who unwittingly returned its gaze. "Stop answering my questions with questions," the summoned monster howled again. "It doesn't matter how you summon me here and I don't care." Grey-grey-erg. Naruto's entire body trembled horribly, because of the thundering echo of the beast. "QB? Why are you so angry? Even though I didn't intend it, you've been set free. Shouldn't you be grateful?" Naruto asked with fear. QB's eyes glowed with demonic fury. "Oh. I'm pissed OFF. I completely lost his trail," he hollered, causing the entire crevasse to shake and nearly crumble at the seams. "Whose trail? What are you dash?" Before Naruto could finish his question, however, the enraged demon Kitsune forcefully punged his 9 tails into scattered parts of the crevasse walls, while digging his 4 limbs deeper into them, as well. With one loud and earth-shaking roar of fury, QB propelled himself from his previous position, using all of his tails and his powerful limbs, ravaging the crevasse walls without effort. As if he were suddenly locked in a G-chamber, Naruto's body nearly made a permanent indent of itself into QB's snout. Sensing the massive and horrid chakra closing into his position, and fast, Jiraiya's eyes widened greatly, before he dashed off with his incredible speed, and not a moment too soon. In a dazzling display of prowess, QB burst out of the crevasse, high into the air, blotting out the sun with his massiveness. Plummeting to the ground without even batting an eye, the massive demon fox landed on the ground with an earth-crumbling thud, landing on all fours. Breathing heavily, while expelling clouds of burning hot, steamy breath, QB began to frantically sniff his surrounding and growling. "Nira-aag. I completely lost his trail," the demon raged on, before lifting his head skyward. "Oh Orochimaru." Chapter 5. In a dazzling display of prowess, QB burst out of the crevasse, high into the air, blotting out the sun with his massiveness. Plummeting to the ground without even batting an eye, the massive demon fox landed on the ground with an earth-crumbling thud, landing on all fours. Breathing heavily, while expelling clouds of burning hot, steamy breath, QB began to frantically sniff his surrounding and growling. "Nrea. I completely lost his trail," the demon raged on, before lifting his head skyward. "Oh Orochimaru." The Demon King's thundering voice roared throughout the land. Birds retreated, animals scurried away, mountains crumbled, the very ground itself trembled at the ferocity of QB's howls. All who were near could hear the roar, all who heard the roar trembled with fear. The people of the Fire Country knew of QB's wrath from long ago, and hearing that same air-crackling voice brought feelings of helpless nostalgia and immeasurable fear at what would befall the land. None more so than Konoha. Every single living soul halted everything that they may have been doing at the distant, but clearly notable voice from afar. The village grew silent, like a dead chill of fear choked the very breathing of all who lived within its confines. That voice. That terrible voice that roared the exact same words, before Konoha was attacked 12 years ago. A wicked omen, indeed. All of the adults who have survived that horrible transaction trembled at the monstrous voice. Within seconds, small remnants of screams had begun to surface throughout the village. Eventually, the screams grew louder and more frantic. At the Ninja Academy, Irika's class was completely disturbed by what they had all heard, especially Irika himself. Dropping his calendar to the floor, because of the numbness that engulfed his hands, the chunin trembled wildly, as detestable memories of QB's attack on Konoha surged through his mind with full, unadulterated force. The confused students, who had also heard the crackling roar, all turned their attention to their sensei in search of answers, but held their tongues when they saw the horror-stricken expression on his face. Well, most of them did, at least. "Irika-sensei. What was that, just now?" It sounded like somebody was really pissed, the young and highly annoying voice of Konohamaru called out, snapping Irika out of his fear-written daze. Once snapped out of his trance, however, Irika was instantly horrified again when he saw all of the innocent students before him. They were all so young, they had absolutely no knowledge of QB, because none of them existed when he attacked. Things were supposed to stay that way. What could have possibly went wrong? It can't be. No. Not again, Irika inwardly grimaced, at the very thought of the horrendous fate that would indeed befall Konoha. The Tan Chunin had every reason to be shitting in his pant, right now. The Yondaime is dead, QB has apparently returned, and Konoha is completely unprepared for another attack by the demon fox. Things were already starting to look very bleak, and Irika's sweating of bullets was a definite sign of that. Measures had to be taken. Irika cleared his throat in an attempt to recompose himself as best he could. Alright class, listen up, Irika called out, gaining the attention of all of the students. You're all going to be dismissed early today. The entire class started cheering. How predictable. However, none of you are to return to your homes. You will all follow me, Irika ordered, gaining complaints and things of that nature from the students. Irika knew full damn well that he couldn't rise a panic out of any of his students. The best he could do was hope for little resistance and a lot of much-needed compliance. Well, it was a good thing that Irika wasn't dealing with little hard asses, otherwise things would have been difficult. But the students willingly complied. After all, they're getting out of class early, so what the fuck did they have to complain about? Rising from their seats, the students walked next to the entrance, awaiting further orders. Single file everyone, Irika said as he forced a smile upon his face. I must warn Lord Hokage. Meanwhile, at the forested training grounds of Konoha, Asuma Sarutobi, no, not the third Hokage, and Kurenai Yuhi immediately halted their intense training after hearing the demonic roar, a roar that was more than just a little familiar. Kurenai? Did you hear that? Asuma asked, while biting hard upon his ever-present cigarette and sweating bullets. How could I not? Kurenai fearfully responded, before gulping hard to extinguish the lump that formed in her throat. Asuma instinctively reached in his shinobi vest and pulled out his handy communication device, hooked it up to his ear and pressed the button located on the earpiece itself. The message had to be sent. At the Haruno household, which ain't so destroyed no more, Sakura and Eno had halted the last remains of their slave-driven cleaning when they, too, heard the thunderous roar. The two females shot a quick glance toward each other before running to a nearby window to see what the hell was going on. When they saw that everything seemed to be intact, confusion sprung in the air. It was a mystery to Eno, of course, but two certain pink-haired females were trembling with fear and worry. Mrs. Haruno's eyes widened with fright, before she slowly shifted her vision toward her daughters, filled with the greatest concern she had ever felt, since. No, she thought, while feeling as though her heart was climbing to her throat. Memories of that horrendous event 12 years ago resurfaced into Mrs. Haruno's mind. The horror, the screams, the bodies, the blood. Every vivid detail of what transpired all those years ago had, now, choked the pink-haired mother with fear for her young. She had already lost her brave Jounin husband to Kyuubi's wrath, but to lose all that she had now, was simply unthinkable. Sakura had similar feeling. Although her mother was still pregnant with her when Kyuubi attacked, Sakura vividly remembered all of the things that her mother had told her about what had befallen their village over a decade ago. To this very day, Sakura didn't fully understand why her mother had told her something that was illegal. Sakura hadn't even known that it was illegal until her mother had told her. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// That time around, Sakura was quite the eater, despite her petite frame. This time however, the pink-haired youngling was eating notably slow. Things have been on her mind ever since her second year at the Ninja Academy, the main component being boys. Now, I know what you're thinking. Sakura has been eyeing a certain emo prick named Sasuke Uchiha, and that there shouldn't be an S in the word boy when talking about something like that. However, that is not the case. The number one component of things that were on young Sakura's mind were, in fact, boys. "Hey, Mom," young Sakura called. Mrs. Haruno kindly responded. Sakura pressed her fingers together nervously. "What, can you tell me about boys?" she asked hesitantly. Mrs. Haruno stopped eating for a moment and smiled at her youngling with pride and happiness. "Oh, my little Sakura's got a crush?" she teased. Sakura blushed deeply. "Well, sorta. You see, there's this boy I like and he's really cute. But I don't know how I can even get him to notice me, because he seems so distant. He's the most popular guy at the academy and I think that I might have to fend off all of the other girls with sticks to keep them away from him and dash." "You're talking about Sasuke-kun, right?" Mrs. Haruno said knowing. "Get out of my head," she complained. Mrs. Haruno smiled warmly. "Well, you certainly have a hard time hiding the fact that you like him, and if I'm not mistaken, you've already tried talking to him, right?" she said. "How does she do that?" Sakura mentally asked herself. "Well, yeah, but," she continued. "But," Mrs. Haruno irked. Sakura blushed again, covering her cheeks with her hands. "But, there's someone else, that I don't how I really. I mean, I like the way he dash," she stammered on, before she found herself in a fit of girlish giggles. Mrs. Haruno grinned. "Wow. It sounds like you may like this one more than Sasuke-kun, Sakura," she stated. Sakura poked her fingers together, again. I don't know which one I like more, Mom, she said, with utter uncertainty. Oh? Well, can you at least tell me about this other boy? Mrs. Haruno asked, while lacing her fingers together. Sakura's heart began to thump at the very thought of her other crush. She clutched her hand onto her chest and took deep breaths to steady herself. Seeing all of this, Mrs. Haruno found herself growing surprisingly excited as to who could get her daughter so wired up. Where do I begin? Well, for starters, he's funny. And for some reason, he's the only other student at the academy who talks to me as much as Ino-chan does, maybe even more, Sakura said with a smile that never left her face. Mrs. Haruno leaned back in her seat. Oh, my. That's quite a surprise, she said sincerely. Whenever we're at recess, he would come and talk to me. He'd always have this irresistible smile on his face, and every time I see it, I feel so happy. It's like someone actually wakes up every day to see me. He makes me feel like the most important person in the world, Sakura continued, before she fell silent to catch up with herself. Mrs. Haruno waited patiently, while her smile became more and more content, until she saw Sakura's face fall a bit. But, whenever I see him with the other kids, they what, honey? Sakura lowered her hand to the table. They beat him up, she said with a slightly wavering voice. What? Why? Sakura shook her head. I don't know. I've seen him since day one at the academy, and I've never seen him do anything to those kids, ever. They make fun of him, they shun him from any group that he would want to be a part of, they're all just so horrible to him. They kick dirt in his face, they throw things at him, they call him names. She began to tear up at her thoughts of what the kids do to him almost every day. Mrs. Haruno crossed her arms. Why do you think the kids hate this boy so much? She asked, with her face saddening at hearing how cruel kids can be to one another. Sakura's tears finally fell down her face. I don't know. He's the nicest person I've ever met. He didn't do anything and they treat him like dirt. Why? I'm sure if they had just took the time to actually talk to Naruto, then they would all make a good friend, like ID-. She continued before she heard a hand slam down upon the table. Sakura ceased her blathering to look across the table at her mother, who had closed her eyes in a very irritated and somewhat fearful manner. Mom. Sakura. You stay away from that boy, Mrs. Haruno demanded. At first, young Sakura was hurt that her mother would actually tell her to stay away from a boy that she liked, that she really liked. He was so kind and quite possibly the gentlest boy that she had ever met, nothing like the other ones at the academy. Now, her mother was telling her to stay away from him. The moment that Sakura asked why, Mrs. Haruno scoffed at her, as though she had just asked the most obvious question, in the history of obvious questions. Of course, Sakura's mother quickly hardened her expression and warned her daughter that what she was about to tell her stayed inside the house. At first, Mrs. Haruno hesitated for two reasons. 1. Whether or not she should risk the very possibility of death for telling her young what she was about to say. 2. Whether she should inject her daughter's mind with images of the horror that happened before she was born, but as a mother she felt a strict duty to protect her young from harm of any kind, and to do that, she had to warn her daughter about the demon that she liked. She told her everything. From when Kyuubi attacked. How many people it killed. How it nearly wiped out every living soul in Konoha. And more importantly, how it was still living within a certain blonde boy. She bitterly explained that it was no wonder that the boy is hated by everyone in their village. She said that was because the demon Kyuubi was not killed, but that it lived inside Naruto, that one day, the boy would be taken over by the demon, and that a monster like him deserved no one. When Sakura had heard about what had befallen their village before she was born, there was no question that she shocked and frightened. She could vividly picture those events in her mind, and it scared her. What scared her more was that the very same monster has become very close to her, and she had no idea. Sakura, promise me that you'll keep that boy away from you. He's nothing but trouble, Mrs. Haruno said. Young Sakura may have been shocked and not just a little angry, but a fresh flood of tears cascaded down her face, as she nodded with agreement. At that moment on, from everything that her mother had told her, Sakura felt nothing short of contempt for the blonde kitsune. And it definitely showed when the day afterwards came rolling by. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// // At the memories of how badly she had started to treat Naruto when they were kids, Sakura felt warm tears build up in her eyes. It wasn't until earlier today did she realize how badly she may have fucked everything up. It wasn't until earlier today that she realized that she really did hurt Naruto the way no one else has. It wasn't until earlier today that she realized what she could have had is now forever out of reach. To make things even worse, the demon Kyuubi was apparently set free. The name that was roared 12 years ago confirms that. So, what does this mean for Naruto? Naruto, Sakura grimaced with worry and concern. Meanwhile, Orochi. Come out. Face me, you cowardly snake. Where are you? Kyuubi roared with vigor. Naruto, who was unfortunate enough to remain latched upon the Yuku's snout, went almost completely deaf because of the unbearable noises that he was subjected to. Of course, mad thoughts and question arose within his mind, all at the same time. How the hell was Kyuubi summoned? What does this mean for Konoha? And who the fuck is Orochi? Damn it. To be released from my prison and given a chance to resume a once-in-a-lifetime search, only to be stripped of all knowledge where to begin, Kyuubi raged on. The fox's yelling was too much to take, and not only did Naruto have some questions, but he had an incentive to keep his eardrums intact. Kyuubi, calm down. What are you talking about? Naruto yelled. Hearing that voice again, Kyuubi shifted his red, bloodshot eyes back down to his snout, where he spotted Naruto again. Are you still here? Take a hike, the fox yelled back, before lifting his paw/hand up to his snout with his middle finger bent back, thumb holding it in place. Naruto looked to his left with just enough time to see the color red, before his entire body was flicked off of Kyuubi's snout, yards and yards away. However, in a cruel, yet notably comical twist of fate, the moment that Naruto was 5 yards away from Kyuubi, the fox suddenly felt as though his insides were being viciously yanked from his body and towards Naruto's direction. Unable to fight off this new sensation, Kyuubi was savagely slammed face-first to the ground while being dragged across it by some unknown force. Crashing through several trees, boulders, bodies of water and pretty much everything you'd see in a forest. After crashing his nose against a particularly large boulder, leaving various fault lines and cracks within it afterwards, Kyuubi finally halted. Slowly opening his eyes in silent irritation, Kyuubi spotted Naruto lying right beside him with his back against the wall, eyes swirling and foaming at the mouth because every single bone in his body had been shattered. However, due to Kyuubi's presence, the blonde genin's bones almost immediately healed. Kyuubi slowly lifted his left frontal leg off of the ground, and slapped his forehead with it. You've gotta be kidding, Kyuubi huffed flatly when he saw that Naruto's cursed seal was still present, but with a fiery orange glow, if this means what I think it means. Being the ultra-cunning fox that he was, Kyuubi quickly put the pieces together, and he did not like the answers he was getting. Alas, that was his ultimate fate. Kyuubi bitterly thought why the yondaime had to be so fucking smart. Without denying his inescapable fate, Kyuubi placed his large paw/hand upon the huge boulder and pushed it back, miles away, before lifting himself up and plummeting his ass to the ground, staring at Naruto with a tired expression on his face. In an instant, Naruto shot to his feet and screamed bloody murder, jerking his head from left to right, trying to grasp his surroundings through his crazed state of mind. Seeing this, Kyuubi shook his head and cleared his throat to gain Naruto's attention, which it did, being that the fucker was so damn loud. Naruto shot his gaze upward, and screamed with fury. What the hell is your problem, fox? Naruto yelled. Kyuubi raised one brow as he stared at the blonde. Let me think. It could be the annoying 3-inch cricket chirping his intolerable nonsense. Yeah, that just about sums it all up, he said with sarcasm dripping from his voice. Naruto's expression changed to that of a slightly blown-away one at Kyuubi's change in attitude. Well, what the hell got you in a good mood? Naruto asked with equal sarcasm. Kyuubi scoffed, stow the attitude, kid. We have problem, here, he snapped back. A problem? Naruto scratched his head. What kind of problem? The demon fox lifted his paw/hand and scratched his own head. Well, technically, I have the problem, seeing as how I'm better than you and your life really serves no major purpose, he said. Naruto frowned. Oh, go to hell. So, what are you talking about? Why were you so damn pissed? Who the hell is Orochi? Kyuubi's ears perked up. Where? He shouted, looking around frantically, before shooting his head down toward the blonde genin. Oh? You were asking me a question. Hi, Naruto said as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. Kyuubi growled, causing the ground to vibrate. Yamada no Orochi. He who has awakened me from my slumber of 1,000 years, and is ultimately the cause of my imprisonment, the red fox explained grudgingly. Naruto shifted his body's direction towards Kyuubi, as he was now full attentive. Whoa. 1,000 years? You must have went on a 2-month hike to be that tired, Naruto commented. Kyuubi scoffed again. Well, actually it was a tournament, he replied. Deeper in the forest, Ero-san and Jiraiya was watching Kyuubi from afar and was genuinely surprised. What is going on? Kyuubi, the very same demon that attacked Konoha, is in clear plain sight, yet he isn't attacking it. More importantly, Naruto is still alive, but how? How is this even possible? The boy should have been dead long ago, Jiraiya said to himself. All of that was confusing enough for the frog hermit, yes, but the fact that it looked as though Kyuubi were actually talking to Naruto just made things downright unbelievable. Still, Jiraiya shut his yap trap and listened. A tournament? What kind of tournament? Naruto asked, glowing with curiosity. Not receiving an answer right away, Naruto looked up to see Kyuubi's line of sight trailing a flock of birds flying in a triangular formation. In a flash of a carnivore moment, the nine-tailed beast snapped his head forward and clamped his jaw upon the entire flock, crunching down on his helpless prey with ravenous intent. Naruto cringed at the sickening crunching noises that he heard. Kyuubi swallowed his small meal with a loud gulp and licked his lips with his salivated tongue, before looking down at Naruto with an absent-minded look on his face. "Oh, I'm sorry, what was your question?" the demon fox said. Naruto's face twitched. "Yeah, very funny, fox," he said. Kyuubi picked his teeth with his claws. "Hey. I haven't eaten anything eatable in 12 years, Kit. Do you have any idea how absolutely torturous it is to have nothing but your detestable ramen as my only sustenance? How can you even stand eating that slop, Kit?" he griped, while grimacing at the taste of the food that has kept him alive for over a decade. "Okay, first of all, never out the words ramen and slop in the same sentence ever again. Second, you. Oh great, no, you made me forget what I was talking about," Naruto shouted, throwing his arms together in a crossed fashion. Kyuubi scoffed again. Probably wasn't that important anyway. "So, Kit, I have a question for you," he said. Naruto didn't reply. Taking that as a yes, the nine-tailed fox continued. "Why do you not run away from me?" he asked. Naruto looked up at the demon with a confused look on his face. Sensing this, Kyuubi sighed. "I really hate repeating myself, Kit," he said irritably. Taking only a couple of seconds to remember what he had heard, Naruto smiled. Actually, I just don't feel threatened," he simplified. Kyuubi raised a brow. "Really, and just what the hell, twitch, is that supposed to mean?" he said through a head twitch. "No offense, or anything, but you're just not that dangerous to me. I don't know why. I really don't, but I don't think you'd actually hurt me," Naruto said with every bit of sincerity that he had in his voice. Kyuubi huffed a growl. "Lucky for you, Kit. I can't," he bitterly conceded. "What? Oh, don't look so bewildered. Or didn't you notice that your seal is still in effect?" Kyuubi mentioned, while pointing his claw towards the sealed mark. Naruto looked down and saw the seal in question. "Wait, so that means that you're still dash. Give the boy a giant slab of blood-saturated meat, he figured it out," Kyuubi said with his voice dripping with his usual sarcasm. Naruto's face grimaced at that statement. "That's disgusting," he said. "Hurumph. Nevertheless, I can't allow you to die, because we are still connected, Kit. If you die, I die," Kyuubi said. Yeah. I got that part already, but that doesn't explain how I was able to summon you," Naruto said, leaning the conversation to a different direction. Actually, I was pondering the same concept. But I figured that it had something to do with the wound you suffered earlier," Kyuubi explained. Naruto had an instant flashback of the unimaginable pain that shot through his being at that dreadful moment and cringed. "Well, okay, but I still don't understand what that has to do with it," Naruto said. Kyuubi slowly looked down at the boy and stared at him with a blank face for a while. "You know what? I don't even know why I'm surprised. You've always been this stupid," Kyuubi insulted. Chapter 6. Actually, I was pondering the same concept. But I figured that it had something to do with the wound you suffered earlier, Kyuubi explained. Naruto had an instant flashback of the unimaginable pain that shot through his being at that dreadful moment and cringed. "Well, okay, but I still don't understand what that has to do with it," Naruto said. Kyuubi slowly looked down at the boy and stared at him with a blank face for a while. "You know what? I don't even know why I'm surprised. You've always been this stupid," Kyuubi insulted. The Sandaime, Sarutobi, was sitting within his personal quarters, sweating bullets as he gondaed into his crystal ball. "I swear, that's so cliché." From what the old man was being told by several of Konoha's jonin and chunin, including Irika, he found pretty hard to believe, despite the fact that he heard the thunderous roar of Kyuubi himself, just as clearly as every other soul at the village. But now, looking through his crystal ball, Sarutobi could see it with his own eyes. Kyuubi was free, but that's not what bothered him the most. "Hokage-sama. Is it as we feared?" asked the troubled voice of Ebisu from the large group of ninja standing in front of Satobi's desk. At first, Sarutobi was unable to answer, due to that fact that he was trying very hard to decide whether what was seeing was senior moment of utter delusion, or the cold, hard truth. How can this be? Kyuubi is free, well enough, but Naruto is still among the living? And he's talking to the demon as though they've been friends for years. What manner sorcery be this? Sarutobi thought to himself. "Hokage-sama. The aged Sandaime tore himself away from his crystal ball and looked at all of his ninja sternly. Protect all sides of the gates, and prepare for battle. Anko Mitarashi jumped in. But, what about the chunin exams, she asked. Sarutobi's face fell. If the nine-tailed fox demon should tread within the direction of Konoha, we will postpone it until further notice. In the meantime, if the worst is to be, then we shall fight until we draw our last breaths. I'll inform the Umbu Black Ops. Gather as many jounin and chunin as you can find, strengthen the forces of all gates and make sure that the women and children are safe. Now go, he demanded. In a flash, Irika, Ebisu, Anko, Guy, Kurenai, Asuma, and Ibiki vanished in a burst of sumo that shinobi speed, leaving the Hokage to his thoughts, and what he was seeing within his crystal ball. Naruto? What have you done? Back at the Haruno home, Mrs. Haruno received a phone call. Running out of the living room to answer the phone, Sakura and Eno were left alone. Both young females were still looking out the window, wondering what the hell was going on. Sakura, Eno said, putting a hand upon her friend's shoulder. What was that? Sakura looked at Eno, but wasn't surprised in the slightest. She knew that Eno, like pretty much all of the other kids, had no knowledge of Kyuubi's rampage. Though the thought of telling her friend out of good nature seemed like the right thing to do, Sakura also thought about how that would change Eno's outlook on Naruto. After all that happened in the last 6 hours, the last thing Sakura wanted to do was put Naruto through any more grief by telling someone else what he was infamous for. She just couldn't do it, nor would she ever consider it again. So she lied? I have no idea, Sakura said. Eno acknowledged her friend's words, and looked back out the window, with worry. I don't know why, but, Eno began, with worry. Sensing THS almost immediately, Sakura kept her stare locked on Eno. But I'm scared for Naruto, the blonde said, finishing what she was saying. Sakura flinched slightly, but relived herself, as she felt the exact same way. I just have a bad feeling, Eno continued to no one, in particular. At that moment, the voice of Mrs. Haruno quietly echoed from within the kitchen. Yes. As always, Yuhari, I'll protect her with my life. Of course. Eno, she called out. Hesitating at first, Eno left the living room and entered the kitchen, where she saw Mrs. Haruno holding out the phone for her. It's your mother, Mrs. Haruno said, a bit solemnly. For some strange reason, Eno felt a large lump form in her throat as she reached to grab the phone. Putting it up to her ear, Eno began to speak. Mom? Yeah, I'm Oka. Mom, what's wrong? How can you sit there and tell me everything's fine? Why are you crying? And Mom, what are you talking about? Is Dad okay? What's going on? I love you too, Mom, but warm tears of despair began to build up at the rim of Eno's eyes as she continued the conversation. But what's wrong? You're acting like something really bad is about to happen. What are you not telling me? I will, but, do you want me to come home? Oh okay, but, why? I promise, but Mom, you're scaring me. What are you going to do? There was a brief moment of silence and hesitation on Yuhari Yamanaka's end, before answering. Mom, okay, I will. I love you, Eno said before the pain-filled sobs of her mother rang within her ears, causing Eno to start sobbing with sorrowful confusion. Mom, please don't cry. I will, I promise. Okay. Bye, Eno said, before handing the phone back to Mrs. Haruno, who also had tears running down her face. Yuhari. Yes. Okay, you should get someplace safe, too. Be well, Yuhari. Goodbye. Mrs. Haruno ended the phone conversation, and looked at the vastly confused Eno with worry and concern. Eno stared back at her second mother with the same teary eyes as before. Mrs. Haruno called for Sakura, who was already at the entrance of the kitchen. Walking toward the two, Sakura's expression was filled with more worry than before, but was taken by surprise when her mother took both young genin into her arms and showed no signs of letting go. The embrace was strong, motherly and protective, while also being as loving and concerning at the same time. The trio stayed like that for a little while longer, when Sakura and Eno felt Mrs. Haruno tremble with troubled and fearful sobs. At first they thought they were hearing things, but when they listened a little while longer, they, too, began crying. Call it a parent/offspring type of thing. Back outside of Konoha, Kyuubi and Naruto continued their unlikely conversation. The blonde genin had ended up resting his back upon the fox's left upper foreleg with his hands behind his head, while Kyuubi, himself, was now lying on his stomach, leaning his head upon his right upper foreleg. Oh, I get it now. The only reason I'm still alive is because the seal is still in effect, and that I performed what was it again? Naruto asked. A Jinchuriki summoning pact, Kit. Though it was an uncanny coincidence that it happened, using the blood from the gaping wound on your pathetic human form to use your summoning jutsu resulted in my appearance and ultimately formed the pact. If the wound had been anywhere else, you would have died, Kyuubi explained. Hearing this, Naruto smiled widely and looked up at the gargantuan fox. Cool. So that means I can summon you whenever I want? He eagerly asked. Kyuubi scratched his snout with his pinky claw. No, Kit. You're missing the point. Now that you've made the summoning pact, you can indeed bring forth my wrath, but it absolutely must be, when your life is at its minimum, when you've been brutalized, maimed. Do you understand, Kit? He said. Naruto shuddered with both the thought of the conditions and his sheer disappointment. Damn it. Yeah, I understand, he said with his disappointment in plain sight. Silence fell upon the two sentient beings for a time, before Naruto broke it up. Say. Kyuubi, Naruto said. What now, Kit? Kyuubi responded. Naruto's expression grew serious and the demon fox could sense that something was troubling him. I guess I've been avoiding the question that I really want to ask you, he said. Kyuubi looked down at the boy, curious as to what he was getting at. If it involves the stringy disgusting abomination known as ramen, then save it, Kit, he huffed, closing his eyes with slight irritation. No, it's not that. I just want to why you attacked my village all those years ago, Naruto said, rather nostalgically. Kyuubi slowly opened his eyes and looked down at the genin lying back upon his frontal foreleg. Are you serious? Don't vex me with such blasphemy. I was defending myself, Kyuubi exclaimed. Defending? What do you mean? Naruto asked. Kyuubi sighed. What do you think, Kit? There I was, following the scent of Orochi, when I came across your lowly village. The scent was strong, I knew was getting close, but before I could go on, some jackass shot an arrow in my eye. My eye. Of all places. Do you have any idea how irritating that is, Kit? I halted my search for Orochi to find the wise guy who did that, only to be bombarded with a menagerie of puny human weapons. I was infuriated. What would you have done? Kyuubi yelled with anger. Naruto looked back up at the Yuku with a face of sudden understanding. Thinking about it, Naruto would get really pissed if someone just up and tried kill you. Of course, thinking about it deeper, he actually was getting pissed. Despite the fact that Kyuubi was a demon and not traditionally a trustworthy one, at that, the voice in the back of Naruto's head told him that the fox wasn't lying. Konoha brought that tragedy upon themselves. I would have simply gone around the damn village if they hadn't attacked me. Then, after a battle that lasted hours on end, that blasted yondaime sealed me within you, Kit. 12 years and now Yamada no Orochi's trail has vanished. Kyuubi growled. Naruto frowned deeply. Humph. So it's because of their own stupidity that you were sealed within someone that they would choose to hate, he said with his anger rising. Kyuubi sensed Naruto's sudden change in demeanor and looked down at the genin. All of that, because of their stupid mistake, Naruto continued. Kyuubi stared at the blonde ninja for a moment longer, before leaning his head upon his foreleg again. It still hurts, doesn't it, Kit, what she did to you? Jiraiya knew that it was probably a bad idea, but he started to relax at the words that he had heard from Kyuubi himself. He really couldn't give a damn less about Konoha. He was merely searching for this. Orochi. Orochi. So the nine-tailed fox was? Oh, the Ero-sanin quietly exclaimed. Everyone at Konoha must have been alerted to Kyuubi's presence. I have to tell the old man what happened here, before Naruto gets back to the village. With that decision, Jiraiya leapt off into the trees and entrailed off to Konoha. Still, what Kyuubi explains adds up, well enough. So, what will Naruto do? Jiraiya thought to himself, I've lots of explaining to do. All who know of Kyuubi's attack from 12 years ago will get far too suspicious when they see Naruto walking around like nothing happened. That's a problem in and of itself, but if word got out to the villagers that he's able to summon the beast. I have to hurry. With that last thought, the Toad Sage quadrupled his already unbelievable speed to get to his old home. You can't be serious, Kit, Kyuubi griped at what he had just heard. Naruto picked himself up off of the giant kitsune's limb and brushed himself off. Trust me, if I'm gonna get anywhere else in my training before the chunin exams a week from now, then I have to do this, he said with undying determination. Kyuubi shook his head. You humans don't make any sense to me, with your ideals and nindos, or whatever the hell you call them, he said, thoroughly giving up trying to understand Naruto's reasons for doing what he was about to do. Naruto turned around and looked straight up at Kyuubi. Well, Fox, I know how much you hate it in there, but it's time to get back in your cage, he said with a smile that somehow infuriated Kyuubi to no end. The demon sighed. Fine, just get it over with, he bitterly conceded. Naruto laced his hands together, lifted them to his head and concentrated. Kai, he shouted. With that shout, Kyuubi was immediately swallowed by an explosion of smoke. When the gas cleared, the fox was gone and Naruto's seal slowly lost its fiery brilliance. Of course it was at this very moment that Naruto suddenly felt a radical energy the likes of which he had never experienced before, course through his entire being. "Whoa," he said, "Whoa. What's this feeling? This energy? I've never felt so good. Fire. I'm on fire. What's this power flowing through me?" Naruto clenched his fist and stared at it with intent as his body began to tremble wildly at the new energy he has been subjected to, and he liked it. "Yes. I've never felt so good. I feel like I can do anything. Wow," Naruto shouted with powerful vigor, before he jumped into the trees and started hopping along to get to his home in speeds that he has never accomplished. As he hopped along, Naruto began to talk to himself. I wonder if this is because of that Jinchuriki was something that Kyuubi mentioned. "I feel invincible," he said as he effortlessly hopped from one tree to another without the slightest bit of difficulty controlling his chakra. "I've never had this much control either. I'm not 100% sure how it happened, but damn," he said before remembering the task that lay before him. "Well, before I get too excited, there is that. I have to. I guess she deserves at least that much," Naruto thought glumly to himself. Minutes later, Naruto had jumped through his last tree, performing several airborne somersaults, before landing properly on the ground. With a beaming smile on his face, Naruto started running toward the main gates of Konoha, but for some reason, they were closed. As Naruto ran, a sharp, yet distant sound tore through the air on his left side, and he could hear it almost perfectly for some reason. Taking only a split second to react, Naruto skidded to a halt, while leaning backwards, when a kunai knife shot through the bushes and barely missed his face, leaving a long slash on his forehead protector. Before the kunai passed him completely, Naruto used reflexes that were far beyond his knowledge to hook his finger within the loophole of the weapon's handle, catching it without fail. The very second he did this, many of other kunai pierced out of the forested area behind him. At the very same speed and reaction time used to catch the previously thrown weapon, Naruto sprung forward while horizontally spinning, barely dodging every last kunai thrown at him. As time suddenly began slow and warp, Naruto's mind began to heavily question how he just did what he just did. Sprawling his arms and legs out, avoiding several more kunai, Naruto quickly noticed the last two weapons shooting towards him. With skill that wasn't even plausible for a genin, the blonde ninja slashed his newly acquired kunai, using the leverage he gained from his crazy spinning, to knock one of the two knives away. Flipping his body to a proper standing position, while airborne, Naruto easily caught the last remaining kunai with his free hand, before he landed perfectly on the ground. Figuring that questioning just how in the fuckles he was able to do all of that without batting an eye, Naruto immediately assumed a fighting stance properly fit when holding two kunai knives. "Who's there?" the young genin shouted. Before he even had a chance to blink, Naruto was suddenly pinned from all sides, by kunai and dagger wielding Umbu Black Ops. Every single inch of his entire body had the threateningly sharp weapons egged on it. Naruto froze in place, as he looked around intently at the shinobi that could kill him at a moment's notice. "What the dash? Umbu?" Naruto exclaimed, while maintaining the wily look on his face. "Drop them," the captain of the Umbu squad calmly ordered, "or die." Suddenly feeling an undeniable wave of fear sweep over his soul, Naruto did what he was told and dropped the kunai from his hands. Before time went on any further, a voice echoed from behind them all. "Let him go!" The feminine, surly voice of Anko Mitarashi sprung out. The Umbu captain looked at the special jounin, whose hands were stashed in her pocket. "What? But what about Dash?" "By order of Lord Hokage," Anko interjected. The captain flinched back. With that order read, all of the Umbu slowly lowered their weapons from Naruto, as to make certain that he didn't make any sudden move. Hell, the boy wasn't going nowhere. After waiting for what seemed like limbo's eternity for Naruto, the Umbu Black Ops retreated from the scene without a trace. Naruto remained frozen in place with his unbearable fear, before plummeting on his ass, trembling with terror. Why did they attack me? I've never been surrounded by so much death, Naruto stammered retardedly. Anko never bat a single eye. "Naruto Uzumaki," she called out, stopping Naruto's trembling. "Come with me, to the central building," she said before turning around and talking into a speaker device located within the collar of her jacket. "Open the gates." At her words, the main gates of Konoha slid open and Tay Brunette walked toward them. Staring at the hotness Anko, in confusion, Naruto rose to his feet and didn't really bother question why. He just followed. What the hell was that? A genin of Naruto's level would have been killed at the very most after a strike like that, from the Umbu no less. But this boy, he doesn't have a scratch on his body. Since when could he do that? Once Anko and Naruto entered Konoha, the blonde genin was immediately bewildered at what he was seeing. Nay, of what he wasn't seeing. Nothing. As the two shinobi walked down the streets of Konoha, it was as though walking through a ghost town. The wind picking up strands of sand added to the ominous scene. Of course, this is when Naruto snapped. Okay, Anko, what the hell's going on? Why did the Umbu attack me? Why are we going to see the old man? Why does this place look dead, and since when the hell did we ever have tumbleweeds? Naruto shouted while pointing at a random tumbleweed rolling across their path. Anko found herself frowning at the knucklehead's questions. You talk too much. Just shut up and follow me, kid, she ordered. Since Naruto basically had to deal with two assholes today, he simply huffed and threw his arms in a crisscross. As they turned several more corners and traveled more along the streets, edging closer and closer to the central building, Naruto noticed a slight shade of pink at a distance to his right side. Before he decided to pay it no mind, the young ninja stopped in his tracks and looked at the source of pink, seeing the very object of his goal before training. Noticing that a second set of footsteps was no longer with her, Anko turned around only to see Naruto trotting off in a completely different direction. Hey! Where are you going? Anko called. Sorry Anko, but there's something really important I have to take care of, before we go, Naruto said without turning to look at her. Anko hesitated at first, before she sighed in slight exasperation. Make it quick, she ordered. Sakura Haruno had to get out of her house. Despite her mother's demands to stay in her room, the pink-haired genin found it to be a small prison, of sorts, cluttering her to death without a chance to walk off her frustration, her worry for Naruto. Of course, the answer was right in front of her. Window. Just another thing that Mrs. Haruno seems to always forget, is that her daughter is a ninja now. Possibilities are present. Anyway, Sakura was solemnly walking down the empty streets in her attempt to calm her mind. Of course it was at this time that she thought that her worry for Naruto was getting the best of her when she saw a shade of orange in the distance. Damn it. Look at me. I'm a complete nutcase, Sakura said to herself. She really thought she was losing it when she heard her name being called. It couldn't be. Sakura. Hey Sakura, called the ultra-familiar voice of Naruto Uzumaki. Hearing the voice that vividly, Sakura's heart leapt and her worry quickly died. Naruto? Naruto, she shouted before running toward the blonde kitsune's direction. Seeing Sakura run toward him, caused Naruto's face to blanken. For a reason that I'm sure we all know, he just wasn't that happy to see her. Once Sakura was close enough, she had every soul-burning intention to throw her arms around Naruto and never let go. However, when a flash of memories of what transpired only hours ago came into mind, Sakura simply halted in her tracks face to face with Naruto, who merely stopped with his hands in his pocket. Naruto, where were you? I was so worried, she said, while looking him square in his eyes. Naruto's face remained as blank and an empty page. Really, he said as though he were not convinced, at all. Of course I was worried. I heard this loud roar from something and you weren't here and dash. Sakura, Naruto interjected. Sakura stopped and looked at Naruto with uncertainty. Why yes, she hesitated, suddenly feeling great worry as to what Naruto had to say. Naruto retained the blankness in his face as he closed his eyes. I didn't come here to talk, really. I have something important I gotta get to. I did want to say something to you, though, he said with just as little emotion as he retained in his face. Sakura unintentionally gulped hard when she heard those words. Really? Well, what did you want to say, she said, while inwardly cursing her elf for allowing this to continue. Naruto wasted no time in the slightest. Sakura? You remember when we were kids? He asked in a barely noticeable melancholy demeanor. Why yeah, Sakura answered. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. Well, so do I, and I remember making a very huge mistake, one that I think caused a lot of grief, he continued. Sakura harbored a look of sudden confusion at Naruto's words. A mistake, what does he mean, she thought. Suddenly, a long-buried memory of what happened the day before everything went sour appeared within Sakura's mind. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// hard and loud. She said that they wouldn't make fun of her for head if she didn't hide it. She promised, but the result stood the same. The other kids made fun of her even more because they were able to see how big it actually was when she wore her hair back. As Sakura cried harder and harder, she failed to notice a friendly and familiar young blonde boy stand over her. Kneeling down in front of her, the blonde boy called her name. "Sakura-chan," he said. Sakura shot her teary eyes up at the boy who called her and immediately lifted her hands to her forehead. Naruto-kun. No. Don't look at me, sniff, please, Sakura cried. Young Naruto tilted his hat in sad and sympathetic confusion. What's wrong, Sakura-chan? Does your head hurt? He asked, while reaching his hand for the hands that were covering his friend's forehead. Sakura choked a stressed whimper, before she edged further back against the tree, which proved rather useless, because Naruto simply followed and put his hand upon the pink-haired girl's. Please, Naruto-kun. My forehead is hideous. Ino-chan, sniff, said that they wouldn't laugh at me. She promised, but they, Sakura whined. Sakura's arms weakened under the pressure that Naruto put upon them, as he tried to uncover her forehead. Eventually, the pink-haired girl's arms were lowered and Sakura didn't feel she had the strength or the will to lift them again. She averted eye contact with Naruto and started heaving hiccups through her sadness. Naruto caressed Sakura's forehead, removing the loose strands of her pink hair to fully expose it. But Sakura-chan, your forehead is so big, why would anyone laugh at it? Naruto said, as he found himself allured by the sight and feel of Sakura's forehead. Hearing Naruto's words, Sakura's heaves became stronger, as a fresh stream of tears began to fall down her face. You shouldn't hide the very thing that make you different from the others, Sakura-chan. Your forehead is the best thing about you, Naruto complimented with the confident and bright smile that Sakura loved so much. It's beautiful. Sakura's moped-out expression changed to that of surprise mixed with sheer relief at what she had heard. When Naruto stopped caressing her forehead, Sakura almost spoke to protest. Until the young female felt soft and warm lips press against the center of her forehead. Sakura's eyes widened when she felt it. Naruto's kiss was so warm and welcoming. She could feel herself melting at his touch. Neither moved, neither bid, they just sat there. Eventually, Naruto pulled back and smiled at Sakura. You should never hide the very thing that makes you, Sakura-chan, Naruto said with blazing enthusiasm and loving understanding. Despite her soul-burning joy, Sakura's face scunched up and a fresh stream of tears rolled down her face. Naruto-kun, she choked through a series of cracks in her voice. Naruto's head tilted with concern. Huh? What's wrong, Sakura-chan? He asked. ////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Remembering that day, caused Sakura's face to sadden greatly. What are you talking about? She asked. Naruto didn't hesitate in the slightest. The kisses, both of them. Quite possible the worst thing that a monster like me could have done to you, and I'm sorry, Sakura, he said very solemnly. Hearing his words, Sakura's eyes and mouth gaped open as she felt powerful waves of sadness, guilt, and fear smash into her. Naruto turned his back to leave. Well, I guess that's all. I'll see you around, he said before walking away without giving Sakura another thought. Seeing Naruto vanish into the distance, seeing him disappear, caused Sakura's eyes to squint with sorrow as tears of pure grief and loss poured down her face, more than ever before. Naruto, she choked out to a whisper through her dominant sadness. Naruto, she said again, managing to choke out more of her voice to a pathetic snivel. As Sakura looked down to the ground, she saw Naruto's shadow drift away from her. In a childish and uncharacteristic manner, Sakura lifted her foot forward and brushed it back in a pitiable attempt to bring the blonde genin back where he was. Come back, Naruto-kun. Chapter 7. After Naruto's little task, he walked back to Enko, who had been tapping her foot on the ground impatiently. When the blonde boy did show up in front of her, Enko nearly socked him upside his head, but since they were a little pressed for time, she decided against it. Took you long enough, Enko shouted, glaring at Naruto. Naruto averted his eyes. Yeah, sorry. Business I had to take care, and all that which rather, he said nonchalantly. Seeing the infamous number 1, hyperactive, knucklehead ninja, Naruto Uzumaki act so melancholy, and not at all hyperactive, Enko softened her look and started to wonder what brought on such a change. Given the circumstances, asking such a question would earn her the dunce cap, seeing as how Kyuubi was just here not too long ago. Pushing all of those thoughts aside, however, the brunette's special jounin hardened her expression once again. Whatever. Look, we don't have any more time to waste. Kick it up a notch and try to keep up, kid, Enko said a little tauntingly, but before we go. Naruto looked up at Enko with a questioning stare. Take off that headband, she said. Naruto's eyebrow raised in confusion, and lifted his hand up to the headband in question. Why? What's wrong with my dash? Naruto began before he brushed his hand against a long gash upon the metal of the band. Ah, God. Damn it, he shouted, before ripping the hair gear off of his person. I just had this thing polished. What the hell? Enko smiled. Hey, that's the least of your worries, kid. Just be glad that I told you about, or you probably would have been. She stopped herself in mid-sentence. Naruto stopped blaring at his slashed headband and looked up at Anko again. Huh? Would have been what, Anko? He asked with genuine curiosity. And nothing? Let's go, she said before vanishing in a flash of her jounin speed. Seeing Anko disappear, Naruto lagged around for a moment longer, seeing that Sakura had not left her previous spot in the far distance. Somewhere deep inside of him, he felt as though he did the right thing and felt a little lighter than before. Had to be done sometime or another, Naruto thought to himself, before stashing the first headband that he had ever worn in his pocket for old time's sakes. He then vanished with his newly acquired, and highly intoxicating, speed. The moment that Naruto vanished out of sight completely, Sakura's legs finally gave way to her overwhelming grief, and crashed to her knees with the heart-wrenching notion that she had finally done it. She had destroyed and pushed the most important person in her world away. With tears still pouring down her face, Sakura began to shiver wildly despite the 80-degree temperature outside. The pink-haired kunoichi slowly wrapped her arms around herself as she wallowed in self-pity. Sakura! Sakura! The voice of her mother echoed from a distance. Hey, Sakura! Where are you? The other voice of her friend, Eno, followed suit. Sakura didn't respond. Not only did she not want to, but she also felt as though she hadn't the energy to shout back. She was just far too drained. When Mrs. Haruno came around the corner of the building that was behind Sakura, the pink-haired mother immediately spotted her little one on her knees, shaking like a leaf. Sakura, she shouted with unchallenged relief, before dashing over to her daughter. Hearing Mrs. Haruno not too far away, Eno ran to where she heard her voice, in the hopes that she heard right. Mrs. Haruno ran around to her daughter's other side, looking down at her, only to see her crying her eyes out. Sakura! Oh, my sweet Sakura, you had me worried sick, Mrs. Haruno said, before crashing to her own knees and placing her hands upon her daughter's shoulders. Sakura didn't bother to look at the woman who had the gall to touch her. Don't ever do that to me again, Sakura. What if something really bad happened to you? Mrs. Haruno exclaimed. Go away, Sakura whispered, before lifting her head to glare hatefully at her mother. It's all your fault. Mrs. Haruno flinched. What? She said, as she was very confused. Sakura's face changed from hateful and angry, to hateful and sad very quickly. It's all your fault. He hates me and it's all because of you, she said with more sadness. Now, it was just plain obvious. Mrs. Haruno suddenly found herself becoming really sad, herself. However, given the circumstances, she continued feigning ignorance. What are you saying? She said. Don't lie to me, you cruel bitch, Sakura spat with her voice pitching to a whine and her nose starting to run. He was the best thing to happen to me, and you made me throw it all away. Seeing her daughter's tears become more fierce, Mrs. Haruno reflexible locked her daughter into a loving embrace. Sakura, I did what I had to dash. I hate you, Sakura said with spite. That hurt. Never had Mrs. Haruno ever expected her daughter to say such things, especially addressed to her. To make things worse, it was said with sincerity and painful despair without realizing it. The pink-haired mother tightened her embrace. Sakura, she said. Feeling her will and strength giving way to her overwhelming grief, Sakura fell forward and buried her head within her mother's well-bosomed chest despite her weakened efforts to push away. I hate you, Sakura repeated. Mrs. Haruno shut her eyes tightly and clenched her teeth as she felt as though her heart were tearing to pieces. Tears began to build up at the rim of her eyes and her voice became shaky. Sakura. Please don't dash. I hate you, Sakura spied once again, crying harder and harder. I hate you. Mrs. Haruno finally snapped. The tears that she held back, flooded down her face with terrible sadness and unwittingly tightened her embrace more and more, as she fell into a pit of heartbroken sobs. Hearing her mother's sobs, Sakura's resolve weakened greatly, but she retained the three-word and repeated them over and over just to viciously attack her, to break her, to destroy the woman who had ruined her chance to be with someone who was truly one of a kind. And it was working far beyond perfectly. I hate you, Sakura started to break down. You made me drive him away. I hate you. Mrs. Haruno's sobs became more frantic and desperate. God, stop it. Please stop. I'm so sorry, Sakura. I'm so sorry, she screamed with pain and smothered with shame. Please forgive me. Sakura just didn't want to stop there. There was no way that she wanted to let her mother off that easily for what she had done. She wanted to ruin her, to crumble her pride into nothing and make her pay dearly, shattering her chance to be happy, but she couldn't do it. Sakura gave one loud sob before screaming, "Mom," she yelled, pressing her head from left to right upon her mother's chest. There, they cried together for what seemed like an eternity for a certain blonde kunoichi who had been watching with teary emotion. 2 hours later. The sun was beginning to set upon Konoha. A very large and bulky building that was still under construction stood on the far west side of the village, magnifying the size and brilliant orange glow of the falling sun. Atop one of the wooden beams of the unfinished building was a lone figure walking ever so slowly upon it, trouting in a perfectly straight line without the slightest fear of falling off. The figure was none other than a really pissed-off-looking Naruto with his orange jacket removed and tied around his waist, bearing his pure black t-shirt. He received a new headband, but decided to tie it around his arm instead. I don't believe this, Naruto said to himself, as he continued his purposeless walk. Even now, they refuse to accept it. Why? Unable to come up with answers by himself, Naruto unconsciously heard a familiar echoing voice ring throughout his head. Ignoring this at first, thinking that it might have been his memories acting on their own, Naruto kept his slow walking pace. Then, he heard it again, and immediately knew who and what it was. Before he realized, the young blonde blacked out completely and found himself in front of the cage of Kyuubi no Kitsune once again. Not even flinching, Naruto looked into the cage. "What do you want, Kyuubi?" he answered a little rudely, due to his foul mood. Kyuubi's face emerged from the darkness. "Kit. You should have known that you would have been wasting your time from the beginning. It's just not meant to be," the Yuku proclaimed. Naruto spit out of anger. "I know, damn it, but still, they could have at least tried to hear me out. They're just caught up in what happened 12 years ago. Well, what's done is done, Kit. Unless you are fully prepared to forsake it all, summoning me is not an option. Although it pisses me the hell off for having to say it, let alone think about it. I guess you're right, Kyuubi. I just wish I could make them understand. Then you'd be attempting the impossible, Kit. Few can actually grasp the fact that destroying and slaughtering is not my nature. To seek battles beyond par is what I live for." Naruto laughed. "Well, whatever." There was a brief moment of silence until, "So, Kit, you actually apologized to her. I still can't believe you did that. She threw your affections out the window, constantly lectured you like she was better than you in every possible aspect, and finally tore you a new one with her abundant bitchiness. What part of that equation gave you the notion that she deserved an apology?" Naruto's face blanked again at hearing this. "Sakura, she must have really freaked out when I kissed her back then. I figured that's why she turned the next day. I feel so stupid to think that she might have been playing hard to get. Yeah, I guess that was pretty stupid of you. Not that I'm surprised, but go to hell." Kyuubi sighed. "Why do you keep telling me to go back there? The service was horrible?" Naruto blinked twice, before chuckling happily at Kyuubi's natural sarcasm. "You know what, Kyuubi? You're really something else. From all of the stories I've heard about you, none of them ever said that you'd be such a kick to hang out with." Kyuubi was silent. "I still hate you," the fox said bluntly. Naruto laughed again, before straightening himself. "All right, Fox. I know you didn't call me here just so we could talk over a cup of tea. What do you want?" "Ah, yes, of course. Well, as you have probably been able to figure out, you've been experiencing a few changes." Naruto nodded. That would be an unexpected side effect of the summoning pact, Kit. You may have noticed that you've become faster with sharpened senses, correct?" Naruto smiled widely. "Oh, hell yeah. It's so cool. I feel like I know the world around me a lot better. Downside is, I keep hearing the attacks of even the smallest, most insignificant bugs. Yeah. You get used to that. The point is, now that the Jinkyuriki summoning pact has been sealed, my incredible senses and more of my power are now yours, Kit." "Oh ho ho yeah. So that's the power that flows through me. Very nice. But, wait, I have a question. How could all of that happen? Why so much for one accident?" "I figured that one out already. When your flesh was torn in that crevasse, the power that I had poured into you at that moment coursed its way to the wound for some emergency healing. Combined with the fact that I myself poured even more of my chakra to heal your wound quickly, furthers classifies it all. Understand, Kit?" Yeah, Kyuubi blinked. "Wow, you do? Holy crud. Could it be that another side effect of the pact has made you a, dare I say it, intelligent life form? Will wonders never cease?" Naruto scoffed, before a huge smile came across his face. "Who cares what other side effects it has? I'm stronger and faster now, yeah." Kyuubi rolled his red eyes. Yeah. That's very awesome and whatnot, but that's not the only reason I called you he." Naruto's smile vanished as he stared at Kyuubi with piqued curiosity. "Okay?" Kyuubi's eyes dimmed. "Kit. For the sake of you, me, and all that is pure and sacred in our humble blue planet, please. Change your goddamn clothes." Naruto looked down at his garments and tugged at them. "What? What's wrong with my clothes? What's right with your clothes, Kit? For God's sake, you look like a mango with eyeballs. You have no idea how humiliating it is to be the demon with a vessel who couldn't dress properly to save his life. Just go home and change into something moo, that's right. I forgot, that's all you have, the same brand of the same clothes. Pathetic. Oh stuff it, Fox. My point is, get to a store or something to change out of those detestable rags. Oh, and, Kit. What now? Watch your step. Out of nowhere, Naruto found himself on the plane of reality. Unfortunately, his right foot was looming over the very edge of the building that he was walking on, and it was a long way down. As Naruto slowly began to teeter off of the edge, the most comical of surprised looks that he has ever plastered on his face came into play, before he immediately stopped himself by effortlessly pouring chakra into his feet to stop his death drop, standing horizontally on the flat end of the wooden beam. Naruto sighed in exasperating relief. Man. Things have really taken a turn in the last 12 hours, he said to himself. With that last word, Naruto skillfully and dexterously hopped, slided, and flipped off of multiple parts of the unfinished building, before landing perfectly upon the ground, where he stashed his hands in his pocket and walked off in a seemingly random direction as though nothing was going on. As Naruto walked through the ghost town, more or less, he noticed that every last store on his path was closed. Houses were locked tight, shops were barricaded, everything was on lockdown. Thanks to the Jounin Council, however, Naruto was no longer in the dark about why people had fled within their homes, but it certainly didn't make him feel any better about their final decision. It disgusted him. Geez. Well, I guess there's no use fussing over it. I'll just go to my store and pick out some new threads. Maybe Kyubi was right, in a heartless, asshole sort of fashion, but whatever, the blonde kitsune thought to himself, before walking up to a building that didn't seem to be closed at all. Walking into the building without hesitation, Naruto stopped to look at his surroundings and wasn't surprised in the slightest to see the store empty, but it was still a lovely convenience for him. As he continued to look at all of the things that he had suddenly gained a new interest for, Naruto was suddenly greeted by an excited female voice. "Oh, Naruto-kun. Please come in," the voice enthused. Naruto plastered a tired yet somehow satisfied smile on his face when he walked further into the store to be greeted by a beautiful clerk. "Hoi, Yushuna-san," Naruto greeted with a simple wave. From around the corner, came a young woman who was in the age range of her late teens. Her blue hair was cut short at the back, save for the side bangs which delicately hung over the sides of her face. Her eyes were a bit on the rounded side with deep and attractive brown pupils. Her face was slender and not at all bulky. She sported an petite, yet fit and defined body, with the curves in all the right places. Her skin was silky smooth with a dark tone to her skin, a perfect light tan. She wore a smooth, black leather jacket with a plain white shirt underneath which exposed her well-toned midriff. An attention-grabbing blue short skirt complemented her curvy waist, while exposing her long and nicely built legs. She wore simple shin-high boots. Cupping her hands together, Yushuna greeted her favorite customer with a beaming smile when she approached him. "Are you looking for something in particular?" she asked politely. Naruto looked around and quickly noticed that the store had almost been cleaned out. "Well, damn. I was, but it looks like everyone in the village beat me to it." "What happened here?" Naruto said. Yashins frowned. "What's that supposed to mean? You think that I can't get a decent clean every once in a while?" she asked, putting her hands on her hips. "Exactly," Naruto answered. Yushuna slapped her forehead and laughed, typical Naruto-kun. "So what are you looking for anyway?" she asked, trying to keep the gravy train rolling. Yeah. Before I answer that, you need to tell what brought on the Mondo cells." "I never seen this place look so empty," Naruto exclaimed. Yushuna turned around, signaling Naruto to follow her, which he did. It was a crazy day. Costumers, ninja and civilian alike, came storming into my shop out of nowhere. Most of them just came, grabbed several weapons, supplies and of ninja gear and simply left. But what really hooked my attention was that several jounin and chunin came here as well. I've never been so swamped in my life. Of course, things have taken a major slowdown, so here I am, wondering why the hell I was complaining about getting smashed when it's the only other thing I know what to do with my life," she said. Naruto's face fell. "Oh. Well, I think I can explain that little pace with the mark on my body," he said nonchalantly. Curious as to what Naruto was saying, Yushuna stopped and turned around to face him. When she saw what he mentioned. "Oh? You mean the Kyubi," she said, knowingly. "Ha ha ha. Surprised? Well, let's just say that Naruto calls this his store for a reason." Winky face. Now, Yushuna saw what Naruto was talking about, but also noticed how worn and torn his clothes looked. "For the love of pie! You look like hell, Naruto-kun," she exclaimed while looking over Naruto's entire form intently. "We need to fix you up with some fresh new clothes, hun." Naruto smiled. "Yushuna-san, you read my mind, which still frightens me to this very day," he said. They both shared a hearty laugh, before Yashuna guided Naruto to the clothing aisle. Come on, Naruto-kun. Because you're my favorite costumer and you're in serious need of some clothes, it's on the house today. Next day. Things have started to simmer down amongst the people of Konoha. With the dreaded anticipation of Kyuubi's attack dissipating, due to the massive no-show of the demon, the people slowly but surely crawled from their holes. The majority of businesses were slower to pick up off of the ground, however. But one of the places of business, the barbecue restaurant to be Persis, was having a grand old time keeping up with the constant orders they've been receiving. At the restaurant, 4 of their regular customers have arrived, due to the complaints and demands of the portly one of the group. It was like things hadn't changed a bit. Team Asuma had sat down for a hefty serving of delectable meaty goodness. Of course, 3 of them were taking their time enjoying their food, the other was scarfing it all down like it was nothing, literally, nothing. Asuma stopped eating and looked at his student with a blank face. Honestly, Chuji. To this very day, I wonder why you haven't died of food poisoning or something like that, he said. As though Chuji didn't even hear the guy, he continued to inhale the food before him, as it quickly vanished. More, the chubby shinobi hollered. Come in right up, the cook of the building responded happily from the other side. 7 orders of barbecued ribs and fish later, for Chuji at least, Eno rose from her seat, catching the attention of Asuma and Shikamaru. Eno, Asuma said with curiosity, what's up? I need some action, she said bluntly. Hearing those words, out of complete misunderstanding, Chuji boked on a piece of meat that he was devouring, due to the apparent shock that coursed through his head at hearing his teammates' words. Swallowing hard, Chuji saved himself from an ironic demise and stared at Eno. What? I was talking about going on a mission or something. Any one of you want to come with? Eno asked. Shikamaru sunk in his seat. You can count me out, he said nonchalant. Eno frowned. Oh come on, Shikamaru. When was the last time you got off your ass? She said. The lazy ninja sighed, when I got out of bed to come here. Isn't that enough? He replied lethargically. The blonde kunoichi thought about asking Chuji, but then again, the time that he would pick a mission over food would be a mere tale of Kami himself, but alas. Eno? Are you planning on finding someone to go with you? Asuma asked. Eno sighed, might as well. I'm totally broke and I figure I may as well get some missions under my belt, she mentioned. Asuma considered asking his student if she wanted his jounin assistance, but he could tell by the look on her face that she really didn't care, so he leaned back in his seat and smiled. All right then, Eno. Just be careful out there, he warned caringly. Eno walked out of the restaurant, after waving, don't worry I will, and I'll be back if I can't find anyone else to go with me, she assured. Meanwhile at the Haruno household, Sakura was walking down the stairs from her room. Everything that had happened in the last 24 hours really took its toll and the pink-haired kunoichi decided that she was in some serious need of exercise. However, earlier in the day, she left her house to find anyone who was interested in training with her. Though she didn't ask everyone, Sakura was pretty disappointed that her fellow graduates declined. Some politely, others rudely, like Niji. With no other options, Sakura thought that maybe if she would just show up at the central building, then maybe she'd get lucky, maybe. Slipping on her sandals, Sakura walked through her living room to get to the front door. Before she grabbed the door to open it, her mother's voice called her name from behind her. Sakura? Where are you heading off to? Mrs. Haruno asked with worry and just a hint of guilt. Sakura turned to look at her mother with a half-hearted smile. Oh? I'm gonna see if there are any missions that need to be done, she explained. Mrs. Haruno averted her eyes. Sakura. I know, Mom. I know. I'm sorry too, Sakura interjected. Sakura and her mother never got a chance to talk at all, due to the exhaustion she suffered after the whole ordeal with Naruto and the hate that she felt for Mrs. Haruno at the time. Sakura fell asleep in her mother's arms right afterwards, and from there she was carried to her house and on the bed. Here she is now, timidly making communication with her mother. I didn't mean all of those things I said to you, Mom, Sakura said with shameful tears building up within her eyes. Now that she thought more of it, Sakura felt like shit. Her mother was only trying to look out for her the best way she knew how, to be the best mother that SH knew how to be, and she said that she hated her. In a sense, Sakura felt rotten. Of course, those feelings were ever so slowly fading when her mother smiled at her. A sad smile, but a smile nonetheless. Sakura. About Naruto. Sakura's face suddenly cringed with fright. Naruto? What? What happened to him? Is he hurt? She frantically questioned. Mrs. Haruno quickly shook her head. No, dear. I was just wondering if you were certain you wanted to leave, she said. Sakura's facial expression relaxed, before she raised an eyebrow in confusion. Well, you see, I figured I should invite him over and I did. You what? Sakura exclaimed. You invited him here? Mrs. Haruno flinched back, not expecting such an outburst from her daughter. Why yes, dear. I saw him late last night and we talked a lot. I never felt so horrible about myself in my life. He's such a sweet boy. A little on the hyper side, but he's sweet. He told me that he knew why I treated him the way I did, and that he didn't blame me, nor did he blame anyone in our village, despite the pain that he felt. She explained. You invited him here, Sakura shouted, as though she never heard her mother's words. How could you? I'm not ready to face him. Why did you invite someone who hates me, over here? Sakura, you should know that. I have to get out of here, she yelled again, before busting through the door, running as if trying to escape the plague. Mrs. Haruno's mouth was left hanging about with the unfinished words she had not the chance to utter. Maybe I should have just told her that he respectfully declined my offer anyway, she thought. At the central building, the Hokage's dorm to be exact, Sarutobi was filling out papers. Typical. I just had to say yes? Oh, sure. I'll replace the yondaime and take the job, even though I'll probably croak of old age due to the stress of putting on a smile when someone walks in my office so I don't look like a jackass. What the hell was I thin? Sarutobi was pulled from his thoughts when a young female voice called out to him. Hokage-sama. The aged sandaime immediately plastered a fake smile on his face. Yes. Oh, hello Miss Yamanaka, he said. The blonde female stopped at the foot of Sarutobi's desk and bowed respectfully. I'm here to see if there are any C or D rank missions available, she said simply. The aged Hokage reached under his desk and pulled 2 up-to-date mission scrolls and set them promptly upon the desk. He was about to roll them forward until something caught his eye. Eno? You haven't a partner? He asked uncertainly. It took her a second, but Eno quickly realized that she was alone and she knew about the policy of teamwork. Oh no, I don't. Before she could even finish that sentence, the door creaked open again. Out from the door came the pink-haired figure of Sakura Horno. Sakura? Eno said a bit incredulously. Eno, Sakura repeated with the same response. What are you doing here? Before Eno could answer, Sarutobi stepped in. Ah, excellent. Looks like you found yourself a partner for your mission, Miss Yamanaka, he said with a small smile. Eno and Sakura looked at each other and a small part of them wanted to protest, until they remembered that if anyone was present at this time, then the help would be accepted. So they shrugged it off. Fantastic, Sarutobi began. Now let us see just what we have. Once again, another creak of the door. The figure who walked from it was that of an unfamiliar person to even Sarutobi. Eno and Sakura looked back to see person who looked perfectly suited for battle. The person wore a loose, collarless blood-red jacket with a black muscle shirt underneath. The shirt, itself, had several white bandages tightly but comfortably wrapped around his abdomen. Black loosened pants with blood-red colored streaks down both sides of them, covered his legs down over the ankles. On his feet were the same styled shinobi sandals, only 10 shades darker. His hands were protected with black, fingerless, hand-plated gloves. Lastly he wore a Konoha armband on his left arm. All eyes were on the mysterious person whose eyes were shadowed by his grown-out, shaggy, but tamed blonde hair. The figure walked right in between the 2 females, as though he were not aware of their existence and spoke with a voice that wahihihi too familiar to ignore. Hey, old man. Got any missions up for grabs? The guy said. Hearing the voice, both Sakura and Eno's eyes widened as they came to an immediate realization. Naruto, they both thought in unison. Looking at him a little closely, Sakura found herself blushing madly at how handsome Naruto looked, now. He had grown his hair out more, and rid himself of that ridiculous orange-colored jumpsuit. Of course, she immediately turned her head away to conceal her blush and smiled very nervously. What the hell, Sakura? Why are you losing it like this? Why does Naruto-kun look so He's so hot. I'll drop his pants down if it's the last thing I do. Eno was having similar problems. She too found herself heavily infatuated with Naruto's new look. Thing is, the moment she realized that she was ogling at the blonde, she turned away and started to hyperventilate unintentionally. Oh, God. Naruto. I've never seen him so. Damn, he's... Oh, God. Sarutobi laced his hands together and smiled almost wickedly. Aha. Eno Yamanaka, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki, a fine team indeed, he said. His surrounding finally hit him. Naruto shot his head to the left to see Sakura, to the right to see Eno, then back down to Sarutobi. Naruto's eyes dimmed to an almost threatening shade with a look simply screamed, "Don't pit with them, god damn it." Before any more negotiations could be made, another creak of the door entered the fray, snatching all of their attention and revealing Anko Madarashi. Lord Hokage. May I have a word with you, Abo dash? What are you three doing here, she said, eyeing all of the genin, mostly Naruto. Sarutobi's smile became wide and vivid. Well, seeing as how everything seems to be falling into place, he said, as he reached under his desk again and pulled out a B-rank mission scroll. Anko took one look at the scroll and widened her eyes with slight fright. Oh sure dash. Anko, would you be so kind as to be these genin's jounin squad leader for an important B-rank mission? It looks as though they could use one, he asked with that smile never leaving his face. All at once. All at the very same time, the faces of Naruto, Sakura, Eno, and Anko changed into an irritated squint. Naruto, this can't be happening to me. Chapter 8. Why me? A flabbergasted Naruto thought to himself, as he and his three female companions treaded through the air from tree to tree. Why me? Why? Why does the old man have to be so evil? I mean sure, I can understand Sakura being here, seeing as how we're a team and all, despite her hating my guts, a major downside to be sure, but did he have to stick me with Eno and the psycho bitch? It isn't fair. It's not fair. The new and unlikely team of NaruxSakuxIno Anko, wow, left their village hours ago for an important B-rank mission. At least? Sarutobi said it was important. Naruto thought he was full of shit and simply assumed that the aged Sandame had some anonymous grudge against him. Yeah, it's true that he was being totally irrational, but cut the guy some slack, he's had it rough the last couple of days. During their trek through the forest outside Konoha, the eyes of Eno and Sakura discreetly shifted constant and worried glances to the blonde kitsune between them. They were scared. They had every reason to be. It was true that they agreed to make it up to Naruto eventually, no matter what, but this was a little much. Neither of the two females were ready to face him, and the uber-irritated squint that was still plastered on his face since they'd left the Hokage's dorm hours ago, didn't help their chances get any less bleak. Damn it. Why did things have to be this way? A super-worried Sakura inwardly grimaced. It's all my fault. If I hadn't said all of those terrible things to him, then maybe our hands wouldn't be tied. Naruto-kun doesn't deserve any of this. A few more moments after her thoughts, Sakura started to feel that same heart-wrenching guilt boil over once again. She couldn't stand feeling like a victim of her own grief, it made her feel weak and helpless. There may have been a serious lack of communication before, but now the chance to set things right was right here before her. Whether she would take it or not, was up to her entirely, and she had to take the chance now. I can't take this anymore, Eno mentally shouted. Naruto. With his unsettling squint still present upon his face, Naruto quickly shifted his pupils to Eno's direction as a silent response. The newly dressed genin's glare was vastly unsettling and Eno nearly wet her bandages as she caught it. Sakura caught her voice from sounding and listened to what her blonde friend had to say. I have something to tell you, she began with a very uneasy tone, before trying her damnedest to steel her resolve, something that I should have said a long time ago. Naruto silently scoffed. You know what? I was just about to tell you the same thing, he said with much seriousness. Eno's eyes widened with hope when she heard Naruto's words. You were, she asked just to make certain. Sakura, too, perked up a bit when she heard this. She looked intently at the two awaiting where this would go. Would he accept? Would he understand? And if he did, would it grant Sakura the strength necessary to do what was demanded of her? Naruto nodded, before shifting his eyes forward again. Yeah, I was. How's about we focus on the mission at hand and save whatever useless comments we have till, oh, I don't know, we croak of old age, huh? Now, doesn't that sound like a kick in the ass, he snarked sarcastically. Shot down and destroyed. Eno's heart not only sank into her chest, but it nearly exploded with grief and shameful disappointment. The blonde female's face cringed a lot as she averted her turquoise orbs to the direction ahead of her. She had no reason to complain, though she really felt like she deserved that one, although the pain in her chest was almost intolerable. For Sakura, every hope of doing what she was hoping of doing was incinerated when she saw what just happened. The pink-haired genin gulped hard. So much for that idea, she thought grudgingly to herself. Snapping the two females out of their troubled thoughts, was the older female voice of Anko, who had been trotting slightly ahead of the bunch. He's right. We're on a mission, so keep all else aside for the time being. You can settle your little feuds, then, Anko said straightforwardly. Besides, all of your incessant rambling is driving insane. How I ever got stuck a bunch o' losers like you, because of horrible timing, is beyond me. And cue the sweat beads? Still, what Lord Hokage mentioned to me does make sense. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// After very little argument from Naruto, much to the dismay of Sakura and Eno, the blonde boy grudgingly accepted the mission, as he was in dire need of some cash. What can you do? Enko, of course, was the one who couldn't even fathom the idea. The very second that the three genin exited the Hokage's dorm, Enko raised her protests. Lord Hokage? Is there any particular reason why you're sticking with 3/5 of the Power Rangers this day? She asked with redundant sarcasm. With the children now gone and certainly out of earshot, Sarutobi's face grew serious and unmoving. Enko, he said with his Kage seriousness. Why yes, she responded uneasily, due to her leader's change in demeanor. The gray-haired Sandaime closed his eyes. There's a reason why you were chosen to help these genin on this particular mission, he said with impassive intent. Enko stared on as she awaited what she was about to be told. You were the one to tell me of the reappearance of Orochimaru? Yes, Sarutobi asked. Enko flinched back. What are you saying? You're not seriously involving 3 inexperienced genin in a mission involving him, she exclaimed valiantly. Sarutobi opened his eyes. Of course not. Come here for a moment, he calmly ordered. Curious as to see what Sarutobi was addressing to, Enko approached his desk further. The Sandaime placed his index finger upon the B rank scroll. Take a look at the mission you 4 will be assigned to. It may interest you, he said. Immediately doing what she was told, Enko carefully studied the written task with piqued interest. When she was finished, the brunette Jounin was mildly surprised. She read the contents over a few more times just to see if she wasn't going retarded. Lord Hokage. I don't understand. Shouldn't this be ranked as dash? I am aware of your sentiments, Enko, but rest assured, with the ability levels of those 3 genin at your side I am confident that you'll be able to accomplish this mission, Sarutobi reassured. Enko was finding everything that she had heard to be quite unbelievable. What are you getting at, sir? The Haruno and the Yamanaka girl's abilities are mediocre at best, but the Uzumaki boy is actually what I wanted to talk to you about, she mentioned. Sarutobi leaned back in his large seat. Yes. I am aware of that. You are concerned with the boy's sudden increase in speed and reflexes, yes? He asked knowingly. Enko finally ceased her reading of the mission and looked at her Hokage. Actually, I was. Do you think that it's possible that he gained a bit of the Yuku's power when it appeared? It would seem so. So, you assume that with his newfound power and senses he could be a very valuable asset to any difficult mission? Of course. From what you have told me about the boy's encounter with the Umbu, he wouldn't have much of a problem on this B-rank mission. So are you gonna tell me why I picked you to be their Jounin squad leader? Well, you are hell-bent on discovering Orochimaru's whereabouts and intentions, so I figured you would be perfect for the job. Okay, could you please stop finishing your sentences? Sorry, but it's a habit that I picked up from something that I can't put my finger on, it just sort of happens, Sarutobi said in a somewhat bewildered manner. Enko slightly shook her head before straightening herself. Okay, I understand. I'll inform them of our duties at once, she said before walking out of Sarutobi's office. ////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Now that I think of it, with the combination Naruto's heightened abilities, Ino's and Sakura's massive chakra control and genjutsu abilities, this mission could actually go quite smooth. Enko was suddenly ripped for her thoughts when the back of her trenchcoat was viciously snatched and pulled, immediately halting her tree hopping. With her feet now swept into the air, Enko had just enough time to see Naruto with one of his arms latched onto her coat, before he completely yanked her back. With his heightened reaction time, Naruto released his grip on Enko's coat as she flew backwards and reached his arms to both of his sides, snatching the unnoticing Sakura and Eno by the back of their collars in midair. Before even given an instant to grasp what the hell just happened, Naruto jumped back off of the branch he was on, catching Enko between his legs during mid-leapt. Dexterously hopping down the trees without the slightest bit of difficulty, the blonde genin was able to get all 3 of the girls to safety without doing so much as scratching them. With the perfection of his timing and the unseemly knowledge of his surroundings, Naruto promptly landed behind a large boulder in the ground, cradling Sakura and Eno heads with his arms, covering their mouths, and Enko plopped on her ass in between Naruto's legs, with her mouth covered with one of the blonde's free hands. With Naruto's head turned to the side with one eye squinted and the other widened, he held the girls in place. Don't make a sound, Naruto sternly but quietly warned. Eno and Sakura's eyes were still widened as they tried to grasp what was happening now. After a few more seconds they calmed their expressions and didn't bother to question Naruto at the moment. Enko was another story. She, too, had her eyes widened at the abrupt change in action, but hardened her expression to a firm glare, not caring what Naruto's reason were for doing that. He was the absolute last person on earth that she ever expected to surprise her, and there she was, sitting in between his legs looking like red-headed stepchild being held hostage. A distinctive growl hummed quietly through Naruto's hands, causing him to reflexively grip tighter around her mouth. Anko was fixin' to pull out a kunai and slice off the boy's hand until she picked up a chakra pulse. Her jounin instincts kicked in and she silenced herself completely. "I think it came from over here," the voice of a male shinobi said. "We might have a few visitors." "Yeah, maybe. Just remember what the boss said. We'd better get back to our post so we don't incur his ungodly wrath." "You remember what happened last time?" the voice of another male responded. "But what if there's someone out here who can really fuck everything up? Would he forgive us then?" "Don't know, don't care. Just follow his orders and don't question them. You how he does it." With that, the two men dashed off in the opposite direction. With the ninja now gone, Naruto still had the girls in his grip and was still feeling very uneasy. Of course his thoughts didn't last long, as he suddenly felt several agonizing pricks on his hand. With his face scrunching up in some ridiculous way after each of the pricks of pain, Naruto shot his eyesight to the source of it all and saw Anko repeatedly stabbing his hand with kunai. Using every ounce of willpower he possessed to keep himself from screaming bloody murder and compromising their position, Naruto shot his bloodied hand back, curling his fingers as he comically glared at the very pain that now coursed through it. With Anko released, she shot to her feet and brushed herself off, while glare cannonballs at the blonde who dared to touch her like that. Eno and Sakura saw the whole thing. With Naruto's grip weakened, they both shot to their own feet and death glared at their squad leader. "What the hell did you do that for?" Sakura shouted at the jounin. "He was just trying to dash." "Both of you, be quiet," Naruto said with a dull and quieted roar. Eno and Sakura looked back at Naruto with worried expressions. "But, Naruto," they both complained in unison. The blonde boy shot a very unsettling glare at both of his female companions, shutting them up immediately. "Listen. I think we might have stepped into enemy territory," he said. Anko scoffed, but unconsciously kept her voice to a whisper. "Oh yeah? And just what makes you so sure?" she asked in a surprisingly challenging manner. Naruto looked at his hand one last time and saw that it was completely healed. He stood up and carefully took in his surroundings. "The air. It reeks of blood," he said with a cautious look of edginess glued to his face. "There are traps all over this forest. And I only stopped all of you because we needed to know who we're up against. So far, it looks like we're getting close to an enemy base." "Wow," all of the females thought in unison, as they all unconsciously plastered stunned and bewildered looks on their faces. Anko was the first to shake out of her wonderment. Guess you have been paying attention in class, but you're right. We can't stay here any longer. We'll just have to make do and avoid all of the traps as best we can. We'll just split into two factions, one covering the air, and another covering the ground," she informed, while still looking at Naruto, "which shouldn't be so hard with Foxboy over here. His change in wardrobe will definitely help him out in the stealth department as well." Who knew the kid had it in him? Without realizing it, a somewhat proud smile creeped its way to Anko's lips as she started to wonder what else the boy was now capable of, but that all remains to be seen. "Okay, so, shouldn't we be going, now? The enemy might be on to us," Sakura steadily mentioned. With a nod from everyone else in the group, they all disappeared within their ninja speed and treaded throughout the forest more discreetly, safely avoiding traps and all of that crap thanks to Naruto's fantastic senses, along with Anko's. She is a special jounin, after all. "This is totally weird," Sakura thought to herself while dashing through the forest floor with Eno and looking up at Naruto, who tagged along with Anko atop the trees. I've seen Naruto so commanding and dominant. It's true what Eno said, he has changed a lot." A part of Sakura felt rotten for the possibility that the change was her fault and that she missed the old Naruto already. However, another part of her couldn't ignore the rising heat of her body temperature that was brought on by the blonde boy's silent ferocity, especially when he held her to keep her silent. He smelt really good," Sakura's subconscious mind blurted out. No. Stay focused, Sakura." Seeing her friend beside her start to look a little downhearted, due to the possibility that Naruto's change was completely her fault, Eno, herself, started the plummet in that same direction. "I don't understand why I feel so bad. I did the right thing yesterday and set Sakura straight, but now she's just so down," Eno thought, before looking up at Naruto and suddenly started to blush. "Naruto. He's changed, but I can't tell whether it's good or bad. The look in his eyes, he's definitely proved himself to be a fantastic leader, all in all." After a while of steeping further into unknown territory, the squad noticed that the traps seemed to have decreased to a large degree. Sensing this, Naruto and Anko signaled for the halt. Once stopped, Eno and Sakura stealthily hopped to the tree to join the rest of their squad. Hiding discreetly behind the mass of leaves from tree trunks and all of that which rather, the squad kept their eyes glued to a camp that was clearly visible to them all. Okay, Enko began, do you all remember who we're looking for? With a nod from everyone, they all intently watched the movements of the shinobi guarding the campsite. It wasn't hard to tell that it was a complicated setup, but they all made doubly sure that they weren't spotted as they continued to watch their pattern of movements. Hours passed by. With all of their careful and trained eyes, the Leaf Genin and Enko were able to fully memorize the patterns. What was surprising, however, was that Naruto didn't say anything, no complaints, no gripes, nothing. He just stood there with just as much, if not, more intent than his teammates had. The most notable thing about it all was that Naruto seemed to be very deep in thought. The look in his eyes practically screamed, "Don't bother me, I'm thinking." After a moment or two of silence, a smile swept Naruto's lips. Say, Eno. Meanwhile, inside of an underground chamber at the enemy base, a battered young woman with long black hair, stripped to nothing more than her bra and panties, was savagely punched flying into a wall of the chamber, hacking up a dangerous amount of blood upon impact. She slid to the floor and struggled to lift her head up to glare at her attacker. The attacker was a man wearing a shinobi vest with all black garments underneath, and a mask to hide his face. He wore a Whirlpool Village headband with a slash across it. Bitch! This is your last chance with me. Tell me what else you know, or I'll make thing a hell of a lot worse, he barked. The bloodied and beaten female hacked up another serving of her blood, before glaring at the man defiantly. Go to hell, you slime. You bastards already took my purity. I owe you nothing, she retorted, before receiving a brutal kick to the abdomen, causing her to fold over and hit her forehead against the floors, holding her sore area and gasping for air. The enraged shinobi had lost his patience with the woman, as he cracked his knuckles. All right, you little whore. You've had your chance, he yelled, before reeling his fist back to slam it upon the poor woman's head with all of his might. That is, until the barred door to the gate opened, revealing a man with the same garb but with a slashed Sand Village headband instead. The Whirlpool Ninja eyed the man wearily. What the dash? Why aren't you at your post? He demanded. The Sand Ninja glared at his fellow shinobi. Are you some kind of idiot? Your shift is over for now. This is my post, he retorted with irritation. The Whirlpool shinobi's eyes squinted with angry realization, before he walked right past his fellow guard. With that, the Sand Ninja approached the whimpering brunette. Ashima Karatsun, the man called out in an uncharacteristically gentle, while reaching his hand out to aid her. Sensing this, Ashima shot her head off of the ground and fearfully slapped his hand away, crying out in helpless terror. Stay back. Get away from me, she bellowed, causing the man to flinch in surprise. I hate you. I hate you all. You took everything from me, and for that, I'd rather die than tell you scum anything else. The Sand Ninja's face fell. My God. They must have did horrible things to her. Her mind is wavering greatly, he thought, while looking down at the pitiable young female. The man's face suddenly grew determined. Come on, Ashima-san. You're getting out of here, he declared with a strengthened resolve. Ashima fell back on her ass and screamed. She screamed loud and it was ear-grating. No, please don't rape me again. Please, she begged out of sheer desperation. Finally deciding that he'd had enough, the Sand Shinobi knelt down in front of the frightened woman and quickly clutched his hand over her mouth to shut her the fuck up. Listen to me, he whispered, I'm not one of them. I'm here to bring you back to Konoha with my squad, Ashima-san. With tears draining down her face, Ashima silenced her screams. The Sand Ninja slowly lowered his hand from the frightened brunette's mouth in the fears of her screaming again. To his luck she only sobbed. Who are you? She asked whilst whining. The Sand Ninja smiled. Unfortunately, before he could respond, another voice called out from behind him. Ah, perfect timing. Get that defiant little bitch outside. The boss wants to have word with her, the other man called out. At hearing those dreadful words, Ashima's tears fell down with more ferocity as she immediately recalled what that meant. No, she whispered. The Sand Ninja stared at the captive woman in confusion. What? What is it? He asked. Ashima lowered her head and tangled her fingers in her hair as she feared the worst. No. Not him. Not him, she lamented with terror. The Sand Ninja became even more confused. Who is she talking abo? Hey! What's taking you? You know how irritable the boss gets when you keep him waiting, right? The man at the entrance of the chamber warned. The Sand Ninja's face cringed behind his mask. Forgive me, he whispered, before knocking the unsuspecting Ashima's face into the wall with a punch so hard, the left side of her head crashed into the wall, rendering her totally unconscious. Chapter 9. Ah, perfect timing. Get that defiant little bitch outside. The boss wants to have word with her, the other man called out. At hearing those dreadful words, Ashima's tears fell down with more ferocity as she immediately recalled what that meant. No, she whispered. The sand ninja stared at the captive woman in confusion. What? What is it? He asked. Ashima lowered her head and tangled her fingers in her hair as she feared the worst. No. No, no, and no. Not him. Not him, she lamented with terror. The sand ninja became even more confused. Who is she talking abo-hey? What's taking you? You know how irritable the boss gets when you keep him waiting, right? The man at the entrance of the chamber warned. The sand ninja's face cringed behind his mask. Forgive me, he whispered, before knocking the unsuspecting Ashima's face into the wall with a punch so hard, the left side of her head crashed into the wall, rendering her totally unconscious. The Konoha Genin squad continued to watch and wait within different parts of the surrounding trees for something to happen. It seemed that they would get their wish sooner than expected. From a vault cover located on the ground, came a rouge sand ninja carrying an unconscious young woman on his shoulder. Seeing this, Sakura's face became riddled with startlement. What the hell? This wasn't part of the plan, she worriedly thought before pushing her finger upon a small communication device that she just recently hooked to her ear. Naruto. I know, Naruto's voice quickly responded, something's wrong. She shouldn't be there. Hearing this, Sakura simply decided to watch and see what unfolded, but couldn't help but shift worried glances to her unconscious blonde female friend, Eno. The large sum of ninja, 10 to be exact, all lined up in single-file formation as though they were waiting for something. There was a space reserved in the center for the sand ninja who took it, while still holding the young prisoner over his should. After a few seconds, footsteps could be heard, patting the ground in a slow, but ominously steady pace. The footsteps seemed to belong to a very large man, it was almost clear. After a few more seconds, a frightening pulse of chakra could be felt among every living soul in that area, followed shortly afterwards, by a huge luminous figure slowly marching from within the trees and the bushes. So, boys, what have you been able to obtain? The deep and gruffly toned voice hummed out. Naruto was startled when he heard a sudden gasp of total and absolute shock coming from Anko. He looked beside him to see what the problem was. Anko, the brunette jounin unintentionally began to tremble, a first in Naruto's book. He watched his squad leader begin to shake harder and harder as she stared on at the new figure that presented himself. It can't be, she said with an uncharacteristic level of fear showing in her voice. What? Who is that? Did I completely miss something here? Naruto said in a growingly irritated fashion. Anko never ceased her trembling. That's. Well? Have you gotten anything else out of the girl, or not? The mysterious man said, eyeing the sand ninja who was holding her. A rogue mist shinobi on the far left side stepped up to speak. Sir. We have obtained nothing further. She's a tough one, that much is certain, but so far she tells us nothing more of her knowledge about the organization, he informed sternly, but with every ounce of fearful respect one could muster. The vision of dominance looked at the girl closely. I see. Put her down, he ordered the sand ninja, who willingly complied without hesitation. Upon contact with the ground, Ashima began to snap out of her unconsciousness. The large man waited for her to fully awaken as he watched her with intent. After only a few seconds, Ashima came to and rose to sit on her knees, slowly trying to grasp her surroundings. Before this could go on for long, however, the large man called out to her. Ah? Glad to see that you're finally awake, Ashima, he said with a rather sadistic smile. Hearing that voice, Ashima began to tremble and whimper as she remembered the terms of agreement that she was told if she didn't talk. At first, the very thought of looking up at the figure that was sure to be right over her was the most terrifying thing in the world. Hearing a well-polished katana unsheathing certainly didn't make her situation any brighter. Tears of horror and despair ran down her cheeks, as she continued to stare at the ground, not wanting to even think about what the monster standing overhead would do to her. So stubborn, like always, Ashima. You should know better than to defy me, the man said with a slight growl to his words. Not hearing a response, the shadowed stranger shifted the pointed end of his katana onto Ashima's midsection with barely enough force to keep her skin unpierced. The frightened young female whined and cried when she felt that pain, as even more disturbing thoughts riddled her mind. The man started to trail his sword upward on her body, slowly. Please, she pathetically begged. The man scoffed, don't be ridiculous. If you won't talk because of your defiance, then you are of no further use to me. That is how it must be, he said with unforgiving cruelty dripping from his mouth. The large man's sword eventually reached Ashima's neck and slowly slithered up to her cheek until it reached her left eye, where it stayed, terrifying the young brunette all the more. I beg you. Please don't do this to me, she continued to beg, while the tears that she shed became more fierce. The dominant man kept his sword where it was. Humph. Lucky for you, I'm a compassionate man. There's business that must be taken care of, before I finish you off. For starters, he began before shifting a somewhat murderous glare to the sand ninja behind Ashima. Shoving Ashima to the side with ruthless purpose, the burly man marched up to the frozen sand ninja and viciously clutched his large hand around his throat, crushing all chances he had of breathing, as he lifted the masked Nin high off of the ground. Who are you? Sakura gasped. Eno, she thought before quietly speaking into her earpiece again. Naruto? We have to do something. Naruto struggled to silence a grunt that he had let out after seeing what he saw. He poised himself to lounge out of the trees and strike all of the bastards down, when a hand firmly clasped onto his shoulder. Don't, Enko firmly ordered. We have a plan B, remember? Naruto growled as a response, standing down as he did so. Enko spoke into a communication earpiece of her own. Sakura, she said. Hi, the pink-haired Kunoichi briskly responded, before she started to perform an unruly number of hand signs. The suffocating sand Nin was futilely attempting to loosen the man's monstrous grip to breathe, but was failing miserably. The more he struggled, the tighter his neck was gripped. With his katana still in hand, the large, dominant man frowned. Last chance, he warned evilly. Who are you? You share the same body, but I know you're not one of mine. Who do you work for? Soon, the lack of oxygen was starting to take its toll on the unfortunate sand Nin and his vision began to blurt. As he started to lose himself to unconsciousness, he suddenly heard a voice called out to him within a communication earpiece in his ear. Do it, Eno, the voice of Sakura said. Smiling, despite the situation, Eno slowly lifted her hands. The large man raised an eyebrow at seeing this, before he saw the sand Nin connect his hands together in a most familiar way. Kai, the female voice of Eno shouted within the sand Nin's head. Seeing the sand Nin's arms go limp, the dominant man frowned again. What are you? Wait. Mind transfer, he roared before spinning his body half-circle and launching 4 shuriken in a seemingly random direction. Within the trees, Eno regained consciousness, but immediately found her head being shoved down by Sakura's hand to escape the range of 4 well-aimed shuriken. Lifting her head up, Eno looked at her pink-haired friend beside her. Sakura. It's okay, Eno. I've already placed the genjutsu, Sakura assured. The 9 rogue Nin that were still in single file, were now fully alerted, looking around the area frantically in search of any intruders. The 10th Nin, the sand shinobi, was still unconscious within the grasp of the tall mysterious man. It would appear that we have some compa. What? He shouted, when he looked down at the ground where he had thrown Ashima only to see. Absolutely nothing. With unprecedented fury building within him, the man's grip on the unconscious sand Nin tightened to such a degree, that his neck was snapped completely. The other rogue Nin began to tremble after seeing this and dared not to do so much as move a muscle, as it might upset their leader. The shadowed man shot a terrifying glare to his subordinates. Don't, just stand there you idiots, he roared, seek and destroy. Shaking their visible fear off, the 9 remaining rogues shouted unified grunts of affirmation and disappeared within a flash of that good old ninja speed. The squad of NaruxSakuxIno dashed across the trees at a ridiculously quick pace. Even though it didn't go 100% smoothly, the plan worked almost perfectly. Enko took the responsibility of carrying the shivering Ashima as they continued the long haul back to Konoha. Mission accomplished, said a rather proud Sakura. Don't be so quick to judge, Enko retorted. We may have retrieved the girl, and your genjutsu may slow them down, but our mission is over when she's safe behind the walls of Konoha, got it? NGH. Hi, Sakura responded before squaring her eyes in exasperation. You don't have to such a cunt about it. Geez. As they continued their amazing race, Sakura looked to Eno and saw that she looked very downhearted, as though she were ashamed about something. Eno? What's the matter? Sakura asked her friend, who exchanged a look of slight disbelief from her end. Are you serious, Sakura? I totally fucked up, Eno said to herself more than anyone else. Sakura smiled at this, thinking that it was no more that simple modesty. What are you talking about, Eno? You did exactly what you were supposed to do, she consoled. Eno scoffed in disappointment with herself. If by that, you mean the only thing I was good for was getting caught, then inclined to agree with you, she said insistently. Before Sakura could respond, a familiar voice of a certain blonde boy called out from ahead of them. Oh, come on. Give yourself a break, Eno, Naruto said with a familiar spark of boyish charm that was thought to be long gone. Being forced to bring this girl out into the open pretty much opened the door for Plan B. If you weren't so skilled at the mind transfer, we'd still be sitting there complaining about nothing to do. Plus, she would have most likely been killed. So don't shoot yourself in the face about it. Eno was surprised to say the least. Naruto actually gave her a compliment, a sincere one, at that. It was almost too good to be true. She truly believed that Naruto would rather chop off his own balls than give her any sort of recognition. Yet, here he was. Eno felt a warm blush sweep across her face at hearing Naruto's sentiments. Somehow, it was a lot more believable coming from him. Thank you Naruto, Eno said with a grateful, but nervous smile. As a response, the blonde genin looked back at Eno with a much more tame, gentle and understanding look on his face, a look that nearly made her and Sakura faint. The way that his shaggy and untamed hair flowed in front of his gentle eyes, magnifying their brilliance with the bright sunlight piercing through the trees, was truly amazing to both females. In time, Sakura also found a blush sweep across her face. Naruto-kun, Sakura unintentionally swooned, while staring at the blonde genin dreamingly. A look of confusion crossed Naruto's face. What is it Sakura? He asked, wondering what was wrong. Sakura snapped back into reality and mentally cursed herself for letting that slip out. She did the only logical thing she could think of at a time like this. And nothing, Sakura said half-heartedly, cursing herself even more. Damn it. He's right here in front of me. Why am I still hesitating? Why can't I just tell him that I was wrong, and how sorry I am for everything I've ever put him through? As these thoughts raged through her head, Naruto shrugged off his confusion and turned to face forward, thoroughly blocking out what Sakura had just called him. Damn, either I still have that adrenaline high going on, or Sakura just called me, nah. Must be the adrenaline high, he thought solidly to himself. Eno? The blonde female looked ahead of her and looked at Naruto. Yeah, she responded with a little concern. After we get Ashima-san to the village, I want to talk to you, alone, he said without hesitating. Eno's blush re-established itself as she stared at the black-clad genin incredulously. To me? He wants to talk, me? Alone? Oh, God, she thought as she began to inwardly panic. As Eno wondered, feared, and, for some reason, fantasized about what Naruto wanted to speak with her about, Sakura was practically having an inward meltdown. Why did Naruto want to talk to Eno? What was he hiding? Have they been talking behind Sakura's back? Has Naruto fallen for the blonde female? Why was Sakura suddenly glaring at Eno? The young Yamanaka was far too involved with her overview of the possibilities, so she sure as hell didn't notice. Naruto shifted his focus to his Jounin squad leader, Anko. Are you positive that this was a B-rank mission? He asked. Hearing this, Anko hesitated at first. Yes, it was, at first, she answered. What do you mean? Who was that guy that we saw earlier? He persisted. Again, Anko hesitated. Should I tell them? NGH. The fact that he showed up changes everything. Everything, she thought fearfully to herself. Anko, Naruto called out to snap the Jounin out of her daze. Who is he? No one you need to worry about right now. We have the girl and that's all we need to be concerned with right now, Anko said. Naruto was definitely still urged to press his questioning on, but decided against it, even though it was very surprising to see Anko, one of the best special Jounin in Konoha, shaking in her sandals when she saw the guy. Pushing these thoughts aside, Naruto just continued to tread quickly along the trees. Whether the mission was slightly more dangerous than a B rank or not, it was still a mission, and it was still money in the pocket. Holla. After a few more minutes of their haul back to Konoha, Anko felt the body of Ashima start to tremble and shiver. Feeling this, the special Jounin immediately halted her pace, gaining looks of surprise from the genin, who stopped in their tracks as well. What's wrong? Sakura asked with concern. As Anko continued to stare at Ashima's shivering body, she became more and more worried. Damn. She's getting really cold and the wounds that she received are starting to take its toll. If we don't get her to the resting spot that we set up before we got to the enemy camp and treat her wounds, she could possibly die of a fever before we even get to the village, she fretted. Without even thinking at all, Naruto hopped over to the same branch as Anko, swiftly removed his red jacket, and wrapped it around the cold Ashima to keep her warm. Quite possibly the biggest mistake that he ever made in his miserable life. Taking off his jacket not only revealed his sleek and surprisingly well-toned arms and chest, due to his form-fitting muscle shirt, but also intensified the smell that his body gave off, due to the excitement of the mission in and of itself. Sakura, Eno, and Anko's eyes widened at the unbelievably addicting stench that suddenly dispersed into the air. Almost at the exact same time, they all took a huge whiff of it all and shot intense and somewhat intentive glares at Naruto, who was suddenly struck by the fast-developing notion that he was being watched from all sides. Taking his eyes off of the shivering female in Anko's arms, Naruto turned his attention to all of the females of his squad, who predictably shot their attention elsewhere in the nick of time. The blonde genin shrugged it off. Come on. Let's get her to the resting point, he said with his usual determination. Ignoring the quickly rising desires that were beginning to surface, they nodded and shot off in the same burst of speed. This time, however, Naruto noticed that all of the females were edged much closer to him than before. He exchanged confused looks at the females who all paid him no mind, but had these barely noticeable intense and wanting looks on their faces from what he could see. As he struggled trying to figure out what the deal was, Naruto suddenly heard a very familiar voice echo inside his head. Uhuho, hubba, hubba. Once again, Naruto slowly zoned out. QB, what the hell is going on? Bahahahaha. You really don't know, Kit? Are you really that stupid about the female species? Well, apparently yes. Why do they have to be alt ninja'd this sort of thing? It looks like they're about to kill me. Kill you? Oh, no, Kit. They won't kill you, they'll just probably tear you limb from limb to get a piece of you. What? Huh. Let me give you a brief explanation. If you haven't noticed, you've been giving off a smell that, to say the least, really stinks. I noticed that too, but that doesn't explain why they all keep sniffing and edging closer to me. They're freaking me out. Kit. Don't you know anything? Your unusual increase of testosterone has allowed you to give off more of a scent that interacts with the female sex drive. Your chances of finding a suitable mate will be quite interesting indeed. Mwahahaha. What part of my predicament in any possible aspect amuses you? Haha. The fact that this is yet another side effect of the pact. I've noticed that you have taken a more dominant turn to things, and to my knowledge, it's really making the females hot. Kit, you are so screwed. AAA ha. Like hell I am. There has to be a way out of this mess, and you're gonna tell me, QB? QB, this isn't funny. Answer me. Back in the plane of reality? Answer meya, stupid fox, Naruto shouted out nowhere, garnering the immediate attention of the rest of his squad. Instantly slapping his hand over his mouth, Naruto nervously shot his eyes from left to right. What a freak. Chapter 10. For NaruxSakuxIno WINS, the trip back to their resting point was as smooth as silk, and, for the females of the group, it was most enjoyable thanks to a certain male that has become somewhat of a fascination to them all, not just because of the alluring scent of pure manliness, but also because of the demonstration of cunning that was displayed earlier. Needless to say, Naruto has definitely proved himself among his current female company. One of the girls, the Jounin squad leader to be exact, was the one having the most trouble coming to terms with the undeniable heat that was building within the center of her body as she tree-hopped to the resting point. In case you weren't paying any attention, it was Anko. As they jolted along, Anko constantly found herself edging closer to Naruto because of the scent that he was giving off. Of course, she would realize this sooner or later and grow the distance between them, before she would do it again to enjoy the manly smell that assaulted her senses in the best possible way. Damn it, Anko. What the hell is wrong with you? He's just a kid. A kid who probably just lucked out in the plan that he developed to retrieve Ashima, and in no way can smell this good. He's only 12 and probably doesn't even realize why he's practically being suffocated by all of us. He's dense and far too hyperactive, but he smells so good. Anko fought with herself, trying to destroy the notion of her actually being attracted to a boy that was twice as young as she was. Eventually, she couldn't take it anymore. Anko increased her speed to an even greater height and yelled back at the other genin to keep up with her. Sure, Eno and Sakura may have struggled a bit, but unfortunately for Anko, Naruto's newly acquired speed paved the road for that possibility with pure and abundant ease. Once again, poor Anko was bombarded with that intoxicating aroma. Eventually, Eno and Sakura caught up with the two, wondering what the acceleration was for. Damn. Persistent little punk, Anko thought bitterly to herself, before kicking her speed up a few more notches, leaving the other genin in the dust. That's fucking fast. Naruto started to think the worst. Man. Ashima-san must be worse off than I thought. Better keep up with Anko so we can get there in time, Naruto thought before cranking his own augmented speed on par with Anko's. Eno and Sakura both gained looks of sheer confusion and overwhelmed exasperation as they tried to keep up with the others, but when they saw Anko practically vanish, their jaws nearly fell off of their skulls. They were even more surprised that Naruto did the same thing with speeds that they thought were incapable for him. They looked at each other for a brief moment before attempting, once again, to keep up with their fellow shinobi, so not to be left behind. Anko had a rather triumphant smirk on her face as she thought she had finally lost the brat with the fantastic scent. Of course, her happiness didn't last very long when she inhaled that same damnable smell. Looking to her left, Anko saw the source and was immediately blown away. What? How did he dash? He shouldn't be able to keep up with me. That damn smell, Anko inwardly cursed, before glaring at the blonde ninja, Why do you keep following me? Go bother someone else. Naruto shifted a very curious glance to his Jounin squad leader. Whoa. Anko, what's the matter? He asked. Anko's glare deepened as she growled, I said get away from me with your stench, already. It's driving me nuts. What, you got corn in your ears? Run on the ground or something and leave me alone, she barked. Blinking twice after hearing this, Naruto suddenly frowned. For some odd reason, being spoken to like that really pissed him off. Something was out of place though, Naruto could tell that much. He'd never get as pissed as he was getting now over something like this. The boy was talked down to all his life, even after he graduated from the academy, and he either brushed it off, gave the asshole the finger or retorted with words of his own. This time, however, Naruto was getting really heated, a new phenomenon, that much was certain, but at that moment, the blonde genin wasn't in the mood to dwell on any reason for what he was about to do. Well, damn. What the hell's your problem? I thought that Ashima-san's condition was getting worse. No need to bite my head off. Geez. Naruto retorted. Oh. Hell, no. Anko shifted a somewhat murderous glare to the blonde kitsune, who almost immediately caught it. What did you just say? She said in an obviously threatening tone. Did I just hear you talk to me like that, you little punk? Naruto sneered. Okay, bitch. I don't know who the hell shoved a stick up your ass and twisted it, but don't take it out on me, he spat. Hearing these words come out of the mouth of a genin who actually used to be afraid of her, a feeling that she hasn't been subjected to in a long time, coursed through her. For the first time in a long time, Anko felt that her dominance was challenged. Alright. Keep talking you little shit and see what happens, Anko steadily warned, as she averted her sight in the direction in front of her. Naruto impulsively scoffed. Oh, right. Let me guess, this is supposed to be the part where I'm intimidated, right? He mocked with youthful abandon. No, Anko said flatly, this is. With that last word, the Jounin dropped Ashima on a branch and quickly lounged at Naruto in a blinding flash. Flying a ways away, Anko slammed Naruto into a tree trunk and pinned him. With his feet hanging off of the ground and the sharpened edge of a kunai held to his throat, Naruto clenched his teeth as adrenaline pumped through his veins. Word to the wise, kid, never talk like that to a Jounin, especially me, or you'll find yourself in situations like this, got that? Anko steadily threatened with an unsettling smile on her face. Hearing this, Naruto viciously glared at the Jounin, but his head was pushed back against the tree at the slightest bit of movement. Little bastard. You're lucky if I don't kill you right now, Anko mocked while licking her lips with a sadistic grin. From out of nowhere, Anko felt another presence from right behind her. You'd better be very sure, Anko, the voice of Naruto sounded from behind her. The brunette's eyes widened greatly at her current situation. Behind her was a killing-poised Naruto with a kunai pointed right in the center of her back. Sure, it was something that a Jounin of her caliber could easily slip out of, but that was far from the point. There's no way. How could he have dash? She started to wonder, until realization hit her. Anko shot her vision to the body that she had pinned to the tree, but he smiled and vanished within a poof of smoke. The purple-haired kunoichi frowned and lowered her arms. Yeah, that's what I thought, Naruto mocked. Only mere seconds later, Eno and Sakura arrived at the scene and gasped at what they saw. And Naruto? What are you doing? Sakura exclaimed. Naruto's eyes took the shape of marbles as he bared comical fangs. Talk to this bitch. She's the one who up and tackled me to a tree, he shouted. Eno looked at Anko incredulously. What? Why would she attack Naruto, she thought. Before things could drag on any longer, Naruto's facial expression hardened before he immediately jumped back, avoiding the wrath of two brown snakes slithering from beneath the branch. Landing only a few feet away, Naruto's glare hardened even more. Anko turned around and returned Naruto's glare, retracting the shadow snakes. There, they stood, staring each other down in an unusual display of animosity. Sparks of tension clashed, as Eno and Sakura were getting very uneasy from the situation. Before things got too damn hairy, which it really looked like, Sakura decided to step in. Hey, you guys. Don't fight, we're supposed to be team, she tried to interject. Naruto and Anko exchanged the death glares toward each other again for what seemed like an eternity, before the blonde genin turned his back and walked away with a loud humph. Of course, Anko repeated the grunt and turned back simply to face the tree trunk, putting her hands on her hips. Thoughts of adversity riddled both of their minds, as the distance between them increased. Anko sneered as her back was turned. Little freak, she said under her breath. Naruto walked closer and closer to the edge of the branch. Psycho bitch, he whispered. Right before Naruto jumped to another branch, both shinobi spun on a dime and re-established the glare. The fuck did you say? They both yelled in unison, before they simultaneously ran at each other, stopping face to face. You've got a problem, punk? Anko barked. Yeah. She smells like men's underwear and has a fishnet addiction, Naruto retorted, getting growling rise out of the jounin. That was it? Before Anko and Naruto could go at each other's throats, Eno and Sakura zipped between them and held them back as they exchanged curses and insults. You defiant peso shit. You'd better not go to sleep tonight, you hear me? You better not go to sleep, Anko threatened, while blindly trying to claw her way past Sakura. Naruto repeated those attempts. Why? So you won't give in to the temptation of taking your sweet advantages, you slither bitch, he responded with equal vigor. Anko actually flinched back and a small blush crossed her face. She blinked twice before frowning angrily. Fuck you, Anko shouted, as Eno was becoming growingly successful in pushing Naruto back. Everyone knows you want to, Naruto yelled, before Eno attempted to calm him down. Unable to help it, Anko's blush deepened as she sneered intently at Naruto. Where do you get the balls? She angrily grumbled under her breath, while clenching her teeth. You ain't touching my goodies, Naruto responded from a completely different branch thanks to his heightened hearing. Hours later. Nightfall came. Back at the enemy camp that was robbed of their prisoner, the same large and frightening man who ordered his squad of rogue nin to track down the intruders and kill them, stood in the exact same spot since he'd given the order. Now, with his katana resheathed and his arms crossed in pure irritation, the form of dominance waited patiently for them to return, which they would do right about. Sir. Now. The Dark Leader never turned to face the nin who owned the voice, but he could tell that the remaining 9 of his troops had indeed returned. Sir, the voice of the same rogue called out, marching closer to his boss. Sir. We weren't able to track them down. It would appear that they got our dash. Before he even had a chance to finish, the ruthless leader spun his upper body around and backhanded the poor ninja with such a degree of ungodly might, that his head completely shattered to pieces that were immediately shredded into nothing but chunks of human brain and skull that soared across the air, saturating the other startled ninja. The other nin trembled horribly at witnessing this level of brutality, as the body of their now deceased comrade shook and spazzed wildly before finally hitting the ground, lifeless. The shadowy man kept his back turned and his arm extended, clenching his large bloodied fist together to continually crack his knuckles so he could let his underlings know just how pissed off he was. And he did a damn good job. You idiots, he growled with murderous intent, I can't believe that each and every one of you fell for dash, snaps his fingers, this. At those last words, the very form of reality itself began to warp and shift, until it snapped back into exactly the way it looked before. A simple genjutsu, and none of you could see through it, he growled again, before unsheathing his katana, getting a panicked rise out of his subordinates. I warned you all of the terms of punishment, should you fail me. All of the doomed rogue nin huddled together and trembled pathetically at what would become of them, but that didn't stop a few from trying to squirm their way out of this predicament. Wait. Please, sir. Just give us another chance, we won't fail you again, one of them begged. Unfortunately, that only made the man slowly turn around and start marching up to the huddled ninja. I know. I'll see to that personally, he coldly retorted. Please. We've been loyal to you, for over 3 years. You can't do this, another rogue pleaded. The frightening man smiled. Oh, I can't I? Have you forgotten who I am, and what I do for a living, you worms, he mocked, before engulfing his sword in pure black chakra. The rogue nin were so frozen in their terror that the most they did was snivel and beg for their worthless lives, doing things as degrading as declaring their unworthiness and shit like that. This, of course, was not working, and soon the ominous form of wrath and dominance loomed over them like a cloud of impending death. I never give second chances to pathetic slime such as yourself. Now die, he silently hushed before lifting his superpowered sword over his head. Slash. Slice. Cleave. Gash. In time, after multiple screams of pure agony and unabolished terror, the remains of the rogue nin were scattered throughout the entire area. Many blood-saturated chunks of human meat and limbs hugged the forested area. Not a single one of the cadavers could be remotely recognized, and not without good reason, I mean seriously. The dark murderer stood at the center of the slaughter fest as he started to glow a brilliant white glow. Hunger, he growled, before his eyes took on a shade of blood red. Suddenly the blood-painted area slowly leaked into its original look, as the human fluids converged unto the man himself. The blood broke into several swirling streams, circling the beastly man. The dark murderer slowly and slightly lifted his arms as the many streams of human blood slithered and spilled into his mouth. The disturbingly sickening gulping noises echoed through the eerie silence of the area, as the beast of a man devoured his otherwise detestable meal. After 2 whole minutes of gulping down the human liquids, the man lowered his arms and head, trails of excess blood running down the sides of his mouth. With one last, loud and sickening, and obnoxious belch escaped his lungs, before his super gruff-toned voice hummed a malsatisfied growl. Not bad, but could have used a little more salt, he said, before a slimy inhumanly long tongue snaked out of his mouth and lapped up the trails of blood on his mouth. Nakoshi. Kitsune. At these yelled, two more shadowed figures appeared from out of absolutely nowhere beside the dominant man. Still the same vindictive son of a bitch you always were, huh? The female figure said smoothly. And this surprises you, Kitsune? The manly voice of Nakoshi commented. The blood-devouring man hummed to himself, 20 years. It's been 20 long years since I've been active. My hunger is great, he said in a somewhat weakened demeanor. Well, you're not too far from that. What was it again? Village hidden in the sound. Why don't you quench your hunger there? Kitsune suggested. Meanwhile, we can do what you called us to do, sensei, Nakoshi finished. The dark leader smiled to himself, I'm glad I didn't kill you too. Very well, then, you know what to do. We must prevent Ashima from informing the Leaf Village of the organization, he said in a quietly dark and low tone of voice. The voices of Nakoshi and Kitsune shouted in perfect unison, before vanishing in a burst of unimaginable speed. Chapter 11. The blood-devouring man hummed to himself, 20 years. It's been 20 long years since I've been active. My hunger is great, he said in a somewhat weakened demeanor. Well, you're not too far from that. What was it again? Village hidden in the sound. Why don't you quench your hunger there? Kitsune suggested. Meanwhile, we can do what you called us to do, sensei, Nakoshi finished. The dark leader smiled to himself, I'm glad I didn't kill you too. Very well, then, you know what to do. We must prevent Ashima from informing the Leaf Village of the organization, he said in a quietly dark and low tone of voice. The voices of Nakoshi and Kitsune shouted in perfect unison, before vanishing in a burst of unimaginable speed. Back at the Rikyu point, no longer hidden with a genjutsu produced by Enko, the Konoha squad set up camp to treat the visibly shaken and awakened Ashima Karatsun, but also to rest themselves. With a warmer and more comfortable blanket wrapped around her body and a warm wet cloth over her forehead, the black-haired young woman stared up into the dark starlit sky, relieved and eternally grateful to the brave shinobi who risked their lives to save her from him. Enko knelt in front of her, while keeping an eye out for trouble. After treating the girl's wounds, Enko decided to leave all questioning aside, until the girl was well rested. That would probably take a while, considering the absolute hell she must have endured. Still, Enko couldn't help but be surprised that Ashima was still alive. After all, she was taken prisoner by a squad of rogue nin and a tyrant that was thought to be dead years ago. Truth be told, Enko could hardly believe it, but here she was, staring at the young woman who must have been unimaginably strong to endure such a soul-souring hell. Eno and Sakura had already fallen to sleep in their own sleeping bags. They were peacefully at rest next to each other without a care in the world. Of course, getting to that state involved a lot tolerance, with Naruto staring at them both with a mucho serious expression on his face. They weren't able to tell whether or not it was because he was tentatively keeping a close eye on them or just plain glaring the fuck out of them. All they did know was that they didn't have to worry much about anyone else finding them with Naruto keeping a hawk's eye on them. It made them feel safe. However, unbeknownst to his female companions, Naruto, who was sitting on the branch of a tall tree with his red jacket back on, was staring at them with uncertainty and uneasiness in his broken heart, despite masterfully hiding it. Looking at both of them, painfully reminded him of the dark times between them. A combination of memories and heartache that made Naruto sad, so very sad. Looking at Eno brought back more than that. However, it brought back a certain anger that he felt for the blonde kunoichi, an anger that was felt during his childhood, a pain that he has never forgotten. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// finding his new and absolute best friend, Sakura was the first and pretty much the entire damn point of it all. They had made a promise area for themselves, a spot to which they would always meet before and after recess. Naruto eagerly ran to meet his new pink-haired bundle of joy only to find an empty spot. What a fucking drag. Of course, that didn't stop the young blonde from sitting down under the tree atop the hill and waiting himself. As he sat there, he inwardly lavished at the idea of having someone to call his own. Sakura was his first. As time passed by, however, Naruto's euphoria dulled out, because Sakura never showed up. He just sat there, waiting for her, but nothing happened. Eventually, a few minutes before they were all summoned back to class, Naruto was about to just get up and leave. That is, until his presence was darkened by a shadow. Before he actually looked up to see who owned the shadow, a painfully familiar voice spat out his name in disgust. That voice shot a sharp pain through his heart, as he knew exactly who it was. Naruto hesitated to even look up now. "Hey! Up here, freak," the cold female voice called out. Naruto's expression saddened as he did just that. Being the one who was still desperate for friends, Naruto tried his damnedest to crack a smile. "Hi Eno," he hesitated. Young Eno scoffed, "Don't talk to me like you know me. Do you have any idea what you did yesterday?" She harshed her words. Naruto's smile immediately vanished at hearing Eno's words. "Yesterday? What? What did I dash? Don't try to play innocent, you loser. Sakura's in pain because of you," the blonde girl shouted. Naruto flinched back. "Sakura-chan? What did I do? Is she okay?" he asked with unchallenged concern. "That's none of your business. But if you must know, that kiss you gave her yesterday really messed her up. She's been crying all day because of you," Eno spat. Hearing this, Naruto was unpleasantly surprised. He tried to think back on the reaction that Sakura had after he had kissed her irresistible forehead. To what he could recall, she cried while saying his name a notable amount of times, before rising to her feet and running away. Thinking a bit more on it, Naruto lowered his head in shame. Is she really that upset? Because of me?" he asked. Eno was silent as she frowned at the trembling boy. She knelt down, grabbed him by his hair and lifted his head up to face her. "Exactly. Now just be a good boy and keep your diseased lips off of her. Or if you really want to make her happy, you can just crawl in a corner and die. Now doesn't that sound like a kick in the ass?" she mocked. Naruto's facial expression became broken and sorrowful. Why are you all so mean to me? What did I ever dash?" The poor blonde boy wasn't able to finish his sentence when a watery serving of saliva hit the center of his face. Naruto reflexibly turned his head away, while covering his face and sobbing. Eno harshly pushed his head back against the tree before rising to her feet and turning her back to walk away. "Just can it, stay away from Sakura, and sit there, you loser," she said before walking back to class, seeing as how it was that time. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// arms, tightening his grip upon one of them when he remembered how rotted Eno was to him. Nay, how every one of the kids, including Sakura, had started to treat him after that day. Naruto was filled with even more anger towards himself, though. To him, Sakura's reaction to that first kiss was somewhat of a fascination to the blonde genin. The fact that she started to ignore, insult and hit him on a constant scale only leaned him more upon the idea that she was playing a serious game of hard to get. However, the events of yesterday had made things very clear. Very clear, indeed. I was such an idiot, Naruto thought to himself, it was so obvious. I never paid any attention to it because I was so hung up on trying to have her. I thought it was a game, a test to see if I had what it took to be hers. I never realized that I completely ruined a good friendship from the get-go by doing something so stupid. No. I just kept plowing forward, like a stupid child. Naruto continued to curse himself while slowly drifting to sleep with his troubled memories. Of course, now he knew that he had the courage and the chances to set things right. He had already swallowed any and all fear of confronting Sakura and apologized to the pink-haired female about what he had done to her. And now, he had the chance to finally confront Eno after all of these years. And he would take it without hesitation when the time came. As these thoughts pursued, Naruto felt his eyes getting heavier and heavier. The memories of what he had endured had become something of a lullaby to the now shaggy-haired blonde. With the world around him becoming nothing more than a blur of light and darkness, he finally drifted to sleep with his arms remaining crossed. Ashima had finally been able to fall asleep normally without losing consciousness, much to Anko's relief. The ex-prisoner's wounds would definitely heal, thanks to Anko's care. All she needed was more rest and a trip to the hospital when they got back to Konoha. With her being the only person away, Anko decided to keep a lookout for any kind of trouble. Of course, about 10 minutes into that, a familiar spark of anger wallowed up inside of her, as a memory of what happened earlier today coursed its way through her mind. Frowning, Anko found her place, standing on a tall rock, the rest of her squad sleeping behind her. Anko turned her head to her left and looked up to see Naruto resting on a high tree branch. At first her frown deepened, however, upon looking at the boy further, Anko found herself smiling at his mysterious ferocity. At first it just pissed her the hell off because of the gall that she had to deal with, but thinking more of it, she knows that it's exactly that kind of attitude that makes a grand leader, and Naruto demonstrated it without fail. Feeling a rush of sudden pride wash over her, Anko returned to her scouting after one last thought. He'd make one hell of an Hokage, she thought. // forward slash backslash forward slash backslash forward slash backslash forward slash backslash forward slash backslash. 3 hours passed by. Naruto was still in a peaceful slumber. All seemed well and in place. Unit the blonde genin slowly slid off of the branch and landed on his head, shooting up immediately with a comical look of shock and alert. What the dash, he exclaimed as he shot to his feet and vigorously whipped his head from left to right, trying to grasp his surroundings through his sleep-written haze. Despite his disposition, Naruto noticed something out of place, notably being the fact that Eno and Sakura were not in their sleeping bags. To say the least, Naruto was curious, something that always seemed to get him in some sort of trouble or hilarious predicament. Well, hilarious to us, to so much for him. Anyway, the black-clothed ninja's face grew serious and aware, as he cleared his thoughts and focused his new senses. Doing this, he heard a scream, more like a grunt of someone struggling. Immediately picking up the direction from whence it came, Naruto instinctively followed the constant grunts and curses. Naruto could feel that he had stayed far from the camp as he tracked the source of the commotion, but he was far too intent on figuring out who owned the voices. As he traveled further into the forest, the noises became louder, clearer and more familiar. The grunting and occasional screaming made him as curious as it made him edgy, but he pursued the noises. Eventually, after pushing his way through the thick collaboration of vegetation, Naruto came across an open spot in the forest, a smoothly flowing river coursing throughout the ground, with the beautiful night sky clearly visible without the trees blocking the wonderful view. However, that is not what caught Naruto's attention. At the center of his vision, he saw a white tent, a tent that seemed to be the source of the noises that drew him to this place. Only now, the noises were perfectly recognizable, and not just a little questioning. Oh, God, yes. Harder, Sakura. Harder, the raspy voice of Eno shouted out, causing Naruto's eyes to widen with surprise and confusion. Oh yeah. You know how to take it, don't you, bitch? The equally raspy voice of Sakura yelled afterwards. Naruto's eyes squinted as he tried to make out what he was hearing. Deciding to walk closer to the tent as carefully and steadily as possible, the blonde boy started to hear what sounded like skin slapping upon skin at an unusually high pace. The noise itself piqued Naruto's curiosity even more, as he noticed the tent start to move around, a lot. Come on, Eno. Whose bitch are you? Sakura demanded with heat blowing through her voice. Whose dirty little bitch are you? Yours. I'm your dirty little bitch. God. Fuck me, Eno cried out. Naruto heard these highly disturbing words as he stood in front of the tent, plastering a comically widened-eyed gape. The distinctive noises continued as Naruto listened in pure and absolute horror. Arg. You fuckable little slut. When I'm finished with you, I'll get Naruto over here, so he can join the fun, Sakura hollered as she continued her concealed ministrations. Ayu, fuck. That'll be so fucking hot. Yeah. Get his ass over here after you done rockin' my hot little virgin natch, Eno responded with her own bellow of euphoric ecstasy. Hearing, Naruto finally snapped. He ran to the opening of the tent and nearly ripped it open. What hell are you girls doing? He shouted with vigor, before his eyes fell into the shape of tiny black dots, as his nostril drew a thin trail of blood. Sakura gasped with delight. There he is, she exclaimed. Get him, Eno shouted as well. Before had the time to shake out of the daze he had just lost himself in, for silky and slender arms reach over and clutched onto his head. Leave me alone, Naruto frightfully warned, with a trembling uneasy voice, before he was viciously yanked into the tent, headfirst. The blonde boy screamed bloody murder as his two teammates started to do weird and terrifying things to him. Come on, Naruto. Take it off. Reihahea. What are doing? Get off of me. The tent was now the closest thing you'd ever find as a circus, as the horrified screams of Naruto echoed throughout the forest area. In a desperate attempt to escape the ritualistic horrors that were being done to him, a clothes-tattered Naruto tried to crawl out of the tent on his stomach with a uber-frightened look on his face. Unfortunately, he was pulled right back in, where the girlish giggles of his freaky teammates meshed with the sounds of his screams and protests. /forward slash backslash forward slash backslash forward slash backslash forward slash backslash forward slash backslash. Back in the plane of reality, Naruto shot his eyes wide fucking open, as his torso pressed against the trunk of the tree he was still sleeping on, driving his fingers into the wood. D-A-H, he screamed in horror, waking up all the others. Eno, W-A-H. Sakura, N-Y-A-H. Ashima, M-A-H. QB. Why? Why is everybody screaming? Scared me half to death. With impeccable timing, Anko rushed to the fray with a kunai ready for killing thing. What? Who died? She yelled only to see nothing out of the ordinary, except for all of the other girls shooting confused looks at Naruto, whose face looked like it just came off the back of a horror video with his fingers still buried in the trunk of the tree. With their position most likely exposed because of a certain someone, the Konoha squad was forced to finish the long haul, as not to fall prey to enemy forces and whatnot. Although the majority of the group was slightly relieved that they were able to get some rest, Naruto was still visibly shaken by that nightmare he had. His body was still suffering under a fit of random convulsions. As they quickly zipped through the trees, with Ashima hanging on the back of Anko, Anko, herself, was very pissed off at what had just happened. For all she knew, the enemy could be breathing down their necks right now and they could be totally unaware of it. Sakura and Eno, however, were still a bit startled and a little worried about Naruto. They deduced that he must have awoke from a horrible nightmare. Of course, that didn't prevent a certain boil of anger to rise out of both of them when they were disturbed. Ashima, well, she hasn't really said much of anything since they rescued her, but who could really blame her? The girl went through hell and is still alive to tell all. To Anko, that was the best part about the mission. Sweet success. They were getting very close to Kono now, and while hopping along the trees the shy and timid Ashima finally said something. May the gods be praised, she can talk. Thank you, she cracked out, for rescuing me. The Konoha squad was a bit surprised, but grateful that they at least got a thanks from the person who they have broken their backs to save. They all gave a delayed smile in return. Hey, don't worry about it, he said with that groomed touch of boyish charm, but don't thank us yet. We still gotta get you to Konoha. Ashima smiled as she started to feel safer than ever, but she also knew that she couldn't get too comfortable. After all, those freaks could come back and try to take her back. Little does she know, they're dead. Seeing Ashima's smile, Naruto felt a feeling of pride, a job well done. That's what he thought. Guess the old man was on to something when he sent us out as a team. Who knew, he thought proudly to himself, before a familiar itch in the back of his brain started acting up. Wow, Kit. You are such a horn dog, QB mocked dryly. And cue the zone out? Say what? What do you horn dog? Oh, come off it, Kit. That dream you had about your blonde and pink-haired mates didn't convince me of the whole innocent routine, so you can stop now. My dream? You dash. QB, you do know that's an invasion of privacy, right? QB's eyes twitched. I can't help it. Do you have any idea how tiresome it is to be subjected to insomnia-inducing images of you and your sickening dreams night after night? I bet you want to tackle each and every one of the females here and fornicate them until they curl up in a ball and beg for mercy. Ugh. I just made myself sick. Okay, Fox. First off, no. Second, you're freaking crazy. And third, just a damn minute. What you mean, mates? Naruto, look out. Hadash. Naruto snapped out of his haze only to have his face meet the broad side of a tree with such force, due to the speed he was going, that his entire body whipped forward, flipping numerous times at a super high speed before the frontal end of his body hit the large trunk of another tree, where he slowly slid down. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// before he shot up to a sitting position and started caressing his aching face. Ow, 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 oh, www, he lamented. As quickly as they saw this, Naruto's teammates quickly assembled around him, kneeling down next to him for aid. Naruto. Are you alright? The nearly high-pitched voice of Sakura squealed. The blonde shinobi took a senin to compose himself, before staggering to his own feet. Yeah, I think I'm good, he said. Are sure? You kinda flailed around a bit, Eno pressed with concern, before Sakura and herself rose to their feet as well. Naruto finally stood tall, running his hand through his hair in exasperation. Don't worry about me. Let's just get Ashima-san to Konoha, so we can dash. Not so fast, the voice of Anko called out, before she appeared in front of the trio with Ashima still on her back. We'd better get your nose checked out. Naruto blinked. My nose? Well, what's wrong with my dash? Splooyish. Before Naruto finished his sentence, a large and unruly amount of blood gushed from his nose, causing him to flinch and all of the girls, minus Anko, to scream. Naruto tried to stop the blood flow by putting his hand to his nose, but for some reason that only made things worse. Shit, Naruto cursed, as he tilted his head back. Acting quickly, Anko turned around with her back turned to Sakura. Here, you two take care of Ashima and go on ahead, while I treat his nose. If you two run into any sort of trouble, you contact one of us by radio, got it? She ordered. Sakura was in doubt for a minute before she sternly nodded and took Ashima, who clutched her arm and legs to her back. Hang on tight, she told the young brunette. Disappearing from sight, Sakura and Eno left Enko to treat Naruto's wound. Turned out, he had a severely broken nose. You know what? I don't even know why I called it treatment, when all Enko did was walked up to Naruto, grab his nose and snap it back in place. Gaining a predictable scream from the blonde genin, Enko smiled deviously as Naruto held his burning nose. Damn. What was that for? He asked while glaring at the jounin with dots for pupils. That was for back-talking me, ear liar, she responded. Naruto lowered his hands and scoffed. Are you still hung up about that? Honestly, I don't know what your problem is, but why can't you just arm mmmmm? Before Naruto was even able to continue his rant, Enko lounged forward and brutally devoured the young genin's lips in a heated and overly passionate kiss, pinning him to the tree as she did so. To say that Naruto was flabbergasted would be the understatement of the millennium. The black-dressed ninja placed his hands on the first spot that came up and pushed her back. What the dash? And that's also for back-talking me, you little savage, she viciously cooed. You've got a lot o' balls talking to me like that, but I liked it. The stare that Enko was giving Naruto now was definitely different from all of the other times. Her eyes were full of something that he had never really seen so much of, and definitely not something he'd expect to see from the woman. Desire? You crazy little psycho bitch. Get away, fro dash. Naruto felt the palms of his hands, which were still holding her back, mounting something soft and a little fluffy. He immediately looked down and saw that he was fondling both of Enko's breasts. With his face turning an immediate shade of pure red, Naruto flailed back with his mouth wide open, about to protest, when Enko lounged forward and re-established the brutal lip lock, causing Naruto's arms to whip around in every direction. Things didn't get any less complicated when the brunette jounin inserted her tongue to deepen the ridiculous kiss. Pulling back, Enko kept Naruto's head against the tree, breathing down upon his chin. Admit it. You're a beast, she yelled before devouring the poor young ninja again. Naruto finally regained control in his hands to grasp Enko's head and pull her away. You bitch, he cursed. Unfortunately for Naruto, that little outburst only made Enko really hot, as she grasped him by his jacket and threw him onto the ground, before she slipped out of her large trench coat and her short skirt, revealing her sleek and well-toned body, hugged by all that delicious-looking fishnet. Show me what kind of a beast you really are, she commanded before pouncing upon Naruto, who screamed in horror. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// another horrible nightmare. Nay, this one be a night terror. Naruto DAA. Eno WAA. Sakura NYA. Enko GAA. Ashima, MAA. QB, BAH. Everyone was startled at the sudden outburst of the formerly unconscious blonde boy on the ground, as he spun right to life and somehow propelled his body off the ground and onto the tree. NOO. All of you stay away from me, Naruto hollered from the tree. All of the females in the group looked at each other. Maybe he hit his head too hard on that branch, Eno suggested. No, you're not giving me head. All of you, with your detestable ritualistic methods are positively and undoubtedly sick, Naruto raved on. Naruto get down fro dash. Sick. Have you completely lost I dash? Sick. Calm down beefo dash. Sick. Ramen dash. Si dash. Keep the ramen out of this. Chapter 12. This can't be happening. This can't be happening, a distressed purple-garbed young man with long silver hair and large eyeglasses thought frantically to himself, as he sprinted down a very large and ominously dark hallway. I never dreamed that I'd live long enough to see this day. Never. Reaching a door at the end of the hallway, the ponytailed young man barred get in, standing at the foot of the entrance with a mucho alarmed look on his face. Lord Orochimaru, he bellowed. I know, Kabuto. I know, the pale-skinned Sannin calmly responded, while sitting of his large cushion chair, staring at all of his unnatural artifacts. He has returned. Kabuto entered room and closed the door, before bowing respectful to his lord. Forgive my hasty intrusion, Lord Orochimaru, but it's. Our men and several of the people throughout our country are dying in vast numbers, being slaughtered, like animals, he grimaced. Orochimaru closed his eyes to compose himself. However, among the dead, the townsfolk of Post Town have received the gravest casualties. I just received word that the attacker is at large within the town, killing all in sight, Kabuto grudgingly explained. Orochimaru, of all fucking people, actually started to sweat as the news progressed. And the Fuma clan, he asked. Kabuto lowered his head. Many of the clan members and allies have fallen in a valiant attempt to stop the intruder. Many of our strongest men have perished, he grimaced again. The snake warrior bared his teeth. Damn it. This won't do. If Oto itself wasn't already as empty as it is now, we'd never be able to lead the initial charge on Konoha, he said with anger. Kabuto acknowledged Orochimaru's words and started to drift in wonderment. Lord Orochimaru. How? How could that devil still be Dash? I don't know. But if I ever find the bastard who revived him, I'll make sure that a fate worse than death is granted to them. Meanwhile, in Post Town. A darkness drenched in blood. A mist fouled with death. Clouds foreboding the end. A town breathing its last breath. The normally quiet population, minus the many hoodlums, was now at an uproar with screams of fear and death echoing throughout the ways. Smoke crept into the air. Blood saturated the buildings and roads. The hacked and sliced cadavers of numerous townsfolk scattered throughout the town, roads, buildings, watering wells, children's playgrounds. It was truly a dark day. A large bundle of civilians, men, women and children alike, all huddled in a corner, as a dark, luminous figure of doom, slowly marched towards them, his form shrouded by a mysterious gray mist that swallowed the town in darkness. The horrors that each and every one of the people had seen was far beyond par and truly horrific. They all trembled at the thought of what would happen to them, now that the monster of a man targeted them with murderous intent. Cornered upon the blood-spatter walls, the frightened townfolk looked on at the messenger of death looming ever closer to them. Do not be afraid, the man's deep and animalistically gruff voice called out, the end justifies the means. Sacrificing yourselves to me will grant you passage to true peace, become a part of me. It was at this point that the men of the huddled group decided to step up, and oh, men, we must protect the women and children. We will drive this beast out, one of the men protested, gaining battle cheers from the other. It was reluctant at first, but they all agreed that their families came first. With their shaky resolve now hardened, with the notion of fighting to protect their families till death, the handful, 6, strong men wielding axes, pitchforks, and knives charged at the monster with an intent to kill him or die trying, much to their wives' and children's dismay. Why? Why do you resist your inevitable resting? If you continue to defy me, I will be forced to take extreme measures, the demonic man echoed through the mist again. Predictably, the man's words fell on deaf ears, as the 6 men continued their bold charge. Without saying another word, the man halted his own steps as he awaited his attackers. Only problem was, he was very, very hungry. As the men charged into the death mist against the cries and protests of their loving families, the monstrous man slowly vanished out of sight, but was still there. At first all was quiet for but a few moments, until the terrifying screams and sounds of meat being cleaved and ripped from the bone echoed into the air. The women and children cowered in their huddle as they listened helplessly to the non-harmonious atrocities. Within seconds, the dying screams of the men were whittled down to 2, then 1. The lone fighter was sniveling and frantically lamenting within the mist. These noises did not last long. With one last blood-chilling scream, a highly sickening, crunching and gushing noise was heard, before a body with absolutely no bottom half came hurtling out of the mist, landing in front of the horrified huddle of women and children. With more blood spattering all over the place, the half-corpse lay lifeless in front of the bunch. A frightened hysterical woman in a white kimono frantically crawled to the fallen man, screaming her lungs out of her chest as she caressed the sides his horror-stricken face. Imagine that, he died with a face that could scare the dead. The dark murderer within the fog emerged once again, only this time, his eyes emit an eerie red glow. It seemed as though he had enough, he had to settle his hunger. Without remorse in the slightest fashion, the dominant killer zipped toward the bunch at speeds thought to be impossible, and before any of them knew it, the head of woman who was screaming at the top of her lungs was instantly crushed and smeared upon the building wall. Screams and squeals assaulted the murderer's ears, irritant at best. As the women took their children and tried to escape, tragedy stuck. Meanwhile, at the quieted village of Konoha, Ino Yamanaka was nervously trekking to a place that she had only visited a handful of times in the course of her entire life. She'd usually only go if Shikamaru and Orchuji desired her company when they went. Today, however, was very different. Ino knew the exact reason why she had to go there. Deep down inside, she really knew, but that didn't stop her from denying it. Every pore in her body was screaming for her to stop, turn around and walk the other direction, but her legs didn't listen. Okay Ino, calm down. He probably just wants to treat you to some ramen. Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's not like he's just going to completely blow a vein tearing you a new one, right? The blonde female tried to console herself. After the way you treated him, you deserve nothing less, her subconscious blurted out. At first Ino frowned to herself when her brain was feeding her that crap, but then her face softened into a null melancholy expression as she knew it was the truth. What bothered her the most was that it was Naruto she was dealing with. Never, in the history of Shinobaitum, has Naruto ever made Eno nervous. It was frustrating as much as it was fascinating, a new phenomenon for Eno, that much was certain. At best, no one made her nervous except for when her father got angry, that was about it. She was always the confident one, a trait that she had carried with her ever since her childhood. Now, however, the last person she'd ever expect to see at her own free will is having the same effect as an angry Inoichi. Contemplating all of these things and more, caused Eno to space out and forget that she was even going to meet Naruto at Ichiyaku Ramen. As a result, she was ripped from HRE thoughts when she heard his voice. "Hoi! You made it," Naruto said, while blowing over a steaming bowl of godly ramen. Realizing that she just unconsciously stepped into the lion's, fox's, den, Eno froze in front of the stool next to Naruto. Upon random speculation, Eno realized that the stool she stood in front of was the same one that Naruto was carving with his bare fingers into when she tried to apologize to him. At this point, it was safe to say that she was officially scared. God, what if he did just called me here to tear me a new one? Does he hate me for what I put him through? Is he just waiting for me to get comfortable so he can wolf me down and make me pay for dash? So, you gonna sit down, or you gonna stand there and let your ramen get cold? Chili ramen is depressing, you know, Naruto called out to Eno, shaking her from her guilty thoughts. Predictably hesitant at first, the blonde turquoise did take up the stool next to her fellow genin, just now noticing the steaming bowl of ramen in front of her. Eno was greatly surprised that Naruto actually spent his money on her. Either he was being very nice or he had money to spare. The blonde female guessed the latter reason. It would make the most sense after all. The mission that they went on had indeed morphed into an A rank, earning them a lot more money than intended, so the logic stands. Still, Eno couldn't help but feel very uneasy about this. The young Yamanaka stared down at her ramen, then shot a worried glance to Naruto, who was blowing upon his serving of that delectable stringy goodness, before gradually devouring it. Once finished with that serving, the shaggy-haired blonde caught Eno staring at him. Returning a confused look Eno's way, Naruto swallowed his mouthful. "Not hungry?" he generously asked. Hearing the blonde kitsune's voice snapped Eno out of her troublesome thoughts once again, making her realize that she was staring at him like a ditz. She quickly averted her eyes back down to the steaming ramen. No, I'm starving, but..." Naruto closed his eyes. "If you're wondering why I wanted you to meet me here, then it's because there's something important that I want to ask you," he said, before digging into another serving of his meal. Eno gulped at the possible question that Naruto had in mind and searched for any words that she could say, upon hearing this. But, Naruto unwittingly interjected Eno from her word-searching after he had finished his mouthful, first. "Ramen. Oh, the godly ramen." Feeling grateful on two accounts now, Eno smiled, before picking up the set of chopsticks next to her bowl and dug into her prepaid meal. Not too far from Ichiraku, was our favorite, yeah fucking right, pink-haired Kunoichi walking through the empty road smiling to herself. "Wow, my first A-ranked mission and I survived. Naruto was right, we really did make a great team, perfect for breaking in and smuggling at least," Sakura said to herself, before remembering the pure irony of yesterday, dropping her mood down a ways. Why did he apologize to me? I deserve so much worse than an apology, and he said he was sorry for kissing me. But, why can't I do the same? Why can't I let him know how sorry I am? Am I afraid to? What if he dash? Her Sakura bashing, chokes back a snicker, was interrupted when her eyes caught the sight of a faint light from around the corner of the building she was walking by. Curious, Sakura loomed around the corner to see two familiar faces getting up to leave Ichiraku. For a reason she could not understand at the moment, Sakura dared not show herself. Instead, she remained hidden, as she watched the black-clad boy and the purple-dressed girl stroll off into a random direction. "Oh, that's right. Naruto said that he wanted to talk to Eno after the mission," the jade-eyed female recalled, while stealthily tracking them. At another section of Konoha, a certain trench-coated, fishnet-wearing jounin sat on a bar stool at a saloon, staring down at the shot glass filled with some pretty hard shit. She had three shots of the saloon's worst shit, and she was already getting a little tipsy. "I can't believe this," Enko said to herself, "even after all of that." "Something troubles you, Enko?" The familiar deeply toned voice of Kakashi Hatake sounded from behind the brunette female. Enko didn't even bother to turn around to face the masked copy Nin. "What do you think, Kakashi?" "I failed," she said with obvious disappointment and grief in her voice. Kakashi took this as an opportunity to pull up a bar stool and sit next to his fellow tipsy jounin. "You're still worried about that Ashima girl, aren't you?" he asked knowingly. "She died 20 minutes ago, damn it. She was our closest lead to finding out about Dash. I know, Enko. I was there. Did the medics ever find out what caused her death? The silver-haired Jounin asked. Enko finished the rest of her shot and slammed the glass on the counter, a poison that was already dormant within her bloodstream. Before we even got her to the hospital, she was perfectly fine, but the moment she entered the door, she started screaming and coughing. She was rushed into intensive care, she explained. Kakashi frowned through his mask. Poison? Well, if it was dormant within her bloodstream and she began to spaz out when she arrived to the hospital, then that means that Dash. Someone triggered it, Enko shouted out, before jumping from her bar stool and sprinting out of the saloon, despite what little sobriety she had left. With his unfinished sentence hanging in the air, Kakashi simply reached in his shinobi vest and pulled out his oh-so-famous Ika Ika Paradise novel and flipped the pages to where he left off. What? Freak HHH, he said under his breath, before giggling perversely at the material he was reading. Back in Orochimaru's chamber. Lord Orochimaru. Are we to just sit here and do nothing, to let that monster kill everyone off? Are we not capable? Kabuto questioned while standing by the snake Sannin, who sat in his chair, contemplating any course of action and their consequences. Kabuto. I am a Sannin, one of the 3 shinobi of legend. I have been trained by the best and surpassed the best. I have mastered the art of the shinobi with my own augmentations to boot. I have mastered countless jutsu. The one thing I've been an expert at avoiding more than anything during my life as a shinobi, was being stupid, he suddenly barked, flinching Kabuto back. That thing out there, a direct attack would get us both killed. Kabuto inwardly struggled to process everything that he was hearing. For all it was worth, it was simply too hard to believe what Orochimaru was saying. My lord. Are you implying that, not even, you, the silver-haired Otonin stopped at mid-sentence when he saw a surprising look of self-disappointment written on his face. I know him. Even in his weakened and starved state, not even I can. I understand, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto respectfully conceded. If there's one thing that Kabuto never lacked, it was unfaltering, undying respect for Orochimaru. The fact that he was so reluctant to take on a bloodlusting beast of a man did not change that. What it did do, was make the young man shit in his pants, figuratively speaking, of course. A weakened state and Orochimaru was still unwilling to take him on? All things aside, Lord Orochimaru, our attack on Konoha shall go as planned? Kabuto asked, changing the subject almost immediately. Orochimaru, despite the current situation, smiled deviously at his initial plans to destroy the Konohagakure no Sato. Of course. Living death machine or not, I will not allow anything to hinder my plans. Back at the now officially dead post town. The entire town was plunged into a darkening light. Oxymoron, I know, but just bear with me. Around the whole area were gant red streams of liquid fluently circling the town. At the dead center of town was the same man responsible for the massacre, flowing high into the air glowing with a familiar ominous white glow, as the blood streams of the slaughtered townsfolk swirled up to him. Must feed, he groaned demonically, as his meal drew ever closer to him. With the foreboding mist growing thicker beneath him, the cannibalistic man slowly lifted his arms as hundreds of blood streams loomed overhead. Smiling hungrily to himself, the monstrous fiend lifted his head and parted his jaw open to an inhuman gape, as all of the streams converged into his mouth in a sickening display of feasting. With the spine-tingling, overwhelming euphoria that coursed through his body, the beastly man's arms reflexibly flailed and twitched violently after each stomach-churning gulp. Little blood escaped his mouth as he continued his meal. His eyes literally blackened with sadistic delight as the torrent of human fluids spilled into his being. It was glorious, he could feel his dormant power reawakening. Chapter 13. 9:00 AM Chunin Exams Finale. 3 days. 3 nights, Naruto mused to himself as he meditated deeply while sitting upon his newly favored spot, the unfinished building to the west of Konoha. It wasn't much, but I think I may have gotten a bit of a hold on my new abilities. What do you think, QB? Well, to say that you have not made any headway in the slightest, would be a bull-faced lie. You've done exceptionally well, Kit, considering that you've been swinging solo, QB sincerely admitted. I only wish that I had a little more time to learn a few more jutsu. I wouldn't mind mixing it up a little bit out there. Ah, but you forget, you can vary your strategies. With your newly acquired chakra control, the techniques in your current possession can be augmented. All you have to do is get creative. Yeah, you're right, Fox. And I can think of some pretty cool things to do with Kagebushin right about now. Well, you have adjusted to both your mind and body's upgrade during your 3 days and nights of preparation. HMHMHMHM. Give your peers an event worth remembering, Kit? Oh? I intend to. With his meditation drawing to a close, Naruto slowly opened his eyes and was greeted with the sight of his beautiful village from far atop the large unfinished building. The blonde genin lifted his arms to stretch greatly, crackling, thus relieving the joints of his torso, arms and neck. With his blood-red jacket beside him, Naruto decided that it was time for a good pre-brawl breakfast. Where better to go than Ichiraku? That place fucking rocks. Rising to his feet, the black-clad nin flipped his jacket over his shoulder. With his black, fingerless, hand-plated gloves stashed in his pocket, Naruto jumped off of the building, skillfully hopping and sliding down different parts and such, until he landed promptly upon the ground, kicking up out a very small cloud of dust. Next stop, Ichiraku. Speaking of Ichiraku, within the ramen stand were two people that were an unlikely pair to visit. One being Sakura, who was garbed in her usual little red kimono and black, knee-high shorts. The other being Eno, who sported more casual clothing, her orange t-shirt and comfy blue mid-thigh shorts to be exact. Both females enjoyed the quiet morning of Konoha this day. Sitting beside each other with warm cups of steaming tea in hand, Eno and Sakura have started a conversation about a certain blonde boy who has seemed to have taken a major turn around 2 days ago. Technically, it was Sakura who brought the subject off the ground. They have both been sitting there talking for at least 20 minutes. Why, Eno? Sakura asked rather sadly. The blonde Yamanaka didn't bother to turn her head to her friend as she knew what she was talking about. She remained silent. Why does he, still? The pink-haired Kunoichi trailed off in mid-sentence. Eno suddenly harbored a look of faint shame. Sakura, you heard us, didn't you? She asked knowingly. The jade-eyed genin simply lowered her head as a response. For Eno, last night's talk with Naruto cleared up a lot of things, her conscience for one. Ever since the blonde's first and failed attempt at actually apologizing to the blue-eyed boy, Eno had felt nothing but contempt for herself when she realized how much of a negative part she had been in Naruto's life. The first time he had snapped at her was what set it off. Her heart cracked open, spilling the torrent of shame and a desire for understanding when she saw Naruto walk away from her with fury in his heart. Let's not forget how he spoke to her. Once she realized the pain she had caused for the very last person who deserved it, Eno was filled with so much anger toward herself and a certain pink-haired Kunoichi that she could not just sit back and allow her shame to swallow her completely. She was never one to let her negative feelings get the better of her, she just wasn't that kind of person. Determination building in her heart, the young Yamanaka satisfied the urge of ridding herself of these feelings by punishing Sakura for her unforgivable harshness toward Naruto, and punishing herself by taking some furious blows. To Eno, it's what she deserved for what she, herself, had put Naruto through during their childhood. However, as the days rolled by, it seemed that Naruto had caught that vibe. After their mission, the blonde boy complimented Eno about her usefulness on the team, and actually said that if not for her, they wouldn't get anywhere fast. The remote possibility of Naruto forgiving her had swelled in her heart, making her feel lighter and free. The conversation that they had last night only added to this feeling. ///////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Naruto and Eno sat upon the very top of his new favorite resting spot, y'all know what that is. The blue-eyed genin stared sorrowfully at the bawling female sitting next to him. Well, she was sitting next to him, until he asked her what he intended on asking her, setting a large gap between them. It was a pure and unsolvable conundrum as to how and when Naruto had developed his backbone. Granted, he always had guts and didn't take anybody's shit, but now things were different. He was more sure, more confident, and appeared to be stripped of all hesitation. Naruto considered that he would get his questions answered by the most social female he's ever, and when he asked why the other kids hated him, why they tormented him, why they excluded him from everything and why they refused to accept him, it tore Eno apart. I'm so sorry. Naruto, Eno shamefully lamented as she curled her index fingers to her eyes, trying to catch the uncontrollable tears that gushed out. For Naruto, with all unrestrained honesty, he always dreamed of nothing else than to see the so-called demons of his troubled past regret everything they'd done to make his life a living hell. He lavished in the fantasies of watching them lament and suffer as much as he did. What the fuck was he smoking? Watching Eno cry in the agony of guilt wasn't exactly Naruto's morning cup of tea. Each question that he asked was like a vicious attack on her heart, and she cried harder as she desperately searched for the right answers. But honestly, how can you find the right answers to questions like that? Eno's obvious suffering made Naruto ache inside. Despite his change, despite all that has transpired in his miserable life, the black-clad nin just wasn't the type of person to watch people wallow in a pit of agony, just as he did. After staring at the crying blonde female for a moment longer, Naruto willingly closed the distance between Eno and himself, scooching next to her. Sensing the close in distance through her tear-stained vision, Eno whipped her head to Naruto. Staring into his deep blue eyes for a moment, Eno found herself on the verge of ongoing sobs once again when she saw the look of sadness on his own face. Before that could happen, however, Naruto lifted his hand and wiped her tears away with genuine affection. "Eno, I forgive you. Don't cry anymore," he said with a voice so soothing and comforting that Eno just wanted to cry even more. With her trembling hands only mere inches from her face, Eno continued her sorrowful gaze unto Naruto's softened eyes that were still obstructed by several loose strands of his shaggier hair. Sob. But Naruto, why? I was so rotten to you, she started before a sudden desire to cling overtook her in earnest as she lunged forward and locked her fellow blonde in a crushing embrace. "I threw things at you. I was no better than the bastard kids who tortured you. I called you names. I turned so many people against you. Eno was slowly silenced by Naruto, who had been soothingly stroking the kunoichi's silky hair to calm her as her head was buried into his shoulder, and it was actually working, little by little. Eno, I forgive you," Naruto sincerely repeated, feeling a phenomenal wave of happiness wash over him having said those words with every bit of truth behind them. Eno slowly looked up at Naruto with more tears than ever, making him worry that she would cry all over again. "Naruto," she said with a mix of supreme gratefulness, relief and joy. The young Uzumaki smiled with content at Eno. "Besides, what kind of Hokage would I be if I couldn't forgive a childhood grudge? Some things are just far too important," he commented with his well-missed foxy grin. Eno involuntarily gasped as her eyes squinted with tears welling within them again. "Oh, Naruto," she shouted before plummeting her head within his shoulder again, sobbing and shedding tears of joy. Naruto's smile seemed to fade a little, but in all honesty, he was happier than ever. "Come on, Eno. You're getting my jacket wet," he said while comforting his fellow blonde. After roughly 10 minutes of that, Eno had finally calmed herself and found a comfortable pillow in Naruto, as she rested her head upon his shoulder. The demon vessel stared contently at the moonlit sky, contemplating the event a few days from then. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Eno. "Naruto? Can I ask you something?" she asked. "Sure," he responded simply. Eno lifted herself off of the blonde boy's shoulder and stared at him with mild concern, but mostly curiosity. "It's about Sakura. Do you still love her?" she asked with just a little hesitation. Naruto never took his eyes off of the night sky. "Of course I do," he answered without hesitation. Well, that was a shock to Eno's system. Even after all that he was put through because her, like most other kids, Naruto easily admitted that his feeling for the pink-haired kunoichi had not withered up and died. It was unbelievable. "What? You've forgiven her too?" "When?" Eno continued. "When she woke me up," Naruto responded. This statement only brought up more questions than answers, but before Eno could respond, Naruto continued. "As much as I loved her, I was far too selfish to see that those feelings would never be returned. I was so hard-headed, so persistent, that I didn't realize it was only destroying any chance we could ever have of being together in the long run. I was desperate for her." Eno's eyes began to glisten. "Naruto," she trailed, before he continued. "The kiss from a couple of days ago only added to that problem and ultimately woke me up. In general, I can't stop loving Sakura. I don't know why. I just can't. Even if that love will never be returned and she hurt more than anyone could know, the least I can do is stay out of her way so she can find true bliss. That's when I'll really be happy and live with no regrets. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// remembering the truth and sincerity behind Naruto's words. If it wasn't 3 hours past my curfew, I would have asked him that myself, but I don't deserve him, Sakura admitted. He's too good for me. Hearing this, Eno shot a disbelieving glare at her pink-haired friend. Really? So that's it, huh? You're just gonna give up? Sakura turned her head to face Eno, staring at her with slight confusion. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of freak. Are you really just gonna sit there and let him get away from you, Sakura? Eno pressed forward. You heard him with your own 2 ears, right? He still loves you. Don't you love him back? For the most part, Sakura felt as though she had been struck down. How did she feel about Naruto at this point? Even after all that has happened between them, could she accept an old flame reigniting? More importantly, can she forgive herself for what she had done? I don't know. I don't know anything anymore, the emerald-eyed genin admitted. The Sakura's sudden irritation, Eno scoffed, geez. What happened to the brave Sakura that I saw at the Forest of Death? What happened to the little bulb that blossomed into a beautiful rose? Or do you think Naruto's become so hot that you're not good enough for him, she said with a mocking smirk. Sakura quickly frowned. What? I never said that, she protested. Eno's smirk became more blatant. Oh, so you're saying that you're a little pussy, now? A pussy who can't talk to boys? She mocked further, unable to retain an enthused snicker. This time, Sakura glared at her blonde friend. What the hell? Don't give me any that. I could talk to Naruto if I wanted to, she strongly proclaimed. Eno rolled her eyes. Sure, but can you return his affections, she challenged, causing Sakura to flinch back, or will you chase after Sasuke-kun? Now the pink-haired kunoichi was at a loss. Not only was she conflicted with a flame that burned again for Naruto, but, until Eno mentioned it, she had completely forgotten about Sasuke. With the black-haired Uchiha back in her thoughts, Sakura was swallowed with a level of doubts that would have destroyed a lesser person. Naruto had put up with all of her petty insults, mockeries, physical attacks and all of her bullshit, and yet he treated her like a goddess among women, with no regrets nor the slightest hints of giving up. Sasuke on the other hand. Yeah, now she's stuck. Just as I thought, you're gonna pussy out of it. And here I thought talking to Naruto was easy for you, Eno mocked again, snapping Sakura out of her thoughts. Shut up, Eno. Does the truth hurt that bad, Sakura? Or is it the fact that you really don't want to return that love? Maybe you dash. I said shut up, Sakura howled. Just because Naruto said he still loved me doesn't make it true. Eno's smile vanished, replacing it with a serious stare. So you're calling him a liar, she suggested. Wadash. No. Heh. You were the smartest at the academy, Sakura, the best. But I guess that was only at school, if you're too stupid to see what's right in front of you. These words burned at Sakura's heart, making her more angry than sad. Why you ask? Well, consider the fact that Eno was so right in her own way. Sakura's cheeks reddened with both embarrassment and anger. What the hell are you getting at, she said in a surprisingly more subdued tone. Exactly how it sounds, Sakura. You've grown afraid of Naruto now that you've woke him up and you don't know how to apologize, much less return his undying affections. Admit it, Eno said confidently. Shut up. I could talk to him if I wanted to. I'm not afraid, and if he were to show up right here, it'd make no difference, Sakura retorted with angry conviction. Eno gave an unnerving snicker. Oh yeah? Prove me wrong, then. Mornin' ladies, greeted a familiar voice that signified the apocalypse for Sakura. Am I interrupting something? Sakura froze in place. It couldn't have been him. The timing was far too unfair. Why? Why did it have to be now? She dared not look behind her to find out. Oh, Naruto. No, you're not interrupting anything. Come on and sit with us, Eno happily invited, while inwardly getting a kick out of the look of petrified horror on Sakura's face. Naruto easily obliged and pulled up a seat, right next to Sakura. The pink-haired female straightened her position in the stood and leaned forward on the counter, her eyes shrouded behind her glossy hair. Hi. Naruto, she actually managed to squeak out, much to Eno's surprise and entertainment. Before Naruto actually called for his usual order of ramen, he sensed something amiss. Sakura? Everything okay? He asked with his naturally given concern. As a reflex regrettably beyond her control, Sakura outwardly trembled as her body tensed. She began sweating profusely as she struggled to seek the strength necessary to form words, but she remained silent, inwardly gawking at what was happening. How? Why? Why does he still talk to me? Why does he not cincha me? Why is he so good to someone like Dash? Actually, there's something that's been on Sakura's mind and she wanted to talk to you about it, Eno stated, not only snapping Sakura out of her thoughts, but deepening the pit of sheer desperation she was stuck in. Naruto was somewhat interested now. As Sakura turned her head to face her, Eno smirked haughtily, expecting a glare that she was all too used to, only to get a teary-eyed expression that begged for mercy. Blown back by Sakura's face, Eno's smirk vanished without a trace, harboring a look of concern. However, the more dominant side of the blonde female wanted Sakura to stop being pussy and own up for what she had done to Naruto, and now was the ideal time. Something on your mind, huh? What's up, Sakura? The shaggy-haired blonde asked with more curiosity. Oh yeah, the writing was on the wall, now. Sakura readjusted her stare back to the counter, clenching her teeth. Before any one of them knew it, a full minute passed by, before Sakura finally breathed. Naruto, she uneasily began. Yeah, he responded while still staring at her in wonder as to what she had to say. Sakura hesitated more than ever, her already shaky resolve waning greatly. Naruto, She froze. Naruto tilted his head and opened his mouth to say something before Sakura shot to her feet. "I have to go," she blurted out before running off, leaving a confused and depraved blonde boy staring at her vanishing form. Meanwhile, atop the Hokage monument, two shadowed figures sat beside one another staring off into a certain direction. Well, Nakoshi, it seems that Sensei was wise in choosing the boy. Don't get too excited, Kitsune. The chunin exams start in 3 hours. We cannot make any assumptions until we see what he can really do. Chapter 14. At the lush Konoha training grounds, Hinata Hyuga, wearing a casual light blue, long shirt, honestly if you guys what I'm talking about, then I won't go any further, and black, shin-high pants, had just finished a small warm-up exercise to get herself loosened after being released from the hospital. With the memories of her catastrophic fight with Niji, however, she was still filled with great uneasiness. She had a lot more work to do, and she knew it. But that wouldn't stop her. She never went back on her word. It was her nindo and she'd be damned if she were to give it all up because of a loss. It was pretty safe to say that her inspiration for even lifting herself up from the hospital bed was the though of her beloved Naruto, the strongest and bravest shinobi that she had ever had the pleasure of meeting and was ultimately her source of strength and grace. However, the thought of the pineapple-haired boy didn't put a smile on Hinata's face like it did every other day. This time, she was worried about two things. First, how Naruto would fare in his match against Niji. Second, her worth as a shinobi. She couldn't begin to recall how many times she had questioned her worth before she saw what Naruto was made of. He completed her. A sudden blush found its way to Hinata's cheeks as her thoughts drifted more to the man of her dreams, when all of a sudden, she heard rushed and quickly paced footsteps heading her way. When the violet-haired Hyuga turned around to see what was what, she was greeted with the very object of her affections with very different clothing and a beaming smile on his face. Despite the new look and the shaggier hair, Hinata could definitely tell that the man running right towards her was the Naruto she grew to love. And Naruto-kun, she dreamily murmured while staring at how unbelievably hot he was looking right now. A red jacket, black undershirt with bandages wrapped around the abdomen, black pants with red streaks, and dark shinobi sandals. Never in the 12 years of her underrated existence had Hinata seen Naruto look so attractive and silently intense before. Her blush deepened without her permission. As Naruto ran with no clear signs of stopping, his smile never died. Finally, I'm so pumped. I can't wait to see what I can do now. I'm gonna show everyone a new light for the future and the skills of the next Hokage. Wait for me everyone, Naruto inwardly exclaimed to himself, feeling a battle rush take him over. He snapped out of the brilliant white flash of excitement long enough to see that he was only a few feet from Hinata. But that didn't stop him. Before the young Hyuga girl could even think about reacting, Naruto's body collided into hers with open arms before gripping her in a spontaneous embrace that thoroughly shocked the pale-skinned female. Immediately lifting Hinata's light body with absolutely no effort whatsoever, the black-clad boy spun her around in one full circle before tossing her in the air. The amount of startlement on Hinata's face would have been fucking hilarious to anyone else but her as Naruto caught her with her torso hung over his shoulder, excitedly courting, while hugging her thighs and swinging back and forth without realizing it. Within only 2 seconds, Naruto flipped Hinata in the air again and caught her by both of her upper arms, holding her high in the air with a strength that Hinata never knew that he owned. With the look of startlement becoming even more vivid, the Hyuga stared into Naruto's deep blue eyes before he spoke. "I love dash." Boom. Hearing those 2 words, in fear and anticipation of the next one, an ocean of tension, the likes of which she had never been subjected to before, convulged unto the center of her very being, inwardly crushing her soul in the best possible way. The world around her became nothing but a blur and the only object she focused on was Naruto? This day, Naruto yelled with youthful joy before he easily set Hinata down on her feet, turned on a dime and made a full sprint in the direction of the Chunin Stadium. "See ya at the exams, Hinata." There she stood, staring with widened off in the distance after the blonde boy who metaphorically and literally swept her off her feet. She wasn't even worried about the fact that Naruto's last word wasn't "you." She just stood there, remembering the feeling Naruto's strong arms hugged right beneath her rump. The man whom she thought could not get any hotter just touched her in a way that she had only dreamed of. All sounds around her were blocked out by the weakening sound of her heartbeat, completely oblivious to Kiba, who was wearing a white sweater with the hood down and black shine-high pants like Hinata, walking up behind her. "Hey Hinata. Sorry I'm late, but I dash." He stopped when he noticed a super blown-away look on her face. Hinata. Yo. Kiba's response was her body slowly plummeting to the ground, landing with a comical thud. The young Hyuga's legs lifted into the air, due to the force of the fall, before they landed flat on the ground. Kiba stared blankly at her, before Akamaru poked his head from out of his shirt, staring at the fallen Hinata, before barking to his friend and master. What? Well, Ma always told me to poke M with a stick to find out for sure, he said before lowering to a crouched position, picking a random stick and poked the Huiga's face with it. A sweat bead dropped from Akamaru's forehead before he barked twice. Yeah, I'm serious. Bark, bark, bark. I don't think that's any of your business. Mom might be smoking the happy crack, but it sure don't run in the family, Kiba protested, before his little mean dog leaped out of his hoodie and put his ear to Hinata's neck. As the silence passed by, Akamaru shot his head up and began barking frantically, catching Kiba's attention. Oh? Ha, well that's awesome, he dim-wittingly commented, as though nothing was wrong before walking off in the direction of the Chunin Stadium. Cool. Well, just wake her up and tell her to meet me at the stadium so we can, sweet mother of all that made Jesus the Holy Ghost. No pulse? With that last outburst, Kiba spun immediately around and sprinted to his friend, before he tripped and fell on all fours and frantically crawled to her side, placing his hands over her chest and pumping upon them. Breath, damn it. Breath. Meanwhile, at the, now, bustling town of Konoha, Naruto arrived at the busiest part at the busiest time, gawking at the ridiculous number of people that crowded the streets, while curling his fingers in his hair. Gwa! Too many people, he shouted, before whipping his head in several directions, until he pointed his finger squared to the roofs. With that idiotic battle cry, Naruto jumped to the air, somersaulting like mad, before landing promptly upon the village roof. Using some of that good old ninja speed, the blonde-haired boy raced to the Chunin exams without hindrance of any kind, allowing him to further bask in the anticipation building in his heart, while taking a huge whiff of the air. Ah! I can't wait. Everyone will be there. I can't wait to see what I'll really be up against. The best of the best are waiting for me, he happily shouted while effortlessly scaling the rooftops of Konoha, edging ever closer to the Chunin Stadium. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// roof, whilst feeling a grand lust for battle emanating from him. Kyuubi subconsciously smiled at it all. No wonder the boy had shown such divine leadership. He's become, almost, me-like. Heh, that really takes me back. Kyuubi's memories were suddenly bombarded with the events of the glorious Bijou tournament held centuries ago, long before his cursed imprisonment. The tailed beasts of legend, pulling out all the stops in the magnificent brawl for the title of King of the Bijou. The thrill. The excitement. The competition. All that the Kyuubi no Kitsune lived for in one place. His insatiable drive to fight and win earned him the respectable and the detestable title of king, and he held it with pride. Snapping Kyuubi out of his thoughts was another great wave of excitement coming from Naruto as he drew so close to the stadium. The Yuku sighed contently before resting his head on the ground. Ah, good times? /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// trained hard over the 1 month's intermission, were all following their new chunin proctor, Gunma, to the entrance of the stadium. Shikamaru, Nara, Shino Aburame, Niji Hyuga and the Sand siblings were all raring to go, despite the few faces that were missing. However, halting all of their steps was the feeling of a strong chakra signal from behind them all. In curiosity as to who owned this power, they all looked back just in time to see a blond boy garbed in black clothing and a blood-red jacket burst from the trees, guiding the path to the entrance before running at them all with nearly frantic speed, a beaming smile ever present on his. Not that anyone recognized him right away. As soon as the shaggy-haired blonde made a screeching halt in front of everyone, he bent over, resting his hands on his knees to catch his breath. Looking him over for a second, Gunma's eyebrow raised up before he smiled with realization. "Good to see that you made it right on time, Naruto Uzumaki," he said, causing everyone else in the group to flinch with surprise, before they shot curious stares at the boy. Naruto quickly caught his breath, before straightening himself and taking a deep breath to center himself. Letting out a refreshing exhale, Naruto smiled intensely at the competition. He, too, could feel the level of improvement emanating from everyone. Out of everyone who shone surprise on their faces at the new Naruto, Gaara not included, Shikamaru was the one who looked like he was blown away the most. Naruto? No way. Is that where I'm feeling this massive battle lust? This power, the ponytailed Shadow Wilder thought to himself. Niji simply turned back around, Temari smiled, Gaara gave him his little dead man stare, Kankuro scoffed, and Shino, well. Shino just stared at him with that perpetual scowl on his face. Honestly, I think he goes to sleep like that. Well then, shall we get the entrance ceremony underway? Gunma said, while chewing on that long pace of hay that always seems to be there. All of the other genin turned back to look at the proctor. As you probably guessed, hundreds of people from many different countries will be watching this annual event. So give it your all and show them what you're made of, he said with a certain confidence. All of the genin nodded once, before they followed Gunma through the entrance. Once they all exited the long hallway, they were greeted with the sight that wasn't exactly what they were expecting. The place was fucking packed. Just as Gunma described, people from many different countries and villages went wild with cheers when the genin stepped into the open. For Naruto, the insane amount of people that would be watching him didn't bother him at all. Truth is, he was much more preoccupied with the size and shape of the battle arena itself. The place was fucking huge. 3 major platforms, 2 holding the massive crowds of people and 1 where only 2 seats could be seen. Naruto studied his surroundings carefully, without waning his fiery smile. The tension was really exciting him. Within one of the crowded platforms, Sakura and Eno sat next to each other while looking down at the genin combatants. Eno intently checked out all of the competition, but when she saw Naruto, she was blown out of the water when she saw the fire in his face. Whoa, Naruto. I can feel the drive, the battle lust. Look at his eyes, the blonde female swooned. No, not that kind of swoon. Turning a small pace of her attention to Sakura, Eno saw that she still had the same look on her face from 3 hours ago. She was undoubtedly looking at Naruto, but only to have her mind and heart plagued with the same memories. Eno was obviously getting sick of all of this mope that her pink-haired friend was carrying around with her. It was getting contagious and she couldn't take it anymore. Sakura, stop worrying so much. Naruto has already forgiven you, but I don't think he'll do so good in the fights unless you wish him the best, do you think? She asked with a confident smile. Sakura turned her head to Eno with a lighter expression before she fell into an understanding smile. Without even hearing the words come out of the blonde female's mouth, Sakura could almost hear Eno saying that she understood why she was upset and why she ran away from Ichiraku, but everything would eventually work out for the best. The jade-eyed genin nodded before turning her attention back to the combatants below, mostly the battle-crazed Naruto. Elsewhere, at the Konoha hospital. In a secluded room, large and organized, resided the troubled Enko Madarashi, who sat upon one of the cushion seats with darkened bags under her eyes, whilst flipping through a specific autopsy with undying vigor, but much doubt as well. Damn it. No matter how many times I read it all over, I still don't believe it, she thought to herself with much fatigue, a severe drainage of blood, right when she entered the hospital. An empty pill found in her intestine? That only leads to one possible answer, but... Enko, a familiar voice of a man sounded from the entrance of the room, grudgingly catching the attention of the fatigued Jounin. Still at it, huh? Enko stashed the autopsy reports away before looking up at the man who owned the voice ANS side. Why are you here, Ibiki? Shouldn't you be on guard duty? She asked tiredly. The interrogation specialist shoved his gloved hands in his pocket. Oh, spare me. I've been on duty since 2 a.m. this morning. Someone else is filling in for the next 20 minutes. I just came by to confirm a very important detail, he informed. Enko's eyes darkened slightly. Is it true, Enko? Did you really see him? Ibiki asked with much concern. The brunette Jounin rose to her feet and huffed. Damn it. The possibility of that demon is still living just doesn't seem plausible to me. But I saw him. I saw him with my own 2 eyes, she shouted before lowering her head with dread. He's alive. The forest, the autopsy reports, it all paces together. I still can't believe we made it out of that forest, even to this. Well, if that wasn't one hell of an answer, then what the fuck was? Ibiki could definitely tell that Enko had been under a lot stress, what with the bags under the eyes and all. He could even understand why Enko didn't inform Sandaime Hokage of this development. He would have cancelled the chunin exams in a heartbeat. But if what his fellow Jounin said was true, then there were a few things that needed to be cleared up. Enko, Ibiki said. What? She responded flatly. Come with me. There's something I've got to show you. Enko looked at Ibiki before nodding lethargically and followed the black-clad Jounin out of the room. For this scene, just picture the absolute evilest calm music you can possibly think of and play it as you read. It's fun. Back upon the Hokage monument, the figures of Nakoshi and Kitsune stood in the exact same spot as 3 hours ago, growing excited now that the fireworks signifying the start of the chunin exams went off. HMHMHMMM. So it finally begins, Nakoshi smiled to himself. Kitsune whipped her head to her left side. We have a visitor, she said wearily. As Nakoshi slowly shifted his head to the left direction, an eerie, gray mist of death slowly formed beneath the 2 shinobi. Seeing the mist and feeling the foreboding presence of a familiar person, Nakoshi and Kitsune relaxed completely. Kitsune smirked. Welcome back, sensei. I trust that your meal was bountiful, she suggested. From out of nowhere? From out of positively nowhere, a familiar and tall-shaded man appeared from behind the two and slowly marched to the foot of the monument to share the vie of his pupils. Yes. I have not had a meal that satisfying in decades. Much of my power has returned to me in earnest, the dominant murderer hissed with sadistic delight and a no longer weakened demeanor. Always good to hear. So, did you come to watch the show too? Nakoshi asked while staring at the distant Chunin Stadium with a smile on his face. No. I have come to ask you too, how much of Konoha's population has increased since I was away? The dark leader asked, licking his lips with his inhuman and slimy tongue. Give me a guesstimate. 30% increase, Nakoshi and Kitsune said in perfect unison. Hearing these delightful words, the large blood-guzzling fiend smiled demonically as his eyes flashed a shade of ravenous red. He. Chunin Stadium. 5 minutes have passed by and the main event has yet to get started. All of the genin, who were lined up side by side behind Gunma at the center of the battle arena, had been patiently waiting for things to get underway. Well, all except one. Naruto had crossed his arms impatiently as he waited for two things, actually. The shaggy-haired genin repeatedly tapped his index finger upon his bicep as his ambitious smile fell into a penetrating scowl. His deep blue pupils slowly shifted from left to right. Where the hell is Sasuke? I was looking forward to seeing him before my match against Neji, Naruto urgently thought to himself. After only half a minute, the blonde genin couldn't take it anymore. He walked right up to the Chunin proctor from behind. Mr. Gemna, he asked. The hay-chewing jounin turned his head to the side to look at Naruto. What'ya Mr. Gunma? It's just Gunma, he corrected. Naruto raised his hand to the back of his head and smiled. Right. So, Gunma. Naruto's face grew serious. Do you have any idea where Sasuke is? He asked, gaining the full attention from the brown-haired leaf ninja. If I knew that, then I'd probably drag him here myself so we can get started. The only reason the matches haven't started yet is because we're missing some people, Gunma informed. Naruto scowled again before falling back into his previous spot. Hearing everything, Shikamaru stared to look around the arena. True. That Dosagai I'm supposed to be fastened isn't here either, huh? He thought to himself. All thoughts were cast aside when the voice of Sandame Hokage, Sarutobi echoed the announcements. And, yeah, gonna skip those. After the announcements were complete, Naruto became very uneasy. Gunma? Sasuke isn't here yet? What do we do? He asked with much concern. The Chunin proctor turned completely around to face the genin before him. Well, for starters, you can look at this, he said before pulling out a piece of paper from out of his shinobi vest. Gunma flapped the paper once to straighten it out for all to see. There have been a few changes in the match setups this last month. Take a look at who will be facing who, he informed. Naruto grimaced. Sure, he wanted Sasuke to be here and he was surrounded by fighters who were strong, but if that meant that Neji wasn't his opponent, that would piss him off, big time. That wasn't the case, however. Naruto was still in the first match against the Hyuga. At realizing this, the black-clad genin's battle-craven smile returned. Wherever the hell Sasuke is, he'd better not weasel his way out of this, Naruto thought. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed at the new matchups. Well, what the hell? Did Dosu retire, he thought. After deciding that the genin had enough time to look at the new matchups, Gunma stuffed the paper back in this vest. Alright, we can't delay this any longer. If Sasuke Uchiha doesn't show when his match begins, then he'll lose by default, he said. The genin were silent. Now, we'll get this show on the road. The first match. Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga. Chapter 15. Wherever the hell Sasuke is, he'd better not weasel his way out of this, Naruto thought. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed at the new matchups. Well, what the hell? Did Dosu retire, he thought. After deciding that the genin had enough time to look at the new matchups, Gunma stuffed the paper back in this vest. Alright, we can't delay this any longer. If Sasuke Uchiha doesn't show when his match begins, then he'll lose by default, he said. The genin were silent. Now, we'll get this show on the road. The first match. Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga. At hearing those delicious words, Naruto's smile widened until he slightly bared his teeth. Neji shifted a stare to the opponent beside him and glared at him. He's different from before, somehow. But, no matter, this match is already over, the pale-skinned Hyuga thought confident ally. Gunma bit down upon his hay stick, therefore perking the tip of it up. Now, the rest of you make your way to the balcony, he ordered. As the other genin willingly complied, the two chosen combatants retained their side-to-side position. Within one of the crowded audience platforms, Kiba and Hinata made their way down the stairs. Aha. Here are some empty seats, Hinata, Kiba informed, motioning his friend. The violet-haired female took her time walking down the steps, given her current condition, thanks to her own fight with Niji. When the two shinobi found their seats and took them, they saw that they were just in time to see the fight. But, something was odd. Wait a minute. 1 minute later? Wasn't Niji supposed to be fighting Naruto? Kiba asked in confusion as he studied the figures below, "'Cause I don't see him. Was there some sort of mistake?" Hearing this was actually a bit entertaining for Hinata, who covered her hand over her mouth to futilely contain a giggle at her friend's ignorance. Kiba caught this and stared at the young Hyuga. "What? HMHM? Look closely, Kiba-kun," she said, not willing to divulge the big secret. There was no mistake. Doing as he was told, the wily-haired dog lover squinted his eyes to clarify his visions, only to have them nearly blast out of his head with sheer surprise. "No way. That's Naruto?" Kiba exclaimed when he realized who was standing next to Niji. "You've gotta be kidding me. That fierce-looking savage that looks like he can melt your face just by looking at it, is Naruto? Where'd he get the cool threads?" Hinata blushed a bit, before overhearing the voices that belonged to the elite chunin test examiners, Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki. "HN. To think that Uzumaki boy would even make it this far, given that he has failed a countless number of times. Guess he finally got sick of it," Izumo said while smiling. Kotetsu mimicked the smile. "Whether he made it this far or not, you've have to admit that he got the short end of the stick, being stuck in a match with a Hyuga prodigy like Niji," he protested. "Hell, even if you are right, it looks like the boys learned a few things during the month intermission. He looks more than just a little confident in his abilities, let alone his ability to win," Izumo countered. "Heh. I'll give you that one, but him actually beating Niji is not something I can see too well. That kid's no match for a member of the Hyuga clan," Kotetsu remarked confident ally. Hearing the end of the conversation caused Hinata to frown deeply and, for the love of Jesus, actually made her eye twitch with irritation. Kiba, on the other hand, simply smirked since he heard the whole conversation as well. "Ha ha ha. No. Believe me when I say that I thought the exact same thing and, well, yeah. I think you'll soon learn not to underestimate this knucklehead, gentleman," Kiba thought with confidence, before shifting a seriously focused look on the development, yet to unfold. "But even if Naruto has gotten a lot stronger since his fight with me, he'd better tread softly while fighting someone who's mastered Hyuga-style taijutsu. No close combat, Naruto." Back down to the arena, the still smiling Naruto and Niji increased the distance between each other and stood in opposition. Niji faced Naruto immediately, but the shaggy-haired genin kept his side turned and his battle-lusting smile fresh and undying. Seeing this caused an unintentional smile to cross the Hyuga's own face, before he steadily activated his famous Byakugan and focused on his opponent. "Yes, he seems to have undergone quite the training since we last met, his confidence is unwavering. He doesn't seem hesitant at all," Niji pondered to himself as he took his stance, readying himself for combat. "Excellent. Things should get a lot more interesting this way, despite the inevitable result." "Nope, nothing, not even a bat of the eye." Naruto simply stood there with his beaming smile and widened eyes, flashing with anticipation and a desire for combat. The black-clad Nin began to tremble wildly at the tension as he expelled a series of excited chuckles. Niji's demeanor never faltered. "That's right. Keep that little smirk glued on you face. Give me the pleasure of ripping it clean off," he mocked. This time, Naruto's smile lowered into a very penetrating frown before turning his head to face his opponent, while keeping his body still. The low tremor of a growl vibrated from Naruto at that moment as he glared cannonballs at the Hyuga in front of him, the one who nearly killed Hinata. Niji's smile Aslo disappeared as he saw the look on Naruto's face, further hardening his stance. Gunma saw the grand sparks of tension grinding off of these two genin and took that as a ringer of sorts. The first match of the final chunin exam rounds. "Begin," the proctor shouted, triggering a frivolous roar of the crowd that echoed throughout Konoha. Niji kept his firm stance and facial feature opposed to the glaring Naruto, who had finally adjusted to face his rival completely. "You know, this match has pretty much ended. Giving up would definitely save you a lot of grief and humiliation," he taunted. "Why? So I'd lose to pace of branch family trash like you?" Naruto roared. Snap. Hearing those words seep out of this defiant motherfucker's mouth, nearly snapped Niji's psyche in half with a burning white flash of rage that he didn't know he possessed, let alone controlled. The pale-skinned genin's face screwed up with raging fury before he blindly charged at the, now, smiling Naruto. Seeing as how perfectly that tactic worked, the blue-eyed kitsune suddenly vanished in a flash of unpredictable speed. "What?" Niji exclaimed before stomping one foot to cease his movement. The second Niji stopped, Naruto reappeared in a blink of an eye, ramming his head into the Hyuga's face with a painful bash, getting an agonized yell from him. The force of the assault sent Niji flying back a ways, before he flipped his body back to regain his balance. Upon landing on the ground, therefore sliding back, Niji looked up only to see Naruto dashing at him with speeds that he wasn't capable of a month ago. Niji bent backwards just in time before Naruto could land an accurate spin kick across his head. The blonde genin immediately regained his balance and lounged for a straightforward punch, which Niji effortlessly slapped to the side, causing Naruto's body to fly past him. However, instead of passing up the opportunity, the black-clad boy shifted his body and lifted his leg with just enough time to collide his shin into Niji's face. Naruto skillfully caught himself from falling and landed behind Niji, while the pale-skinned genin staggered on his feet, due to the kick. Taking instant action, Naruto charged at the distraught Hyuga, reeling his fist back, before throwing a punch aimed at the back of his head, which was unexpectedly dodged when Niji ducked and countered with an open palm to his opponent's lower jaw. Stopping for only a mere second, much to Niji's surprise, Naruto retorted with a vicious knee to his face. Niji recovered, shot back to his feet and elbowed the blonde in his abdomen. Naruto quickly followed up with an elbow of his own, except to Niji's left cheek. Already growing sick of this blow-for-blow altercation, the lavender-eyed prodigy switched to a defensive strategy, as Naruto unleashed a barrage of well-aimed attacks that Niji found rather difficult to maneuver around, but was successful in his attempts. Naruto's attacks were wild, but perfectly timed, varied, but surprisingly accurate. He didn't let up, even for an instant. However, given Niji's genius and quick-witted reactions, he saw one tiny opening in one of the blonde's attacks and went for it with a Tenketsu, chakra point, shot. Naruto quickly noticed the danger of his current situation, but smiled confident ally. Before Niji's fingers even reached the black-clad genin, he produced the Kagebushin hand seal before back-flipping and simultaneously making a clone in his previous place. With not enough time to pull his attack back, Niji struck the clone upon the sternum area, sending it flying back towards the real Naruto. Promptly landing on his feet after flipping away from his opponent, the foxy genin caught his own clone and fluently spun in a full circle. Using the momentum from the spin, Naruto threw his clone, headfirst, back at Niji, who prepared himself to defend, only to notice the real Naruto vanish with great speed again and reappear a few feet behind him, where he charged vigorously at the startled Hyuga. Despite his situation, Niji solidified his focus in an instant before cartwheeling out of danger. Instead of colliding with his clone, Naruto skillfully caught, whirled around and threw it at Niji again, who had just landed on his feet after his cartwheel. Once again, Naruto vanished and reappeared behind Niji, who smiled knowingly before spinning his body once, allowing the shadow clone to fly past him, before throwing two shuriken in the blonde's direction. The one of shuriken lodged into the shadow clone's back, causing it to vanish in the traditional poof of smoke just when it came inches from Naruto, who immediately noticed the other shuriken coming his way. The whiskered boy easily caught the weapon and stashed it in his weapon pouch only to notice the Niji was gone. Naruto quickly opened his senses to feel any trace of the Hyuga's presence when all of a sudden, Niji came dashing at him from the side. Naruto shot a wild glare to his incoming opponent before he timingly avoided a troublesome Tenketsu shot to the neck, leading to an all-or-nothing taijutsu brawl. With both genin dodging, blocking, spinning, countering, and avoiding the attacks of one another, the very force and overall prowess of that particular moment sent wave clouds of dust and debris throughout the diameter of the battle arena. After an agonizing 10 seconds of that, both Naruto and Niji relinquished kunai from their person and struck each other's blade, causing the famous recoil that sent them skidding back from each other. And there, they stood with their battle stances hardened and ready. The reason why practically every living soul in that area had these stupefied, blown-away looks on their faces was anyone's guess. The level of skill and prowess of both of these genin was far more than anyone would have expected, especially from Naruto. To everyone else who'd thought any less of his chances for victory because he was fighting a prodigy like Niji, was utterly dumbfounded. Sakura, Eno, Hinata, Kiba, Shikamaru, Temari, Kankuro, and hell even the Hokage Kazekage were totally at a loss for words at the way this fight had already come about, much less how it all started. Sarutobi's eyes widened with both surprise and delight. Either Naruto has become a complete jackass during the month's intermission, or that insult to Niji was the single most brilliant mind games tactic I've seen yet. It looks like he's really got under the prodigy's skin, the thought, while paying close attention to the already heated fight. The Yondaime Kazekage simply sat silent and awaited the match's continuation, even he had to admit that it was nothing to spit at. Sakura failed to notice that she had cupped her hands close to her chest as the fight blazed, and all of her worry seemed to vanish when she saw how clearly heated the fight was. Like most in the crowd, the pink-haired kunoichi was far too shocked and amazed to say anything. She couldn't even think, let alone fathom how Naruto had come so far in his training. But something told her that she had only seen the beginning of Naruto's arsenal. She was already growing excited just thinking about it. Hinata's hands pretty much mimicked Sakura's as she grasped all that she had witnessed. Naruto had become stronger than ever, and to make things interesting, he's combating a master and prodigy of Hyuga-style taijutsu and holding. Every fiber of Hinata's being was joyful to no end that Naruto wasn't getting his ass kicked, but she couldn't show. She was simply too stunned by how fantastic the fight had started. Do it, Naruto-kun, the young Hyuga inwardly cheered. Kiba. Well, let's just say that he vegged out because of the action, but remained fully alert and aware. The fight was just that damn good, and it could only get better from here. Somewhere off in another audience platform, Tenten was also stunned and amazed at the fight, but mainly Naruto's uncanny performance. What in the world? Neji has his Byakugan activated and is already resorting to the Kentetsu assaults, but he doesn't seem to be able to see through that speed? When did Naruto-kun get so strong? Tenten thought herself. She couldn't imagine how and where the blonde boy had gotten so fast and coordinated, especially enough to combat the admirable Neji in such a way. It was too good to be true, but at the same time, it was too good to miss. Things were definitely gonna get wild. Back down to the battle arena, Neji and Naruto continued their standoff. For the blonde genin, however, he didn't come there to just stand around. No more games, Neji, Naruto flatly warned, gaining a frown from the Hyuga. The black-clad genin then straightened his position to a more sub-dead position before proceeding to remove his red jacket, revealing his build and Konoha armband on his left arm. After removing that piece of clothing, Naruto simply dropped it to the ground before reaching in both of his pockets and pulling out his hand-plated, fingerless, black gloves. Slipping them both on snugly, Naruto clenched his fists hard enough to crack his knuckles. Then let's continue, shall we? Neji suggested. The very millisecond he finished his sentence, Neji felt the air in the center of his body forcefully expand and retract, before shoot up to his head, then back down again, causing him an excruciating session of nausea that sent him reeling for air. The flabbergasted Hyuga glared downward only to see Naruto with half of his forearm drived into his stomach. Neji's body tensed to a degree that he wasn't used to at all as veins blew out from many different parts of his form. Feeling the level of pain that he had just dealt the bastard, Naruto smiled proudly before looking up and staring mockingly at the pale, no, even paler-skinned genin as he choked and gasped. Oh my! I'm not doing anything to make you uncomfortable, am I? The blonde genin mocked. Neji's teeth bared as he intensified his glare. Yeah? I'll show you uncomfortable, you little, he uncharacteristically choked out, before Naruto slowly removed his limb from his opponent's stomach, causing him to roar out in exasperation. Neji stumbled back in a daze of nausea, but kept his Byakugan as steady as ever, before hardening a fighting stance again. Chapter 16. The very millisecond he finished his sentence, Neji felt the air in the center of his body forcefully expand and retract, before shoot up to his head, then back down again, causing him an excruciating session of nausea that sent him reeling for air. The flabbergasted Hyuga glared downward only to see Naruto with half of his forearm drived into his stomach. Neji's body tensed to a degree that he wasn't used to at all as veins blew out from many different parts of his form. Feeling the level of pain that he had just dealt the bastard, Naruto smiled proudly before looking up and staring mockingly at the pale, no, even paler-skinned genin as he choked and gasped. Oh my! I'm not doing anything to make you uncomfortable, am I? The blonde genin mocked. Neji's teeth bared as he intensified his glare. Yeah? I'll show you uncomfortable, you little, he uncharacteristically choked out, before Naruto slowly removed his limb from his opponent's stomach, causing him to roar out in exasperation. Neji stumbled back in a daze of nausea, but kept his Byakugan as steady as ever, before hardening a fighting stance again. This is crazy. He wasn't nearly this fast when I saw him fight last time. My Byakugan can hardly track his movements. Not only that, but he seems to have more stamina, more strength and control, Neji thought as he glared into Naruto's eyes. This won't be as easy as I originally thought. Time to kick things up a notch or 2-inch. With that last thought, Neji led the initial charge at Naruto with increased speed that made the blonde genin smile before launching 3 well-aimed shuriken at the charging Hyuga. While running, Neji easily avoided the shuriken by crouching down, sliding upon the ground before using the self-given momentum to deliver a staggering kick to Naruto's chin. The blue-eyed nin allowed his body to lift from the air, due to the force of the blow before easily recovering himself only to see Neji ascending after him. Naruto noticed his opponent prepping a kentetsu shot and prepared to defend against it. Naruto would have easily fended the blow off if Neji hadn't immediately switched his attack to a whirling spin kick that caught the shaggy-haired blonde on the side of his head, sending him spinning out of the air and hard onto the ground. Rolling and tumbling upon the ground, Naruto managed to catch himself, doing a series of reversed somersaults before landing on his feet. The black-clad genin shot his head up only to see Neji right in his face. Big mistake. Instead of getting startled, Naruto vanished again and reappeared right beside the Hyuga. Then vanished a second time, reappearing above him. Then again, only this time he appeared from behind. With his quick wit, Neji spun his body while crouching down to leg sweep Naruto, but the blue-eyed boy jumped up and over the hue-eyed Hyuga, using the same Kagebushin maneuver as last time. Before landing on the ground and not giving him time to think, Naruto launched his heel to the back of the crouched Neji's head, stumbling him forward to the clone, who took it on home with a staggering uppercut to the chin, sending him flying up and over the real Naruto. After hitting the ground with almost a comical thud, Neji struggled greatly to recompose himself whilst rising to all fours. Naruto saw Neji's struggle and smiled. You know what? I just noticed something. Through the entire time I've been fighting you, I haven't heard you make any cracks about destiny and junk. Forget your life-changing speeches at home, Neji, he mocked boldly. Hearing his taunting voice, the Hyuga shot back to his feet and glared at his opponent again before re-establishing his fighting stance. It was safe to say that Naruto was impressed with his level of focus. Wow. When the people around town said that Neji was the strongest of the Leaf Genin, they weren't kidding. I didn't think he'd be this strong. But then again, I've seen my fair share of changes over the time of training, and I'm loving every moment of it, Naruto thought happily to himself. Okay. Get ready, Neji. 'Cause what I have in store for you ain't nothing to sniff at. Kagebushin no Jutsu. At his whim, 10 Sato clones materialized around Naruto. Neji frowned and prepared himself. Alright fellas. Show our guest a good time. Hoorah! The clones simultaneously bellowed, before vanishing with the same speed that the original possessed. Neji flinched. Shit. Anko and Ibiki had been sitting in his personal chamber. The brunette female had been reading through a black journal given to her by Ibiki. Ibiki, how long had you had this? She asked with notable uneasiness as she read through the confidential files. The trench-coated sadist cracked a bold smirk. We ninja weren't trained in the aspects of stealth for nothing, you know, he said. Anko stopped reading the detestable files and shot a very incredulous stare at her fellow jounin. Oh, don't tell me you stole this, she said with a little dread. Ibiki merely crossed his arms as a response and Anko smiled. You know, you could get arrested or possibly killed for having this, the brown-coated female suggested without waning her smile. I know. Even though the possibility of that thing returning to life was virtually 1,000,000 to 1, I always kept this journal close, just in case we ever needed to figure anything out, but mostly kept it to remind myself of that dreadful day and never forget, Ibiki said solemnly. Anko's smile completely vanished as she looked down. It's not like you need a journal to remember that blood-sucking cretin, she said, making a pitiful attempt to lighten the mood, before returning to reading the aged journal. Regardless, everything that has ever been recorded in his history is right there in that journal. We can only hope that he doesn't come back before we can prepare ourselves, Ibiki said with a slight grimace. Anko looked at the scar-faced Nin before rising from her seat. Damn it. This is so frustrating. No matter what happens we can't cancel the chunin exams, but if that freak shows up again we both know what could happen, and there's always that chance. We can only pray that he doesn't until it all ends. That way, we can warn Lord Hokage of all of this madness before it's too late, Ibiki said. Okay. Neji was officially exasperated by the amount of stamina and strength he was putting out to hold his own. The 10 clone that he faced were not letting up in the absolute slightest and Neji was having a pretty hard time keeping up. The fact that he basically had 10 supercharged Narutos on his ass only made his chances for victory rather slim. Despite his stealthy and dexterous movement and well-balanced flurry of attacks, the young Hyuga knew he could not dodge, flip, jump, roll and even strafe from his attackers for too long. Top that off with the fact that he also had a bit of trouble hitting them. Whatever Naruto did in his training really helped. But what stood out the most was that the real Naruto was standing right where he was when he summoned the clones. To everyone who knew the blue-eyed kitsune personally, that was just plain weird. Usually Naruto would be right up there with, well, himself and have grand old-time kickin' some ass. This time, however, he just stared at the action with a great level of intent and focus, crossing his arms as though he were waiting for something. Tenten saw the eager look in Naruto's eyes and almost immediately wised up to his method. Whoa. Niji, he's in real trouble, now. I know what you're doing, Naruto-kun. You're waiting to see if there's anything that you need to worry about while fighting him, she said insightfully. Against her consent, a amused and vastly impressed smile crept upon Tenten's face as she watched the action ensue. Not bad, Naruto-kun. Not bad. Niji strained himself to harden his focus and his resolve to gain the upper hand in this struggle. Letting out a bellow of anguish and fire, the pale-eyed prodigy really cranked it out and began dealing a decent amount of damage, and for a shadow clone, decent is the equivalent of fatal. After a wildly entertaining session of unruly movements, combo counters and overall ass-whoopin', Niji was able to cut the numbers of the clones down to a minimum of 5. Unfortunately for the Hyuga, the clones wised up and vanished simultaneously, causing Niji to freeze in his tracks and await the next strike. With not much time to think at all, Niji was suddenly surrounded by all of the clones in an inescapable circle. All sides were sealed and they were closing in too fast. Niji almost panicked, but hardened his resolve, wondrous results of his horrendous training, allowing the clones to throw their undoubtedly painful attacks. At first, a surprised gasp separated from the crowd, only to see the fists of all of the clones glow with chakra. Niji frowned before acting immediately by spinning in a flurry of power that vanquished all of the clones in one flash of glory. Naruto batted an eye in realization as he carefully studied what he could. He, then, vanished in a burst of speed. Once Niji had stopped spinning, he faced Naruto with fire in his eyes but with a highly exhausted body only to see that he was nowhere in sight. These thoughts could not be dwelled on as Naruto reappeared directly a few feet above Niji, screaming his head off with his elbow reeled in upward. The Hyuga was caught completely off guard by this maneuver since he used a high burst of his chakra and his body still needed a few seconds to regain feeling and strength. He didn't have that kind of time. Realizing the inevitable, the only counter Niji could deliver was a glare to the soul and an equally loud scream before Naruto and his elbow came crashing down on his frontal cranium, sending a shockwave of power and pain rippling through the ground and nearly cracking it. The instant his feet made contact with the ground, Naruto jumped back to a greater distance and smiled at Niji, who was hunched over with his mouth gaped, his eyes bloodshot and practically bulging out of his head. Wow, Niji. You look rather surprised. Or did you drop something? Naruto mocked again. I really must say that I thank you for showing me that new technique of yours so soon, regardless of how utterly foolish it was. But I gotta admit, it's a pretty vexing move. I'll be sure to watch out for that one. Royally distraught, Niji struggled greatly to restore his focus with the unrelenting pain that burned through his bleeding cranium. Naruto, on the other hand, was through with this little game. He knew full damn well that if he let this drag on for too long, then the Hyuga could find a way around his attacks and pick his tenketsu off, rendering him unable to use his techniques. With these thoughts in mind, Naruto's smile vanished before he charged at his opponent with no intention of holding anything else back. Niji had similar thoughts running through his head. He also knew that if he allowed the fight to continue for too long, Naruto could rule the day with his new strength. Seeing the shaggy-haired genin charge at him and get ever so close, the brown-haired prodigy forced himself for preparation just in time to block one of Naruto's deadly punches aimed for his face. The heat of this brawl was really starting to get Sakura. And that factor was made painfully obvious, due to the fact that she was unintentionally caressing her hands together and sweating like hell. She stared wildly at the action while inwardly cheering Naruto on, growing more and more excited. Come on, Naruto? You can do this. Come on, she thought. Cha! Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me, inner Sakura shouted with vigor. Eno was having a similar dilemma as she gandered at the intensity below. She was unwittingly smiling and trembling with anticipation with her hands cupped to her knees. She has never seen such a brawl. Wow. This is good. This is great. The best I've seen, Eno inwardly exclaimed before she was overtaken with fanatic energy. Go Naruto, she shouted out loud without caring in the slightest as to who may have been gawking at her, even if that someone was right next to her. The excitement of this monumental occasion was really contagious. It was actually more than enough for Kiba and Hinata to peer at the edge of their seats. Too bad the excitement was a little rough on Hinata's heart, seeing as how it was still in pretty bad shape after her fight with Niji. She coughed twice, gaining the immediate attention of the protective Kiba. Hinata. You okay? He asked with his natural concern. The hue-eyed girl simply smiled back at Kiba with reassuring nod before glancing back down at the action. Heart problems or not, this was simply something that she could not miss. At a high platform, somewhere near the Chunin Stadium, the mysterious forms of Nekoshi and Kitsune gandered intently at the fight between Naruto and Niji. Nakoshi, himself, had to cross his arms in order to keep from shouting obnoxious cheers, trembling all the while. Kitsune sat on the edge of the platform next to Nakoshi in a feminine-like manner as she too had to contain her abundant excitement. Ho 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 ho, Nakoshi shuddered. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent power. You were right, Kitsune, Sensei's judgment on the matter was bang on. This boy's potential is positively marvelous, he said. Kitsune involuntarily shuddered as well. Yes. I've been aching to behold this for so long. Indeed, the time act shall soon be upon us all. And then, she trailed off. His final test will at last be at hand, Nakoshi finished, before they both enjoyed the pounding of the century.